searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme.
My lovely, 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 lovely imps, how are you doing today? Socials Potato 123, Punky Gal, Corpse in Your Trunk, Chronic Cine, Punk C Corpse, Uncle Gumball, Thandria, Mika Niao, oh my god, there it goes, Bisexual Jug, Roomy Red, Thandria, XVY, Abo, Emerald Queen, Mixed Dizzy, Shiny Fruit Bat, Baphomet, Gamer Girl, Uwu, Ugly Pie, Emerald Queen, Bonks Daily, Irish RA, Lady, Kelgana, EB the Purple. Did I get it wrong again? XVY, Abo. I'm sorry. Punky Gal, Copioid Crisis, and of course, from the lovely, 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 and never to be forgotten YouTube chat, Rhodes, Der Echte Linke, The Dark Canuck, Leanne Scott, Indicat, Rick Wallace, Andy T7, Noble Aristotelian, Lillian, Pickle and Croissant, Ron's KFC, Dark Brandon. Wow, we have the Dark Brandon. Trent 3000, Tim Cooney. I think we got literally everyone except for Duke, Deserix, and Brim 15. I think we got everybody now. Welcome to the stream. If you are here, please press the like button. The like button is the #1 guaranteed way that we get more viewers to our lovely, lovely stream. And as you know, I am in the business of growing my influence. So please help me do so. Like, subscribe, share the stream with your friends. If you know somebody who isn't watching right now, but who you want to be watching with you, being a cool little imp in chat, send them a link. Tell them we're talking about something cool, because we are. Today, you weren't godded. Rebecca Witt, you have now been godded. Look at that. And Comrade Amatrine, you are godded as well. And Captain Eve, you're godded. And Mesmerized, you're godded too. Look, I got fucking everybody today. Is Demon Bot not working? Hold on a second. Like, What the hell's going on with Demon Bot? Hold on, I'm gonna message White Nervosa real quick. Give me a second. There we go. Wow, thank you very much, Ron's KFC, for the incredibly generous $20. I'm very happy I was able to make your day. I hope I make it more, because this stream should be very interesting. To answer Bisexual Kaijug's question, or Kaiju G, yes, I did hear the Caleb Maupin news, and I am currently in the process of well, I am not. My researcher is currently in the process of preparing a drama mama. I will be in the process of preparing the drama mama later after I go through and review and structure all the research. We are going to be having, probably on Monday, a big drama mama investigation into the Caleb Maupin news. There have been a series of pretty severe allegations against Caleb Maupin. However, as always, we always got to do our research and get all of our receipts. So we're gonna get into that on Monday, hopefully, maybe Tuesday, depending on other things. We got a lot to talk about today. We're doing politics, as you all know. We've been playing Cult of the Lamb recently. If you're a politics viewer and you've never come and hung out for one of my gaming streams, you really should. During the gaming streams, we always end up discussing lots of politics and also my opinions and general feelings on things. They're very funny. I do lots of funny jokes and voices. I do some voice acting and stuff like that. They're really fun. The thing about gaming streams is, people click for the drama, they click for the politics, they don't always click for the gaming. So if you're a politics viewer, make sure you catch the next Cult of the Lamb stream. It's been super fun. It's been really great, actually. We've had a thing going for every single Cult of the Lamb stream. If you donate any amount, any amount at all, you donate anything, you get to join my cult. And it's super cool. You might get sacrificed. You might get ascended to the planes beyond. You might get cooked up into a meal for the cannibals. You never know. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so let's chill for a little bit, huh? Before we jump into the content, let me tell you what we're gonna do today, I guess. Today, we are going to be reviewing a debate/conversation. Last night, there was a very controversial conversation between Endless Cemeteries and Shark 300. I have not seen a whole lot of Endless Cemeteries content. However, I'm familiar with their work. And I have a lot of respect for their work. And so I'm interested to see where this conversation goes. I have only seen clips from it, and I know, and of course, people's reaction to it. So this is going to be relatively fresh. I don't really have a decided position going into this because I don't know the full positions of either party, but I saw a lot of people were angry about it. I saw a lot of people discoursing about it, and so I was thinking about it myself, and I was like, you know what? I think this will be very interesting. So yeah, that should be very interesting. I'm excited to talk about it. There was a couple of bits that I saw in the clips that I particularly wanted to comment on. It is a conversation about race and sexuality. As you know, I have cracker-colored skin, as you can tell by my complexion. It is pinkish and whatever. So I probably don't have all that much commentary on the race aspect. However, I do, of course, have a lot to talk about with regard to the sexuality aspect. So I figured it would be very interesting to listen and hear two different perspectives, share our thoughts, and also I have a conversation scheduled afterwards with a member of my community and also who's been on here multiple times. Some of you may remember Bink. Bink has come on here to talk with me about race and gender in the past, and it's been really, really wonderful. So we're gonna have a conversation after we do the review with Bink and I believe Bink is bringing along a guest, which is pretty exciting. Yo, HGB guy, Blue Frog. Okay, let me get you added onto the list. Thankfully, I do have the list right here. So let me add you on, HGB guy. Blue Frog, gotcha. Frog, hell yeah, excellent. Oh yeah, and don't worry, all of the gameplay for Cult of the Lamb is going to be uploaded. It just won't be uploaded immediately. It will be just a tiny, tiny bit before it all goes, you know, live and whatever. But that's okay. It's going to be uploaded onto the Demon Mama Gaming channel. Oh wait, you didn't know? You didn't know that I had a gaming channel only? Wow, that's a surprise. You should go check it out. It's Demon Mama Gaming. Hold on, the bot doesn't work. So hold on a second. There we go. Give me a second. I gotta get it. I gotta get it. Yeah, here we go. All right, here you go. Demon Mama Gaming. Bam! There you go. Demon Mama Gaming. This is a channel that is exclusively for my gaming streams. We upload edited versions of the gaming streams so that if you ever want to catch me playing stuff, you can go right through and do that. So there you go. The gaming channel is much smaller, it's much less frequently updated, but anytime we do a gaming stream, the edited VOD, numbered and everything will be there. So if you ever want to watch like the full Let's Plays, you can basically go do that. If you like Let's Plays, if you like my content, you gotta go check those out. Cult of the Lamb will be uploaded. We're a little bit behind on Cult of the Lamb, but that's okay. It's just because we've had a lot of other things going on right now. So yeah. I only speak in gamer words. I don't know any gamer words. That's how you know I'm a fake gamer. I've never said a gamer word in my goddamn life. So Demon Mama Gaming will probably grow over time, but it's not my main project. As you all know, that's the Demon Mama channel, but Demon Mama Gaming will probably have lots more gaming content and Let's Plays and stuff like that as time goes on. Why do I feel like the color is slightly off today? Does it look a little off? Does the color look off a little? It does a little. Maybe it's because my shirt is so great. Baphomet, there's not much to worry about with regard to spoilers. It's not really a game that has a whole lot to spoil. It's a more mechanical and like aesthetic game as opposed to like a story game. So don't feel like you're gonna get things ruined. You don't got too much to worry about. Danny, don't worry. It's all good. It is literally all good, Danny. I know you work extremely hard. You are a fucking hero. I appreciate you more than you can ever know. I want this channel to make even more money so that I can pay you bigger bucks and you never have to worry about that shit again. But we got to keep going. This year has been a low profit year for the Demon Mama channel, but that's because I moved, my editor moved, and I got COVID twice. So, you know, 2022, rough year, okay? But guess what? We're here for the long haul. I've been streaming for 2.5 years and I've done nothing but grow. So you know what? Whatever. We take it in stride. We heal, we grow, we continue. That's how it goes. 2023. And also, I'm being very negative right now. Let's remember, this happened. This studio, this beautiful studio, which is going to undergo lots and lots of very amazing transformations over time, is gonna be fucking awesome. We had a slight delay in the arrival of the audio foam that we ordered, which is gonna be here next weekend instead of this weekend. So, but next weekend, we are going to be putting foam on the ceilings, putting foam on a whole lot of places, and this audio should sound brilliant. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You want me to play this? I can't, it doesn't actually, you can't hear it right now. I'm going to be getting an audio setup. My next audio project is going to be figuring out how to get the piano to come in, and then I'm going to set up a secondary camera so that I'll be able to press a button, it'll switch over to that camera, and I could switch over and play piano for you all. And I'm gonna play piano while we talk and stuff. It's gonna be really good, but it takes time. The piano is plugged in, actually. Hold on, if I hide the chat, you can actually see, look, the light is on it. Wait, watch this, ready? Wow, it literally doesn't pick up anything. Damn, nothing even, it doesn't pick up anything. That's the technology. I wasn't muted. No, I wasn't muted. It's because of the filter. It's because of the audio filtering. Fiat Pam says, hey, Demon Mama, I vaguely recall that you said that describing something as pragmatic is mostly useless because it can mean anything. But what if a person meaningfully substantiates their reason as to why their actions are auspicious? I think that there's obviously pragmatism is a real school of philosophy. I just think that the term is overused and people use it to generally just be like, I'm the smart one and you're the dumb one. So obviously it does have applications. There is a time and a place. So I do think you can use the term pragmatic. Just be careful because people overuse it. That vegan white rose says, I'm considering getting a labrae piercing. How did that piercing go for you? It was easy. It was, this piercing was incredibly simple. It hurt when they first did it, but it was over in literally 30 seconds, extremely easy. The healing was extremely short. It took like a week for it to even stop bruising, which is nothing. So, you know, highly recommend. Labrae piercings are very, very, very similar. Are very, very simple piercings, not similar. They're very, very simple piercings. And the cool thing about the labrae piercing or the labrae piercing is that they're pretty easy to keep clean. You just got to soak them in salt water for the first couple of days, and then, you know, keep it clean. I love it. Personally, I think it makes me look really good. And it's my favorite, it's my second favorite piercing. I don't know, I've had a lot of piercings, so, yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. When I went to get my tongue done, when I got my tongue done, the person there was getting, they were getting nostril windows. That was hardcore. That was one of the most hardcore things I've ever watched. She sat down and they had like this little circular razor blade and they just went like, they just like took it and went like, and then went, it was intense. Is East of Eden a good book? I love East of Eden. I think it's a great book. It was one of my favorite John Steinbeck pieces. In fact, I think, yeah, I would probably say it is my favorite. I like it better than Grapes of Wrath. Cadmus says, any advice on building an audience? As a queer content creator, I would love to create a place for the community to flourish, but my anxiety leads me to bearing myself up when I post something, and I don't get that immediate gratification of courting an audience. This has led me to dropping projects and ideas that I think are really cool and enjoy doing. Audience building is really hard. Audience building is a mixture of persistence, luck, and networking. So, spend time hanging out in people's chats, spend time talking to other people, and do your projects. Even if you like feel like your project isn't going to be seen by a lot of people, the fact that you're putting stuff out there not only hones your abilities, but also it will hone your abilities, but it will also ensure that there's something for people to look at. If you have no work on the internet, you will never build an audience. You have to put stuff out, even if you do it infrequently. When I first started streaming, I did like little mini 2-hour streams, and I would do them like once a week, twice a week, and that was enough for me to get off the ground. So, yeah. Did I hear about what Caleb Moppet has been up to? Yes, Posadas John, we're doing a Drama Mama on it probably Monday. Hey, Jazz Dog, it's great to see you. I was thinking about you earlier today, Jazz Dog. Yeah, start small. Don't overdo it early on. You'll build up your tolerance. Like I have a hard time doing less than 6-hour streams. It's not today, Posadas John. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about you earlier today. Before we listened to your music, I was worried that I had. I don't know. No, it's silly. I just respect you a lot, and I like your stuff. And I hadn't seen you around in chat as all that recently, so I was worried that maybe I don't know. Maybe you were off doing stuff, but that's a silly thing to do. It's just you're a prominent member of my community, and your music is amazing. So, yeah. Yeah, I've popped in for a couple of Jazz Dog streams and just lurked. It's been a while though. I've been really busy. I haven't been in a lot of people's chats. Yesterday, I popped into Keffels' stream and Vosh's stream for a while. Keffels' stream was, of course, very good. So was Vosh's. They are both extremely talented streamers. Yeah, but I haven't been hanging out in streams as much lately because I've been fucking busy. I've been busy touching grass. I've been busy doing all kinds of wild stuff. Hey, Militarized Myth. Holy shit, Jazz Dog. Oh my God. Well, when you launch that, maybe we'll do a little, maybe we'll talk about it on stream. Yeah, Keffels is declaring war on kiwi farms. I've heard about that. In fact, as far as I know, Keffels is considering organizing a protest at Cloudflare HQ, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. Oh no, Windleby, I'm sorry to hear that. Militarized Myth, oh, well, we missed you too. Hope she gets security. I'm very sure she will. Regardless, she will have lots and lots of stateside support. So what did Cloudflare do? They are the, as I understand it, they are the current host of Kiwi Farms. So, and they've been very reluctant to take action against Kiwi Farms, despite the fact that they have taken action in the past. It's the DDoS protection. Okay, okay. Am I mixing it up? Is it a different company? I could have sworn they also did hosting. Whatever. This is why I didn't do a segment on this, because I don't know for sure. Keffels is a total badass, and yeah. I think that the idea is just to try and get eyes on this website, because guys, like, the website is a hive of fucking scum and villainy in the stupidest way. The people on that website are on Kiwi Farms are so desperate and sad, and but they're also really harmful. You guys have to realize the reason why they don't pick fights most of the time with people like myself or Keffels is because their general target is people who are on the verge of homelessness, whose only community is online. And they target people like that, and they bully them until they don't have a life anymore, and they prevent them from ever connecting outside of the internet. It's their MO. Their MO is to target already vulnerable people and bully them further. That's their entire thing. People like Keffels, myself, even like Vosh and other larger figures, they tend to avoid because they aren't strong enough to do anything. They only can pick on the most vulnerable people they can target. Yeah. And keep in mind that most of them end up becoming victims of the website in the future in their own way. The most devoted members of Kiwi Farms often end up getting farmed by other Kiwi farmers. So it's like the most toxic and pathetic place you can imagine. A bunch of people who basically have no life, justifying their position of having no life by targeting other people who are on the margins. Is this Diet Coke? Yeah, I got my Diet Coke. I love my Diet Coke. I like Diet Coke. It's my favorite soda. Viet Pam, have you been to Pike Place Market in Seattle, and would you recommend for a tourist to go to it? Yes, I would. Pike Place is definitely very touristy. However, it is also home to a number of very delicious restaurants, and an amazing fish market. So while Pike Place is like, there's a lot of like, it's crowded, and parking is a big hassle because, you know, that's how it goes. It's a really nice place anyway, and there's a lot of really cool shops. As far as like tourist attractions go, it's pretty damn good. Yo, nice, Prosy Rosie. I hope you enjoy that. You're still new to Seattle? Well, Seattle is really pretty, and there's a lot of really cool stuff to do in Seattle. And the cool thing about Seattle is that there's a lot of like non-touristy stuff to do that's very easy to access. We have a lot of parks. We have a lot of, we are very, like Seattle is very, very close to a lot of like state and national parks. So if you visit, do a little bit of research online, and you will find that there is an abundance of things you can do. Are the restaurants there at Pike's Place geared towards like tourists or bougie, or do they feel more authentic? Well, it's a mix of both. There's definitely some like upper crust stuff, but there's also some old restaurants that have been there a long time. Obviously, because it's in Pike Place, they do tend to be on the more expensive end. But in Pike Place, there's some really, really killer restaurants. You have, and of course, because it is a real fish market, the fish that you get there is fresh fish. So yeah. I recommend it. It is one of the like better tourist locations you can go to. Like stuff like the Space Needle and stuff like that is like the stuff that's really cringe. Personally, I find the Space Needle to be like the cringiest tourist trap ever. But yeah. Capitol Hill, awesome. Capitol Hill is really cool, even though it is expensive. Everything in Capitol Hill is a little more expensive, with a few exceptions if you know where to look. But Capitol Hill is awesome because it's super, super queer. There are so many gay people in Capitol Hill. It is wild, and the restaurants in Capitol Hill are... Yeah, well, I mean, we still get some wildfires, but we're significantly better off. Yeah, significantly better off than like California and stuff. Is the glass shiny bean in Seattle? No, the glass shiny bean is in Chicago. I've seen the shiny bean. It's a bean. It's a shiny bean. It's a bean. Someone suggested I should move there. I love it here. It's a very strange place. Vietpam17 asks, why do you prefer Diet Coke versus regular Coke? So there's a couple of reasons. One, I'm a bit chunky, okay? I'm a bit on the chunky side. I don't really need to drink any calories. I already like my food. I'm already, I'm a heavy girl, you know? I don't need the extra calories. So that's one reason. Secondly, the other reason is, sugar. I'm really sensitive to, my stomach is really sensitive to large amounts of sugar. Wait, is there static? Are we getting static? Oh shit, if we're getting audio static, I apologize. I know what might be the problem, hold on. Apologies, crossed wire. Anyway, yeah, my tummy is very sensitive to large amounts of sugar. I tend to get like, like an upset stomach, but Diet Coke doesn't bother my tummy at all. So, yeah. Diet Coke is more unhealthy than regular Coke? No, it isn't. I would love to see how you substantiate that, but as far as I can tell, that is not true. Yeah, it's just sodium water. And of course, it's got caramel coloring, which isn't great for your teeth, but there's a quote. I can't remember, who was it? It is actually a leftist writer who wrote about how like, yeah, I know that coffee is gonna stain my teeth yellow, and that's okay. I guess I'm just gonna deal with having yellow teeth, because if the alternative is having the whitest teeth in the world but never getting to drink my coffee, I'll just have yellow teeth. And that's the way I look at it. And I brush my teeth very frequently, so yeah. Yeah, you know, whatever. You can only worry about stuff like that. It might be, I don't think it was Bordiga. Maybe it was Bordiga. I want to say it was Deleuze, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I also, you know, I smoke weed too, so whatever. Like, I brush my teeth well, and yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm a demon. You can have yellow teeth as a demon. Who cares? My breath is fresh. My mouth is fresh because I keep it clean. It's just a little, you know, my teeth maybe aren't the whitest in the world. You know, whatever. Whatever. What's the big deal? What's the big deal, huh? Why can't we get a soda with xylitol? You don't want a soda with xylitol. If you drank a whole soda with xylitol, you would get the worst diarrhea of your life. Xylitol is great in very small quantities. It will make you very sick if you drink it in large amounts of amount. Yeah, that's why. So, I've heard many things about aspartame, none of which has been substantiated. There have been a number of studies into aspartame. To my knowledge, aspartame is one of the, and again, I'm not a scientist. This is just from my own personal research, because I, you know, tend to research this kind of stuff. Last I checked, the claims that aspartame causes this and causes that have not been substantiated scientifically, and most large-scale studies with aspartame have shown that it only is dangerous when literally superheated. So, yeah. Aspartame gives rats cancer if you feed them impossibly high amounts of it. Well, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. They said Diet Coke is bad for you years ago. After more testing, it turns out it's all the same. Too much of anything artificial is always bad, so nothing wrong with Diet Coke. Yeah, you just gotta drink it in relative moderation. I probably drink more Diet Coke than I should, but I also drink a lot of water and a lot of other things. So, you know, do your research, look it up. Last I checked, a number of studies have shown that aspartame is not really dangerous, especially because there's barely any used in Diet Coke, but you know, whatever. Nomo says, I don't know how common this is, but I don't really like any kind of soda, regular or diet. The regular ones are too sweet and the diet ones just taste bad. It's actually quite common. My partner Doe does not drink barely any soda. And a lot of people I know do not like the taste of diet sodas. I do not taste the, like some people say that like diet sodas taste super metallic or whatever. But I've never tasted that. I've never tasted the metallic flavor that people are talking about. So maybe my taste buds are different than some people. It seems to be varied. Some people seem to be really sensitive to the metallic taste. I don't taste it at all. And I don't have bad taste, like at all. I'm able to taste all kinds of things. Like I can distinguish seasonings very, very well. I don't have like, I'm not like, you know, like I'm not super picky or anything like that. It's just, you know, yeah. Diet Coke tastes like Malibu rum without the alcohol. I can see that. I can see that to a certain degree. Socialist Potato says, I have a relative that lives in Tacoma, and they took us to Seattle 3 times when we first found out we have family there. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'm glad you've come up this way. Does Diet Cherry Coke exist? Yes, it does. I don't like it that much, though. I just like the normal diet stuff. And of course, my favorite soda of all is a local cola called Triple Cola, which I don't get all that often because it's a cane sugar soda and it makes my tummy hurt, but it's really fucking good. It's so flavorful. So flavorful. Yo, hey, the guy who could, that's all fine. I'm super happy that you've been, that you're back in college and everything. I hope you're doing really well. Thanks for coming by. Yeah. Mexican cola. The Mexican cola is made with the cane sugar. It's slightly better. Yes, I am doing a soda tier list, just not today. I have plans to do a massive soda tier list. I've been building up for it for some time, but it's gonna take a lot of work, so I'm not quite ready yet. You know, it'll probably be, I was thinking about doing it this summer, but then we ended up moving. It'll probably be sometime this year. I intend to make a physical prop for it, so it should be really exciting. And I'm gonna taste sodas from all over the country and world, and we're gonna put it on there. Yep, I'm gonna be taste testing it, and then putting it on the chart. It should be a whole day. Could be very fun, so, yeah. Hello, T. T. Hello, T. Hello, T. What's LOT? What kind of Fago? All of them. We're getting all the Fagos. I'll try all the Flagos. Oh, Lord of the Rings, LOTR. Oh, yeah. I would love to do that. Oh, that's fine. I would love to do that. I don't know when, probably sometime soon. I have a whole list of things that I'm working on right now, and I don't know. Right now, I'll be completely honest with you. We've been doing a lot of gaming stuff lately because politics has been really depressing and kind of boring lately. So I've just been wanting to do some creative stuff that puts some positivity into the world, you know? Yeah. We could do a Game of Thrones fuckability tier list too, but I feel like I need to reread the books first. Because the books are where it's really at. The TV show fucking sucked. God, fuck Game of Thrones. I already did a rant about that though. I really can't rant about that again. Just, I can't. That said, soon I will do the, soon I will do a review of The Boys. The Boys. I started watching Better Call Saul. It's really good so far. Better Call Saul is fucking great so far. I'm only in the first season, so don't spoil. BoJack Horseman. All right, guys, it's time. It's time. That's right. I am here to tell you, I will never watch BoJack Horseman. I fucking hate BoJack Horseman. I fucking hate that show so much. Holy shit. Go ahead, weird chant me. I literally do not care. I don't even care. Not even a little bit. Go ahead, get it out of your system. Get all mad, get all blah, 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 get mad. Go ahead, get it out of your system, okay? All right. 1, show looks like shit. 2, the voice acting is got this like obnoxious cadence to it where like all the characters, they kind of talk like this. Like they're just like, I don't know what's going on. It's just, I don't know what, they all talk like every character has this like fucking annoying way of talking. It's like unbelievably annoying. And then also, the way I've seen BoJack fans talk about the show has put me off so hard. Okay, like Rick and Morty. You know how like I think that there's a lot of funny stuff in Rick and Morty. I've seen like a lot of funny things from Rick and Morty, but Rick and Morty fans are so fucking annoying that the idea of ever sitting down and watching Rick and Morty is just like, what? Like no. So yeah. I once knew somebody who unironically idolized BoJack Horseman as like, they like idolized BoJack as like a character. And they were one of the most annoying people I've ever met in my entire life, and I had to deal with them forever. And I've met multiple people who think that think they like identify very strongly with BoJack, and I'm just like, something's wrong with this show, because I've seen a couple of episodes of BoJack. I've seen like the first season, I think. I don't know if I watched the whole first season, but I remember watching at least part of the first season and going like, oh no, a lot of people are gonna think like they're BoJack. They're gonna be like, yeah, me, I'm like the misunderstood guy. I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do it. I know that people stupidly identify with Walter White, but okay, but keep in mind the reason why people identify with Walter White is because the show is deceptive. Like, the show is really trying to deceive you. It wants you to root for Walter White the whole time through. Breaking Bad is a show that's like, it's manipulative in certain ways, in like not a bad way. But I don't know, maybe BoJack is the same way, but I don't know. It's just like, holy shit. Well, Jesse's a good boy. That's because Jesse's good. Even if Jesse is very stupid, but he's also good. Also, if you are here, my lovely viewers, if you are here, please click through and press the like button on YouTube. And if you're not subscribed, press subscribe. Did you know we've been gaining a bunch of followers lately? As in, we might actually be able to break through 17K soon? That's like amazing. So like the stream, hang out, tell your friends. We're just trying to grow, and this is only gonna get better. So thank you all very much. Anyway, The Boys. I'm gonna do a big video on The Boys soon. I have to finalize my thoughts. I need to stew in it a bit longer. But I really like The Boys. I actually feel like the third season was the weakest season of The Boys, but it was still really, really good. So I'm gonna do a whole, just like I did for Breaking Bad, where I go and I share my thoughts about the series and I do all that stuff. I'm gonna do that for The Boys sometime this week. Isn't The Boys a dark parody of Cape Shit shows? It's a dark parody of, it's not even a dark parody of Cape Shit shows. It's not really a parody. It's more just like a on the nose, like this is what the world would actually be like if superheroes existed. And we're gonna confront you with the uncomfortable reality of the modern entertainment industry. It's very, very dark. And yeah, I cannot recommend it enough. Oh, don't you worry, we will. We will be. We're going to be reading an article later about climate migration. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight, after we do all the other stuff. But yeah. The Boys is like so in your face with its messaging that it's like, it's spitting on you. Like it takes ham-fisted and then it just goes, no, let's add more ham onto the fist. Let's just make the fist even bigger and even harder, and let's hit you as hard as possible. Well, the good news is The Boys isn't on HBO. The Boys is a Amazon Prime show, which is very odd, but yeah. Yeah, you're probably right, Nuts, but I don't give a shit. Just cause somebody likes a show, if I don't like it, you know? I don't know. How you feel about Rick and Morty is how I feel about Soulsborne games. Well, okay, to be fair, there are some really annoying Soulsborne fans, but I feel like, I don't know which Soulsborne fans you're engaging with, because like the Soulsborne fans that I engage with are the ones that do like lore videos and stuff, and those guys are like, they don't care at all about like get good. They're just like, look at all this amazing writing. Oh, okay, well that makes a lot of sense actually. That checks. Maybe I could make some recommendations for you. Oh my god, yeah, I saw that A-Train. I saw the A-Train meme. Dark Souls isn't hard. It is hard. It's just hard in a very specific way. I'm gonna do, like I said, we're gonna do a whole playthrough of the Soulsborne, of like the FromSoft like Soulsborne library, and you know, there's just a lot to be said, okay? Bloodborne is amazing, and DS1 was mid. No, it was not. Dark Souls 1 was not a mid game. Dark Souls 1 is one of the greatest gaming masterpieces to have ever existed. And I I I know that that was said to trigger me, but it's just true. Yeah. Elden Ring is also really, really good. I love it. Anyway, whatever. This is the Stunlock hour. The opening part of the stream is when I get Stunlocked. It's before I jump into the analysis. It's before we sit down and do all that stuff. Yeah. Elden Ring is my favorite one. I can understand why a lot of people really love Elden Ring. DS1 is only mid. Windleby says DS1 is only mid in the sense that 70s action films are mid compared to 90s action films. The industry changed along with it. Yes. Dark Souls 1 permanently changed the world of gaming. And it did so in my opinion in a good way. The Dark Souls games are games that are by their design hostile to corporate what's the word? Not commodification, that's wrong, because they are a commodity. They're resistant to like corporate memification. Even with Elden Ring, they haven't succumbed to the same things that lots of other games do, because the games are aimed at a niche audience that can grow massively because they offer an experience that nothing else really does. Even other games that have aimed to compete or aimed to copy parts of the Souls games haven't really quite got exactly what it is that makes the Souls games so good. But yeah. That sounds interesting, Windleby. Hello, Lucy, hello. No, you're just too young to know old games. It's just old school. Do you know, wait a minute, how old do you think I am? I'm interested into what type of old school games you think I haven't played. Because you might be surprised. I'm a bit of a, I'm kind of I'm a bit of a boomer myself. You know, Planescape Torment is one of the games I really want to play that I've never gotten to play. Hey, thank you so much, Chronic Cine. I picked it out myself. Is the remastered edition for Dark Souls 1 worth getting? Yes, it is. Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross are both very, very good. Personally, I really like Chrono Trigger. Code Vein. Some people, if you're really into anime, you'll probably like Code Vein, but Code Vein is like... Code Vein, in my opinion, is not a good Soulsborne game. Anyway, whatever. Hillian Dragoon Zero. Thoughts on System Shock? Just started System Shock 2 and I'm loving it. I've never completed the System Shock games. I've only played them a little bit. I really want to go play them because I've played some of their spiritual successors, like of course the BioShock games and Prey. But I have never fully completed the System Shock games, but I'd like to. I've heard they're really good. I have Dark Souls Prepare to Die on Steam. Am I playing the right one? I believe that's the right one. Yeah, Dark Souls Prepare to Die is like just it's like the game with the collected DLC. And you just play it with a controller and you'll have a really good time. Oh, well, that sounds excellent, psychosocialism. Of course, everybody knows. I mean, we're talking about games that I love. Oh yeah, guys, I had a good idea recently, which is recently I decided I think I want to do like a section of the stream where I go through and I briefly summarize my favorite games of all time and why they're my favorite games and why you should go play them. Basically like an all-in-one video of like mama's game recommendations. So like if you want to find a whole bunch of new games all at once, or if you're trying to look for something, you're like nothing scratching the itch, I'm gonna put together my favorite games of all time, why they're good, and what type of what type of people will like them. Like a big video that's like, you know, a chonky section where people can sit down and get a whole bunch of recommendations in one place. Yeah. Big chonky one. Oh, yes. That reminds me. This is the perfect time to do it. Before we jump into the content for the day, I have some comments I want to read. So here we go. Let me get this out. Let me get this. Here we go. Hold on. Gotta go to this. I got some comments I want to read out. Yay! Here we go. All right, let's look at the comments. Okay. Wait, this is not the one. Is this the one? Wait, nobody respond. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Did anybody respond? Let's see. We haven't gotten any. Nope, never mind. Nobody responded yet. All right, everybody. One more time before it's over, okay? This is the post right here. Wait, how do I link to this? Here we go. All right. Wait. God damn it. Give me the goddamn link, you bitch. Give me my fucking link, you asshole. I hate it when it does this. One second. Sorry. Hold on. There we go. Here's the link. If you went and watched Aniara, please go and comment on this thing. It looks like only 4% of the audience went and watched the movie. I recommended a really amazing, very political film called Aniara. It's a Swedish film. It's amazing. I'm telling you, let me show you one more time. I'm gonna show you the amazing cover. Look at this. This shit has got the coolest cover of any movie you've ever seen. I'm telling you, it's so good, okay? Look at this. Look at how beautiful this movie cover is. And I'm telling you, the movie cover is just a preview of how good the movie is, okay? I posted a post about it, and if you comment your thoughts about the movie, if you go watch it, and you like it or you don't like it, please comment on the post that I've linked there, or message me or whatever, and I will aim to read your review off on stream. I really want to do more media recommendations and getting feedback from the audience and reading people's reviews and stuff like that. I'm very excited. So yeah, where did I watch it? Let's see, where is it viewable? It's on Hulu, it looks like. Yeah, oh, it's on Amazon Prime and it's on Hulu. It looks like it's actually free on Amazon Prime. So yeah, looks like you can get it on either Hulu or on Amazon Prime. And of course, there are other ways to get it. It is a really fucking good movie. So if you watch it, tell me. And yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Fancy Shrimp says, Demon Mama, I gotta say, you always have the best media takes and recommendations. They are always true and correct. I'm very, very proud of it. I'm very, very proud of my media analysis. I try to put a lot of effort and thought into them. Art is really fucking important to me. Maybe it's not free on Prime. I don't know. Prime is weird. PunkyGal90 says, how do you feel about RRR? It's on my watch list. I haven't seen RRR yet, but I'm excited to see it. I've heard it's really, really good. Yeah. Well, thank you, Baphomet. Fooly Cooly. Fooly Cooly is another one that I want to watch. When it comes to anime, I don't watch like a ton of anime. I like some anime a lot. Like, I really love Evangelion. I've watched all of the Evangelion related stuff. I really like Full Metal Alchemist. I really used to like Dragon Ball Z. And I also really liked, like, I know it's not technically anime, but the Avatar series, Last Airbender. So, I'm very, and I fucking love Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop is maybe my second favorite anime, behind Evangelion. So I would really like to see Fooly Cooly, but yeah. I love Cowboy Bebop. I know some people really hate, really get weird about Cowboy Bebop, but I genuinely think it's amazing. Inca, happy to, late to the stream, happy to catch you. You're pretty much my favorite streamer. US people are hard to catch. It's nearly 3 a.m. here. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you watch anyway. Sorry I stream so late. It's just, I don't know, it's the way it works out for my household. It's easiest for me to stream in the late afternoon. I also liked Attack on Titan. I know people have mixed feelings about Attack on Titan. But I actually liked it. It has problems. And there were things I didn't like about it, but I really liked it. So I have not finished it, so I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens at the end. We have mixed feelings because the author is a fascist. I actually, okay, like, wait, really? Is that true, bisexual kaiju? Okay, I heard people say that he was a fascist, and then when I looked into it, I did not find a convincing case. I found that he named a character after like a really shitty general, but I don't know. I heard Titan had some fascist undertones in the plot. Maybe. I've read almost all, like, I haven't finished it, but I've read a sizable chunk of the manga, and I did not think it was a fascist. I did not think it was fascist. I don't know. Hey. Oh, wait, why is that not going away? Why is the alert stuck there? There we go. Weeaboo dog shit, is it? Do you like JoJo? I have actually never seen JoJo. I like the music of JoJo. I love the character design in JoJo, but I've never actually watched JoJo yet. I am supposed to watch JoJo together with Doe and with my partners Doe and Fawn, but I just haven't seen JoJo. Oh, I see what you're saying, Punksy Corpse. Okay. Yeah, I've heard JoJo's really good. Oh yeah, so I have to watch that meme later. All right, I'll keep that meme open. We'll watch it later. I've heard Samurai Champloo is good. Have I watched Code Geass? No, I have not watched Code Geass. I have watched. Let me tell you off the top of my head the animes that I could probably list all of the anime that I've watched to completion. I have watched Evangelion. I've watched everything to do with Evangelion. I've watched all of Full Metal Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which I really, really enjoyed. I have not watched the other versions of Full Metal Alchemist yet. I watched all of AOT. I watched AOT all the way to season 2, and then I stopped and went and read the manga, but I have not finished the series, so that doesn't count. I watched Black Butler and really enjoyed Black Butler. I like that show a lot. I have watched Psycho Pass. Psycho Pass is awesome. I love season 1 and season 2. I believe there's a season 3 that came out for Psycho Pass. I haven't seen it yet. I would like to. Psycho-Pass 1 and 2 were amazing. I have watched all of Dragon Ball Z, not watched Dragon Ball Super yet. I've watched some of Hellsing. And I have also watched a couple of slice of life animes, including one called B Gotta HK, also known as Yamada's First Kiss, I think, or First Time. It's very funny. It's a very, very goofy story about a girl who on her last year of high school decides she wants to become like a super slut or something and like have as much sex as possible. But it goes horribly. It goes horribly wrong. And every time, everything she tries just fails. And it's very, very funny. It's absolutely, the writing is hilarious. Oh, that's awesome, Baphomet. Grell is amazing. I love Grell. Trying to think if there's any others. I've seen the original Dragon Ball. Of course, I've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. Can't remember. I think that's everything. Oh, I've seen the Madoka movie. Oh yeah, I've seen Akira. Yep. I want to watch Angel's Egg. I have not seen Korra yet. I do want to see Korra. I have never. No, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to do One Piece. One Piece is like. Oof. Yo, congratulations, Mother Meerset. Thank you very, very much. I'm doing wonderfully, and I'm very happy to hear you're all moved. Death Note. I've watched Death Note. Berserk is on my read list. I want to read the manga of Berserk first. I have not seen that one, Windleby. I have a huge list of stuff. So anyway, whatever. Okay, I will say though. All right, hold on. I gotta play one thing before we go. I think I can play this. Oh, maybe I can't. Shit, I don't think I'm gonna be able to play it. The Berserk anime opening theme is so good. Pen Pals is so fucking good. It is it is such a banger, and people listen to it the first time and then they go, this sounds like shit. And then you listen to it again and you go, actually, this is the greatest anime opening ever. Oh, is there a cover of it? Oh my God, I want to listen to it. I know I'm gonna get slapped if I play it though, because it's like, hold on, let's see. Is there a cover? Oh yeah, we got a cover. Let's do it, here we go. And then we'll get into the content. Gives me goosebumps. It's so good. Damn. What a fucking banger. What a banger. God, what a sick ass. The original's even better. Hold on, I got a comment from YouTube real quick. Rick Wallace from YouTube chat says, so your parents' names are Doe and Fawn. Does this make you a deer hunter, and does that mean you're after a Bambi next? It's my partner's names that are Doe and Fawn. And I guess it makes me an animal hunter in a certain way. Although I don't hurt them, I take good care of them. And I don't really get what's a Bambi. A Bambi is a name of a character. Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question. Anyway, somebody says the guitar is the worst instrument ever invented, full stop. All right. Okay, everybody. The worst instrument ever created was the YouTube comment section. Oh! I don't know, Lucy. I don't know when I'm gonna next do call-ins. However, I do know what we're going to do next. And what we're going to do next is we are going to get into some motherfucking politics. Okay, everybody? It's fucking time. It's time. That's right, it's focusing time. We've had our little chill hour. We've talked about anime, we've talked about video games, we've had a good time, but it's time to get motherfucking political, okay? That's right, it's time to do some motherfucking politics. And the politics that we're going to be doing today starts with a debate between two Twitch streamers. I don't actually know if either of them stream onto YouTube. I know they both stream on to Twitch. That is Endless Cemeteries and Shark300. Now, this is an interesting, this is going to be an interesting and sensitive topic. It is a discussion about race and sexuality. It is a discussion about interracial marriage, and there's a lot of sensitive issues here. So keep that in mind. Try not to be cringe. So, you know, don't be cringe about it. A lot of people have strong feelings about this, so we're gonna try and obviously don't be fucking racist, you assholes. I don't have to tell you that though. If I do, you are gonna get banned out of my chat. But yeah, it has sparked a lot of discourse, and I mean a lot of discourse. I've seen so many people talking about it, so it made a lot of people frustrated. I don't know what the whole conversation is all about. I don't know all of the details. I've only seen some clips, but what I saw was very interesting to me. So I thought it would be fun for us to sit down, watch the debate, listen to it, and share our thoughts. I have already agreed to have a conversation with Bink, a longtime viewer of the stream, and I have a longtime viewer of the stream who I've talked to in the past multiple times. Bink and their friend are going to be coming on afterwards. So that's going to be a very interesting conversation. We're probably going to just have, yeah, BinkPrincess, exactly, BinkPrincess. We're gonna have a short conversation afterwards. Bink said that not only do I think that Bink was in a conversation with Endless Cemeteries after the debate, but yeah. Was this conversation about interracial marriage? I believe it started being about interracial marriage, and it went from there. But I thought it was an interesting topic, and I thought it was an opportunity for not only for me to watch some content that's like sort of outside of my general discussion area, but also there's some intersecting topics, as it turns out, because we're all connected, and the conversation does eventually veer into a discussion about race and sexuality, which is something that's very interesting to me. So we're gonna have a talk about it, and we're gonna, wait, why did they start with interracial marriage? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it started because, let me see if I can bring this up real quick. Real quick, let me just make sure I can bring this up where the conversation began, and I'll give you an idea. Yes, it did. It began with this right here, okay? This is the tweet that started everything, okay? So we're gonna read, or this is the tweet, sorry, that's going to start, that starts everything, okay? So here's the original tweet. I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane, says TZ200, to 77,000 likes, and 15,000 retweets, and it says 2 generations and the melanin gone from that bloodline. Now, this tweet here is, let's just say a lot of people had strong emotions about this tweet for very, very good reason, okay? A tweet that is essentially saying that the tweet essentially argues that interracial marriage is bad. Now, from this tweet, many other things, you know, sort of spun off. As we all know, Twitter discourses tend to spin very chaotically, like 2 galaxies crashing together and exploding into an imperceptibly large number of unfathomably large, that's the word I'm looking for, an unfathomably large number of sub-discourses. This also did that. So from this, what I would consider to be extremely prejudiced and poorly thought out tweet about, you know, saying that interracial marriage is essentially bad, a lot of other conversations spawned, including Shark's quote tweet of this. So I'm gonna just read Shark's tweet. This is Shark's word. Just so you know, I'm quoting this right here. These black people grow up in broken homes to parents who never wanted them, then unfortunately make it to an age old enough to tweet just to hate on people being in the happy family they never experienced. This is fatherless behavior and jealousy. Okay? So this is a pretty spicy shot across the bow. Okay? That's a really strong tweet, and I think you all can probably understand why people probably responded very strongly to this tweet. This is a spicy tweet. Saying things like, this is fatherless behavior and jealousy is directly referencing talking points that are often used by white racists. So there's some really intense things going on in this tweet. Spectacular Snyderman says it's an anti-black tweet. And I can understand where people are coming from in saying that, okay? Like, I think that this right here is many people, as you can see, there's a number of responses here. There's a lot of comments. Shark's comments were full of a lot of critiques. So, responding with what I would consider to be, you know, very pointed and very edgy, intentionally so, very provocative response to this also makes sense to me. What I would argue that this in here is discriminatory. This sentiment that you see here, this argument, 2 generations and the melanin gone from that bloodline, that is a discriminatory position towards mixed race people. It's fucked up. It's anti-race mixing. It's not good. And Scarlet Volcano says, I do not understand why they say fatherless to everything they hate. They say it to anything. I don't understand. Well, I don't know either, okay? We'll get to there, all right? We'll get there. Windleby says, I don't think that it's racist to point out that some black people grow up in racist households and go on to carry that racism on. I agree with you, Windleby. I don't think that it's necessarily bad. However, this right here is painting with a really broad brush. So a lot of people, understandably, were frustrated by this argument. We're frustrated not just by the argument, but also by the wording here. You know, parents who never wanted them unfortunately make it to an age old enough to tweet. Now, I recognize that what Shark was doing here, was taking shots at what he perceived to be essentially racist people who were discriminating, or you could argue colorist. They are discriminating against people who are mixed race. So Shark was targeting them. However, let's be honest here, and let's try to deal with this with, like, you know, a fair, you know, an unbiased eyes to the best of our ability. This was a pretty broad brush, saying things like fatherless behavior, saying like, you know, these black people grow up in broken homes to parents who never wanted them. That's a pretty major shot. And I would argue that some of it also treads on racial stereotypes. It's a, let's just say, a risky tweet. You know the meme? Risky tweet. Yeah, it's a risky tweet. There's a lot of people who could be bothered by this and were. Then Shark went on to say, there's no difference between these people and a weirdo who dreams of grinding their way to being a CEO of Fortune 500. You won't make it. I'd say I feel bad for their parents, but they probably were just as bad as them. Yeah. And of course, lots of comments, like 25 comments on just this post. Some questionable responses. Using the word bloodline is just, I have no words. It really is disgusting. You know, a lot of different things. Yeah, so a lot of people, you know, talked about this. Now, one second. So in addition to this tweet, Shark then made a follow-up, which is right here. If you're subbed or following here and have a massive problem with my tweet, leave, block me to save us time, because if I find you, I'll block you. People mad silent about that freak's rhetoric until they're the ones being cleaned out. This is not a safe space for you people. So this is, again, a very, very strong statement, which I think I can understand. Also, this is really funny. I'm gonna watch this for a second. This is just a really funny one. Unrelated to this entire drama, that is my ideal day. Eating a sandwich, having a drink, eating another sandwich, and then laying down. Yeah. Anyway, my genuine reaction to you disliking this. I don't want your money, views, likes. I don't want you to think or speak of me ever again. I hate you, and when I see I've inadvertently harbored your views, I have the same disgust response as when you see maggots crawling from a roadkill animal baking in the sun on the pavement. Now, I will say, I find, as you know, I'm a spicy individual. I think that taking a strong stance against prejudice is really good. And as you know, I also think that prejudice against mixed race people, no matter what your race is, or whatever the race of the person doing the prejudice, that's a bad thing. So, I think that a lot of this was understandably, a lot of people felt strongly in one way, and a lot of other people felt really strongly in another way. Bisexual Kaiju says, I'm not sure taking a strong stand against prejudice should be considered spicy, but it's sad that it might be. Okay, I want to be clear about something. It's not the part about the prejudice is not the spicy part. It is the other portions, the construction of the argument and the word choices that bother people. I think most everyone in this conversation, or I should hope most everyone in this conversation, is not anti-race, not anti-interracial marriage or against mixed race people. I think I would like to think that most people are not in that position. I think everyone can understand where Shark is coming from with regard to disliking that. It's a gross sentiment. The idea that you should be discriminated against because your parents were different race, that's absurd. Obviously, we can all, hopefully agree. Temple, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Deeply appreciate that. Oh yeah. Oh, I should hide that. Thank you. I did not realize that. That's kind of funny. I gotta hide that text. There we go. I'm actually gonna change the text temporarily anyway. So, Mama reviews, debate review rather. Say, Endless Cemeteries v. Shark 30300. There we go. So, sorry, fix that. So, again, I don't think that the argument that the most people that I saw reacting to Shark's tweet were not reacting to his frustration with prejudice, but rather were criticizing how he went about that. So what we're going to watch today is a debate between Endless Cemeteries and Shark 300, which stemmed from this whole tweet interaction that I just reviewed with you. Now, you're all caught up as to what led up to this, okay? So we're gonna watch this, and we're gonna hear what everyone has to say, and then afterwards, I'm probably going to have a conversation, a peaceable, hopefully. I hope there's nothing that is angry or whatever. I hope I don't stem any further anger, although I recognize it's a possibility. Oh, for those of you who don't know who Endless is, let me bring it up. Endless Cemetery. Sorry, I said Endless Cemeteries, but it's actually Endless Cemetery. Let me see. I can probably bring up their website. They have a really cool website, actually. Let me bring it up. Endless Cemetery. Sorry. One moment. Let me bring it up real quick. They have a really cool website. Show you. It's like a Streamlabs website, but it's pretty cool. Yeah. Love the demonic background. Think they've got a cool aesthetic. I have not seen any of Endless Cemetery's work personally, besides like this conversation, but I'm familiar with them. One of my partners watches a lot of their content, and yeah. Wait, what? What do you mean I'm not reading chat? I'm reading chat. Hey, Shark, sorry. Hey, Shark, good to see you. Sorry, I was reading chat, but I did look away for a second. My God. Oh, are we getting spam in there? Oh my God. I only have one qualification. It's that Endless asked if I disagreed with my words being anti-black, and I said nope, but I heard him wrong. Okay, we're gonna watch the conversation. Shark, I don't know, I've heard that the conversation with your chat afterwards is where a lot of people had issues. Do you mind, I don't know if you have that up, but if you have a link to it, do you mind if we watch that and react to that as well? I'm really trying to go in with a very even hand here as possible, because again, as you can see by my visual appearance, oh, it's public. Oh, okay, great. I'll go check it then. Maybe we'll watch that, and so we can see the beginning and the, all right, perfect. Let me see. I'll go look at that right now. Ah, excellent. Thank you, Shark. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I grabbed the timestamp from Endless's stream. Oh, excellent. Here we go. Well, we can check this out. So, yeah. Where was I? I got a little bit distracted. Happy to see you here. Hopefully there will be no bad blood. I'm not going into this with a particularly spicy thing, but I saw a whole bunch of conversation about this, and there's a section of this debate that I wanted to add some commentary on from my own perspective that doesn't really have as much to do with the racial stuff and has a little more to do with the sexuality stuff. So, anyway, without any further ado, why don't we watch this debate? I just need to get us to the right point. Let me see here where the conversation begins. Let me find where the conversation begins here. Okay, so that's where the conversation is. Okay, I have the link to the, we're gonna watch the first part on Endless's stream, then we'll watch the second part on yours afterwards. All right, here we go. Let's get this up. All right, give me 1 second to get all my my stream stuff up here. Badoop, badoop, badoop. There you go. All right, perfect. I've been listening the whole time. Some people will wish I went harder on the queer thing, but we weren't there for that. I understand that completely. I intend to, you know, talk a little bit about that without, you know, hopefully not without making anybody angry. I feel like I have some actual things. So everyone, let us enjoy this conversation and let's see how it goes and where it goes. Again, I have not seen this whole conversation. I've only seen clips here and there. So, you know, we're going into it relatively fresh. All right. Let me know if the audio needs any adjusting. It should be fine, I hope. That's correct, bisexual.
Thanks, Fat.
By the way, excellent move keeping a towel by the desk. This year, as you have known, I have been a sweat ball in my studio. I need to do that. I need to keep a towel by the desk.
And just for everybody watching, this isn't...
Decoy Duck says, was this the guy who had leaked a Dylan Burns stream? Oh, chat on chat. Oops, I got to put on the, oops, hold on. We have an image for that. There we go. We'll size up chat for this particular one. I do not know, actually. I did not know about that. I don't know about that. Sounds like old drama. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. So, sounds like old drama. Whatever.
A debate. This is, at least to me, this is just a discussion, right? We already know Shark's audience fucking crushes mine. I'm a drop in the bucket compared to Shark in terms of viewership and fandom or whatever. And just by virtue of parasocial relationships and shit, like, I mean, people have told me how his chat has been talking about this. Like, they view me as content. You know what I mean? If this was a debate, I'd have already lost. You get what I'm saying? They're probably in his chat right now calling me an R-slur and whatever. But this is mainly for me. I don't give a fuck about dunking or making anyone look bad or making content, any of that stupid shit. The dude is like the #1 black person in the space, so they're in his chat probably trying to make me look like the racist.
By the way, I gotta say, Shark's success has been fucking impressive. It's totally unrelated to this conversation, not trying to like be a dick rider or whatever, but you know, I do think it's pretty impressive how well Shark has done with this platform. So
I mean, that's the game plan. That's the whole thing, right?
It's fucking sick.
If you're an Afrofuturist, you're a racist.
My friend sends me sharks. My friend sends me shark clips all the time. It's really cool.
Shark infamous or famous? Well, we'll find out. We grew up in similar backgrounds, had a fly in the milk experience. I'm trying to understand my situation more and listening and hang out with you.
Poisoning the well a little bit? Yeah, maybe. But I mean, to be fair, every person does this. You always talk with your stream beforehand, and if you're expecting contention, it's natural to be like, you know, whatever. So I can't hold him, like I can't say he's doing anything all that bad. Everybody does that.
I appreciate you, Sherman. And that makes me feel good too, because I'm trying to understand my experience as well. And I feel like Shark's chat's pretty chill, but they're
maybe it would be valuable to hear his preamble. I know he has a brief conversation about this, maybe we should watch that first. What do y'all think? Do you think we should watch the, do we think we should just go straight into the debate, or do we want to see his comments beforehand? Here, let's do a vote. You want to watch the whole thing? All right, we'll watch the whole thing then. All right, here we go. Let's go back and let's see his comments beforehand, because I know he opens his stream with some comments. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, oh my God. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Tag Nightwolf. I saw that. I didn't even want to say his name. I didn't want to give him no clout, but let me make sure I'm just tickling the yellow. There we go.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just tickling that yellow. Who the fuck cares about Tate? Nobody. I've mentioned Andrew Tate on this platform like one fucking time. It was to talk about how he's like a fucking sex trafficker dodging the fucking law.
Literally
which is
true.
Wild to me that no one talks about. I mean, people talk about it, but the people that wasted $50 care, yeah, they're mad as shit right now.
He's talking about Andrew
Freckle.
Tate right now.
How you feeling, comrade? You're a mod in Shark's chat. I don't plan on burning any bridges. The tweet was awful. It was. I just want to ask him why he, you know what I mean? I just want to know his mindset. Cause he did everything except 1350 in that tweet. So I just want to know where his head at as far as, where's his head at? Those tweets were cringe though. I mean, I'll say this. The tweets were cringe in mixed company. You know what I'm saying? It's a type of shit that it looks funny to say, like in front of white people. You know what I mean? But the tweets that Shark responded to were pretty harmless in my opinion. But what do I?
Okay, so I don't know. You know. I wonder what other people think about that. My personal opinion is I don't think that anti mixed race sentiment is harmless. I think that's really harmful, actually. So I'm surprised that this is his position. I'm wondering if I'm misunderstanding what he's saying. I want to give him time to build it out, but I don't feel like the initial tweets that Shark was responding to were at all harmless. I feel like they were really bad, honestly. But I can't tell exactly if he's saying Shark's tweets were harmless. Well, okay, it can't be that he's saying Shark's tweets are harmless, because he thinks the reason why he's having this conversation is because he feels like Shark's tweets were harmful. So I don't know. The original tweet was harmless. He's saying the originals. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't agree with that. I can say personally, not that my opinion really matters all that much, but I mean, I guess it does. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's good to be anti-race mixing, right? I don't know. Let's continue.
I know. I'm just a dark-skinned nigga.
Yeah, let's hear Matt.
Yeah,
let's give it. You're right. I should just rewind. We have the opportunity to do so. Let's hear.
It looks funny to say, like in front of white people. You know what I mean? But
Okay, true, Nuts, but I'm trying to be... I know, Nuts. I'm trying to be chill. God damn it.
the tweets that...
That said, thank you, Nuts, for further fueling my latent narcissism. Thank you. It's not latent. Let's be real.
Shark responded to were pretty harmless, in my opinion. But what do I... The tweets were... It's a type of shit that... It looks funny to say, like in front of white people. You know what I mean? But the tweets that Shark responded to were pretty harmless, in my opinion.
Okay, so Endless here is saying that the tweets making fun of the two tweets, the one that said, "Please don't let this happen to my bloodline," and the other tweet that said the melanin has gone right out of them because of interracial marriage. I don't know. I don't think those are I don't think those are harmless. I really don't. Those tweets are just, they're prejudiced against mixed race people.
But what do I know? I'm just a dark-skinned nigga who wants to make sure that dark-skinned niggas exist in the future. Exactly, because he has a mainly white audience. I mean, so... And I want to ask him about this too, because he was on one of our Black History Month panels, and he said he didn't, at least when he was a kid, by virtue or like by nature of the fact that he was an army brat or whatever, that he didn't heavily identify with his blackness. At least at the time. So I kind of want him to elaborate on that as well. I'll say this. It sucks that we did that Black History Month panel together, and he fucking subbed me and called me a backstabber, and now this is the first time we're ever interacting. Like, on the dyad. That's a little sus to me, but that's personal shit that's not really worth getting into, honestly. Also, I'm gonna eat, because I'm fucking hungry, and I had dental surgery, oral surgery. I can't eat solid food, but I'm fucking starving, so. Yeah, you gotta let people know about Andrew Tate. I appreciate you, Ruhan.
Manesh says, such tweets about bloodlines against mixed race people is a clear eliminatory demand. Those aren't harmless at all. Yeah, I agree. I tend to think that that jokes, which I don't even know if those were jokes. Both of those tweets seemed very serious. They didn't actually seem like jokes. They just seemed like people expressing that they don't agree with race mixing, which to me is really bad. That's fucking bad.
Because that's the thing, right? Is that
ElfKitten444 says, as a biracial person, those tweets are very harmful and alienating. All my life, I grew up not being white or black enough. And 90% of the time, I'm mistaken as Hispanic and told I'm lying when I correct them. It sucks. We are either seen as lesser or we are seen as exotic hybrids and trinkets. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that from a lot of people. Again, I can't comment on the mixed race experience because I'm not mixed race. Not mixed race at all. I have no idea what my ancestry is because, I mean, I know like this much because my family is they've traveled all over the world and stuff. But I've, of course, heard that a lot. So, and it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that if you're sandwiched between, you know, white supremacists who are obviously anti-race mixing and people who are, who think that race mixing dilutes like black people or dilutes black bloodlines, that's a really shitty position to be stuck in, you know? That's like a terrible place. Anyway, let's continue.
I think Shark is valuable in this space, or at least he could be if he stopped doing shit like this. But
Square Symbol says, I feel like this has a lot more to do with colorism and white supremacy. It's a very broad convo and gets lost in translation if you aren't familiar with the concept. For those who don't know, the idea of colorism is the idea that even within like black communities or Asian communities even, that there is certain types of discrimination that are specifically experienced by people whose skin is darker. And I've seen this literally like secondhand myself. Some of you know my ex was Puerto Rican. I was with her for 7 years. I spent a lot of time with her family, and in her family, she was made fun of because her skin was darker than some of her other family members, and her hair was curlier than most of her family. So she was literally made fun of and bullied and targeted as a result of that. So this idea of colorism is like a real Oh, shut up, 4chan Fox. You know what I mean. So it's like a very serious issue. It is a real, like absolutely real thing. That said, I don't know that the existence of that type of colorism eliminates the idea or counters the idea that somebody who's mixed race couldn't experience a specific form of discrimination based on that status. So anyway, let's continue. Yeah, they take different forms. Exactly. Also, before we get any further in, I wanted to add one more thing. This happens a lot. This happens a lot, or at least has happened a lot. I don't know how much progress has been made against things like this, but in like Southeast Asia, there is a lot of discrimination against people who have like darker skin or people who are perceived as being darker. You know, Pacific Islanders, you know, Filipino people. Yeah, this colorism thing expands across the entire world. It affects people all over the world. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clearly explaining that to people. Yeah, India has a caste system, which is often, thank you very much. Another example is the caste system is often divided on colorist lines. It very well may be somniostatic.
Mostly lurking soon after I finish reading, making notes on the study. I appreciate you, Freckle. I hear you. It's empty. There's no one in there. I just keep it closed so my AC can come
I gotta
over.
say, I really like his setup. I really like his, I really like Endless Cemetery's backdrop. His backdrop is really cool. It looks like a music studio. I don't know if he does music on his other stuff, but it's really sick. It's like a really, really cool looking backdrop.
Sorry.
Yeah, the little workshop looks cool with the like.
Yeah, there's we got guests in the house. I do. I got the UV washing cure, and I got.
Oh, they're 3D printers. I didn't recognize them. That's really sick.
Got the Photon Mono X. I just can't get any successful prints out of that thing.
Carbon Coal says, colorism can definitely also affect light-skinned POC. When I was a kid, I used to get bullied by other black kids, and they would tell me I'm not black enough because of my light skin. It's terrible. Sorry about that.
Tell you what, while we wait, let me throw a loop on for y'all. What up, Heavy T? Nah, this is cream of crab soup. I agree, Selassie, and this is my problem, right? Is the fact that he is probably so. He pretty much is the black voice in terms of that whole Vosh scent, the everyone trying to imitate Destiny sphere, which puts him in a really unique position that I don't think he really. I think because of the nature of the audience, it's really easy to try to play to the crowd, and the crowd is fucking racist. Let's just keep it 1,000. It's mostly white people that, for whatever reason, like, just can't stay at it. Because, like, here's the thing, right? It costs $0.00 after tax to stay out of black folks' business, right?
Yeah, I think that's unfair to you, Shark. You've separated yourself for a very long time from the DGG audience, and I'd say your content is very different than that. At least in my experience, at least what I've seen of your content. I don't know. Square Symbols says, colorism is about power dynamics, not individual strife in your experiences with dark-skinned people. Yeah, I understand that. I still think it's important, though, to be able to hear when people experience something like that, right? Because that's how prejudices build, right? That's how these power dynamics build. they build when there is repeated and reinforced forms of discrimination, even if it's not like, if like calling it reverse colorism is like a really bad way to discuss it. So I hear what you're saying. I just still think it's important to hear people out on that sort of thing. At least me personally.
But for whatever reason, we have to turn those types of things that should never be exposed to mixed company in the first place into discourse and content, right? Case in point, the whole thing about indigenous peoples being autonomous, we jump straight from autonomy to fucking white genocide without skipping a beat, right? And we don't, it's people refuse to address how problematic that line of thinking is, all things considered.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
What up, Wither King? Just like with here, like, you know.
Sorry, did I miss something? You want me to replay this? Hold on.
The whole thing about indigenous peoples things, they call us white people, that for whatever reason, like, just can't stay out. Because, like, here's the thing, right? It costs $0.00 after tax to stay out of black folks' business, right? But for whatever reason, we have to turn those types of things that should never be exposed to mixed company in the first place into discourse and content, right? Case in point, the whole thing about indigenous peoples being autonomous, we jump straight from autonomy to fucking white genocide.
Oh, wait a minute.
Without
Oh, wait,
skipping a beat.
is this a reference to Professor Flowers? Is that what that's supposed to be referring to? I think that's a really unfair framing of it. I do not think that that's what happened at all in the conversation. I mean, you guys know, I gave a very Vosh critical, you all know the video's up. I gave a very Vosh critical review of the Professor Flowers drama. Even though I ultimately did agree with Vosh on certain points, I was very critical of the way that he approached the argument, but I don't think it's fair to say that he jumped immediately to genocide. In fact, I don't even think he was the first one to bring it up. Anyway, let's continue.
Right, and we don't.
Whatever. It's not a.
People refuse to address how problematic that line of thinking is, all things considered. What up, Wither King? Just like with here, like, you know.
I really do, Uncle Gumbald, I really do try to give most everyone the benefit of the doubt. There's very few people, you know, like hardline conservatives that I don't really give the benefit of the doubt, but most people I really do try to. I think that most people, you know, I don't know, at least try to give them, I don't know. I have a lot of critiques for that entire conversation, but I don't want to get stuck on the Professor Flowers thing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to go back into the Professor Flowers thing because that's a whole fucking discourse. Let's stick on this one.
It's all about the supports and putting at angles. Yeah, I have to figure that out. Like 35 degree, 45 degree. He can't eat anything white and creamy. He flew to Seattle and tried chowder, ended up puking outside. That's funny. This cream of crab soup is definitely hitting, I'll say that. Arun, what up?
Sounds fucking good.
Paradigm is one of the best streamers on Twitch right now. The Paradigm Shift, his content is crazily undervalued. Insanely undervalued. Bar plans were canceled? Word. I'm sipping on this mango nectar.
This shit is like the best, one of the best mixers you could possibly get. Just so you know, Jumex, this shit is so fucking good if you're mixing it with like, with rum, tequila, vodka, whatever. It's like it is the best mixer. It's pretty close. It's pretty strong. It's very strong. Humex? Humex? Is that what it is? Humex? Yeah, it probably is.
Grab some of the spare napkins from out of my printing desk.
Anyway, whatever. It's made by, is it made by Goya? I don't know. Yeah, it's fucking good though. I love that shit. We get it all the time. One of my partners will make homemade soda with Humex and like club soda or soda water. They're so fucking good. Anyway, yeah, like basically take like the bubbly water and mix it with a bunch of different fruits, and it's like, have I ever had soju? I'll have you know, Killjoy, not only do I love soju, but I have spread the soju love to others. Soju is fucking great. What's the one with coin?
I just messaged Shark, tell him give me like 10 minutes to
Tonic
finish
water.
eating, then I'll be ready whenever he is. Because I feel like it'd be rude to like be eating or trying to talk, you know what I mean? Yo, thank you for the like, Zach Kirby. And also Tommy Nation Politics, thank you for the follow.
Okay, I have an idea. I have one recommendation. From streamer to streamer, get a new subscription sound. Don't use the default. The default one sucks. Get a new subscription sound, make one yourself. There you go.
That's right, I was gonna throw a loop on for y'all. So let's do that.
I got mine that goes the spibbity spoo, you know? Which, to be fair, is not that great. I mean, it's cute, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense to people. I fucking love it, but we're getting a new one, don't worry.
Sipping on something called lemon lime. Yeah.
We just
Sounds
started,
like it's
Aiko.
hitting.
We just started.
This weekend's gonna be good. I'm excited for the weekend too.
This has got some fucking Doom energy. This is sick. Yeah, pathologic.
Yeah, that interview is gonna be
StarCraft
based.
1.
I'm also excited about that interview.
Plus, soju is cheaper generally, depending on where you are.
Fucking cat.
Aiko, great to see you. Hope you're well. I'm always pausing. You know, I pause all the time. It's just how I am. Trickster Jackal says, I have to ask, what is soju? Soju is a Korean alcohol made out of sweet potatoes. It is fucking delicious. It is one of, if you have access to a like Korean grocery store or liquor store, depending on where you live, it is like the cheapest way to get yourself fucked up. It is a clear, extremely sweet, eminently drinkable alcohol. It will fuck you up, okay? It's good as fuck. It's stealth vodka. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It is made out of sweet potatoes, so.
Lil Bill. I'll look into him.
This is what it looks like, by the way. This is what soju looks like. This is like the most common brand. It's sold everywhere.
Yeah, I can imagine
Really
there's
good.
like very few actual anarchists in India.
I did not, Bluestone. You can DM that to me on Twitter.
Shout out to everybody rocking with me in chat right now.
Yeah, this is chill as fuck. This is a chill loop. Oh, all right, I'll check that out. Yo, no problem, Endless Cemetery. Good to see you in chat. This whole conversation seemed very interesting to me. So far, your setup is great, and your music is sick as hell. It's chill as fuck. we haven't watched the whole conversation yet, so hopefully you enjoy your time here.
That's a new video from him. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
the
Endless
hippie dippy
Cemetery. If you come by the website, if you pop by the website, let me know, and I'll give you a little creator tag. It's demonmama.com/live if you want to watch on the website. Like I said, just let me know when you're in, and I'll give you a cool little name. Oh, it's from Perfect Dark. Oh, that's sick as hell. No, I was saying, I'm like, it sounds like Doom or maybe like StarCraft 1. That totally makes sense. It's from Perfect Dark. That's sick as hell.
Yeah, I'm excited for that too. I can't wait for episode 3 to drop, for them to fix absolutely none of the criticisms that I have had about the other 2 channels. And that's the crazy part, right? Because I was just saying this with someone else. It's not the action, right? It's not the fact that you fucked up, because everybody fucks up. I fucked up. I'm sure lots of the people watching this have fucked up in one way or another. It's about how you react when people let you know that you fucked up. And the mark of a true man, the mark of a truly upstanding individual, is to accept criticism, even when it comes from people you might not particularly like.
Hey, Outer Cat. Hope you're doing well.
Which is wild because Dylan is one of those people, he doesn't like me because I don't like him. That's literally it.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. So, like, okay, so this is totally unrelated to the main conversation, but guys, sometimes creators just don't get along, and it's not gonna happen. You know? Like, there's content creators I just have no desire to work with because, like, there's no personal vibe there, and that's okay. It's not like, it doesn't reflect poorly on either person if they just don't get along with somebody else. That's all I'm gonna say. Just so you know, because, like, hopefully everyone knows, like, content creators are, first of all, just people. All streamers are just people, obviously. But secondly, there's like a crazy amount of like criticisms, inter-criticisms, and beefs and whatever that happen. And sometimes people just don't get along, you know? Oh, hell yeah. All right, let me get you that real quick. Here, let's play this and then I'll get you that. 1 second, let me get you that special title.
Remind you of that scene with Cuddy in The Wire? Yeah. I mean, shout out to all my fellow Wire fans in chat. But yeah, immature people will lash back even if they fucked up or in the wrong. Prime example, Jason Society. Remember when Jason Society came at IRI because he went off gung-ho on a rumor that someone told him that IRI was playing his music on stream or something? What did he do after that when he found out that that wasn't true?
There you go.
He stood on his shit and he apologized.
Enjoy the demonic flair. Yeah, I think I do.
That's what you're supposed to do. You fuck up, you told you fucked up, and you own that shit and you move forward. Jason accepted and conceded he was wrong, yeah. And that's, not too many people in the space are willing to do that. What up, Fett? People try to debate fucking pervert their way out of the shit. Maturity, yeah. People try to debate pervert their way out of shit. And the other thing is that Jason is much older than a lot of people in the space too, right? Like, it's different with people like me. I know I look the way that I look because black don't crack, but I turned 33 in less than a week. My level of life experience and understanding is a little bit different than a lot of people in the space.
Okay, another thing, by the way, okay, this is, again, totally unrelated. People underassume the age of most streamers. And the reason for that is because everybody thinks that only kids stream. Thank you, Aiko. Well, you're amazing, and you know I fucking love you, so.
Trying to think of an on-the-spot name for my... I was thinking of calling people coffin stuffers, but I don't know if that's, like, offensive. I just always like that insult from Futurama when Bender used to call people coffin stuffers. Jason is cool as fuck. He's got excellent taste in music, too. as a good musician.
I do leave
Can't
the house,
always be
though.
right if you're never wrong. Facts.
But a lot of us don't. Yeah, that's true.
20-year-olds out here acting like they live multiple lifetimes. Facts.
Oh, true. Since we don't have the bot, if you're here and you're enjoying it so far, of course we have a lot more stream to go. This is only the beginning of stream. Please press the like button on YouTube. It always helps. Pressing the like button always brings new viewers in. New viewers might subscribe to the channel, which means there's more imps. So, yeah.
When they barely lived one
Wait,
lifetime.
Demonbot's back.
A lot of these
Yes!
people just stream for a living.
Never mind,
Never
Demonbot's
really
back.
had a
Hell
job
yeah.
like that. Never had to interact with the masses. What up, Sherman? Cemeterians? I feel it. Ghouls? That's funny.
I believe the full conversation
Coffee
starts
stuff
here
is a
pretty soon.
perfect old person insult. That's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, I know it does. The term debate pervert is really funny, and it refers to a type of person who can only see the world through the veil of debate. And I say this as somebody who would be considered by many to have been, maybe not anymore, but to be a debate pervert or whatever. I think it's really funny because there are a lot of people who literally cannot think about the world at all, outside of like whether they're going to win a debate. It's a thing. I think it's a fair criticism against some people. I do a lot of debate stuff, but I really do not think I operate only via debate. But anyway, let me see here. Endless Cemetery says, just to clarify my position, I genuinely don't care about race mixing. I don't think denying the experience of lighter-skinned black people in either blackness or the uniqueness of being mixed race. I just don't think there's anything wrong with black people wanting to have dark-skinned kids. No prescription of what other black people should do. If you find a person outside of your race who makes you happy, then that's all that matters. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna save this comment and keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Also, real quick, I'm gonna let Endless Cemetery talk here. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick before the debate begins. I believe the little intro bit starts here pretty soon. 1 second.
Of course, Austin, anybody that wants to hang out, like, that's what this platform is here for. Need I remind everyone, before we get into this, that the reason why I built this platform the way that I did that's funny, string puller. Wrestling nerd, I fuck with it. So, like I was saying, I built this platform as a safe space for black people and black revolutionaries specifically, right? And people sympathetic to black revolutionary thought. So any type of anarchists, communists, socialists, Marxist-Leninist Maoists, fucking crusty anarchists, Christian anarchists, right? I'm fucking with anything that's for black liberation, that's for the diaspora. So if you're here to learn or you're here just to chill and be a part of the cookout, so to say, then as long as you mind mind yourself and understand that you're a guest in black people's house, then we're gonna have a good time and everything's gonna be a-okay. Because that's the thing, right? Is that whenever we want to say that, and this is that colonizer mindset that people just can't get over, right? Whenever black people say, you all have been taking our shit since day one, we want our own shit. You guys can come, but you're guests, right? Then people get mad. Even when we say that y'all can come, you just have to be guests and understand that it's not your space. Motherfuckers act like the onus is always on black people to share our spaces and our culture, etc., etc. But there's very fucking lukewarm challenge to the active segregation that has affected every black person in the country, right? So, yeah, we deserve to have our own shit.
So this is a sentiment that I think a lot of people get up in arms about. Like the idea that there's like, you know, specifically like black people spaces and or conversations that are for, some people use the term for black people or whatever. This also happens with trans people. So it's something I could talk about where there's some parallels. And I think that most of the time, a lot of the conflict that happens over that type of statement and whatever is it's like people are talking past each other most of the time, because there is and there always will be a need for like inter-community discussions, regardless of what marginalized communities you belong to. Like, and the thing is that it's not about like blocking people from the conversation most of the time. It's just the fact that like there is like trans people have discussions about things that are relevant to trans people, and people who aren't like, who don't experience any of that or who don't necessarily know anything about it sometimes will inject their opinion in. And I think that when people say, hey, like, fuck off, like, we don't care what your opinion is, it's interpreted as like, well, you know, cis people or white people or whatever can't talk about this issue at all. But that's not really like what's going on. It's not really about whether you're allowed to or not. It's more about like, hey, I'm trying to have this conversation on like equal terms. Like we two members of the same community who suffer from similar or the same things, both trying to just, you know, sort this thing out. And I think some of this is like a product of like social media, right? Like a lot of these conversations unfold in very public places, as opposed to like, you know, more like limited or like self-selected spaces. Like, you know, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think like a conversation that you could have between trans people at like a get-together of like a trans support group is very different than a conversation between trans people that you could have on Twitter. So it's like, it's one of those things where Mordecai says it feels like when you're trying to talk and you're being constantly interrupted. That's especially true on social media, where an interaction can, as Endless said, can become basically the subject of a discourse or the subject of content. I mean, arguably, to a certain degree, I'm doing that right now by reviewing this and giving my own opinion on it. I mean, to be fair, this was something that was put publicly, but nonetheless, I'm trying to be aware of the things that, you know, of the things that go on in these conversations. And I think sometimes the conversation goes something like this. So just bear with me for a second. The conversation that people have online often goes, basically, it'll go like this. Like, two black people or two trans people are arguing about a subject that's really important to both of them. Perhaps, you know, obviously in different directions, and then like insert some large, very, you know, spicy figure or something like that who steps in, gives their opinion, and then of course the conversation then becomes hijacked by the opinion of the person who stepped in, of the person who doesn't belong to those communities. And whether they're super informed or not, which they might be, sometimes people who step in are super well informed about it. But the problem is that it suddenly changes the discussion. The moment there's that involvement, it's no longer a conversation between two people grappling with the same problems. But sometimes, and I want to be fair because I think it's really important here, what happens also sometimes is the response is, this is none of white people's business. This is none of cis people's business. Fuck off, sissy, fuck off, white person, whatever you want to fucking fuck off cracker, whatever you want to come up with. The response is basically like, the response is sometimes, it's not your place to talk about this, which then the response is, what do you mean it's not my place? You know what I mean? So there's this whole thing, there's this whole effect that happens. And like I said, it's kind of talking past each other, because very few people are actually saying like, no white person, no cis person, whatever, can talk about these issues. I think very few people make that argument, but sometimes that's what's taken away. So it's a missed connection, if that makes sense. Anyway, Square Symbol says intra-community convos in regards to marginalized people is very common. It is, and it's really important that they happen. Like, fuck, I can tell you right now, if I had to have every single conversation about being trans with a cis person in the room, I would lose my goddamn mind. And that's not because I think cis people are inherently bad or anything like that, but it's just that, like, the cis people who get it, like, aren't gonna be a problem. You know what I mean? But you don't get to control which ones are engaging. Yeah, and there's another thing I'm gonna talk about later that relates to this, but I'll hold off on it for right now. I just wanted to share my thoughts on this so far. Yeah, some cis people really don't get it. Not only that, but some cis people really think they get it, and they get certain aspects of it, but they don't get other aspects, and it is so frustrating to have to try and be the one who explains that without getting mad. Because you're not allowed, like, that is something that's real, if you get mad, you're seen as a bad faith actor. You know? There are cis people who really get certain aspects of it and don't get the rest. Yeah.
So,
oh, thank you, Endless Cemetery.
Of course, as usual.
The reason why I wanted to react to this conversation is because I think it was interesting. It was thought-provoking to other people as well as to me. So I'm really happy to be listening and reacting to this. So,
white fragility sucks ass. It does.
True. Okay, yeah. Okay, look. I know I'm super pause-andying right now, but guys, the worst thing, white fragility is the worst look. And I can tell you this because I know a lot of you in my audience, some of you are gonna be like, oh, it's not that bad or whatever. And some of you are also trans. Cis fragility is the exact same thing. It's like, it's not exactly the same, but it functions so similarly. Like the idea that, like, when you say like, hey guys, gender is kind of bullshit and everybody's chained to it. And then a cis person goes, so what? You think that people shouldn't be allowed to be women? You think they shouldn't be allowed to be men? It's literally, and they're like, oh, you were trying to destroy it. And then you go like, no, stop. You don't understand what I'm talking about. And then they go, oh, I can't talk about it because I'm cis. Is that it? Oh God, it's brain-meltingly frustrating. So don't be fragile. If you're gonna engage in political discussion, be ready to take a little, you know? Fucking, you know, be ready. Don't be all fragile about it. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I opened this by being like, I'm pink as can be. I'm as fucking, you know, I'm like snow, you know? I get it. I'm not like, I don't experience any of the prejudice that comes from race at all. So I get that. Like, and I'm not, you know, so like, I'm trying to come at this, like, you gotta do that. If you're gonna be engaging with stuff that, especially things that like, the politics of a group that you don't belong to, like, you know, oh my God. Oh, the pedants in chat. The pedants in chat. Saltine American, you?
Yeah, I mean, so before, because I'm about to call Shark now. I'm not really finished eating, but I can put it up for a second.
That's cringe, this person.
So you guys understand my backstory.
Sorry.
You see this flag behind me. That's the Baltimore County flag. I'm from Baltimore County. It's the segregated part of Baltimore, because there's Baltimore County and Baltimore City. Needless to say, lots of people in Baltimore City, well, lots of black people in Baltimore City, like 60% black, lots of white people in Baltimore County. I grew up in an extremely white part of Baltimore County. I grew up in a place called Relay. That was where the first train station was, one of the first train stations anyway. And so with that in my upbringing came a lot of consequences, right? FD Signifier talks a little bit about this in his video on the Fly in the Milk experience about having to tolerate certain levels of injustice, like tolerate white people saying the N-word, tolerate being tokenized, just as a matter of survival, right? Because if you draw a line, then suddenly you're the angry black guy that nobody wants to fuck with, right?
Oh, wow. Okay, so I even mentioned this a little bit. There is a direct parallel here with being trans as well. Like, this is a, not like, I 100% agree that this is a phenomenon, and there's also a parallel here with trans people as well. Do you know how many, like, do you know how many times in my life I've had to have the most painful and awkward and condescending conversations with bosses, doctors, etc. about my transness? I mean, I literally had a boss once who once she found out I was trans, all that she would do was she would say like, "Yes, queen, slay," at me the moment she found out I was trans. Before she knew that, it was like, it was nothing. And then she found out and it was fucking the cringest shit. But what am I supposed to do? Like, tell off my boss? Like, I already know that she's like temperamental as fuck. You just have to sit there and deal with it, or else you don't have a job. So like, yeah, fuck, my ex, she used to have this happen. So like I said, my ex is Puerto Rican and she was darker skinned Puerto Rican. And fuck, her boss once made a joke, like a joke, and it was relatively harmless, but obviously racist and very offensive. But like, and she just had to, you just have to deal with it. So like, he's 100% on point about this particular part. Like, the amount of just passive shit that you have to let go in order to survive. It's terrible, and it is unjust, and it's infuriating. The amount of things that you have to let go in life, like, just because you know that they have they have the societal upper hand and people will look bad at you. Like, and it's especially true with black people, where if it's like, let's say it like he said here, like, what if somebody says the N-word to you? If you get mad, and you have a right to be mad, you're right to get mad if somebody uses the N-word at you. But if you get mad, what are they gonna do? Call the cops? Then you're in a lot of trouble. Yeah, so there's like layers of this.
And that's shit that you can easily carry into adulthood. Easily carry into adulthood and not even think twice about. Not only that, especially due to the nature of the platform, it's very easy to make that prescription for other black people as well. And
yep,
FD talks about that too.
Mixed Dizzy says, apologizing and explaining for disabled people a lot because a lot of us are fucking livid all the time. It's because we're enduring so much bullshit. Yeah, this is a phenomenon of anyone, of any group that doesn't belong to the hegemonic white Christian able-bodied cisgender heterosexual class. If you don't fit into that, you are beset by these things. You are beset by a bunch of behaviors that you have to endure a certain amount of shit, because if you don't, you're gonna have people fucking turn against you, and you're gonna have people treat you like you're fucking crazy when you're not.
Will comes in and says, "Nah, I'm not having none of this shit. This is all white and it can't fly." And other black people who have lived their entire lives having to tolerate that as a means of survival will take offense to that and then come at you for it, right?
Oh my God, that's
Why
so
are you
cringe.
being
That's
a dick to
coming
my
out.
friends, right?
Hey, good to see you, Intentions Nasty.
All of this, and I mean literally every last bit of this, being privileged information for the non-black people in the audience. Because as I said before, all of this shit is weird to talk about in mixed company. Mainly because white people refuse to get this shit. So if you're here and you understand, kudos to you. Because a lot of people don't. It's like people in the Matrix trying to protect the system that enslaves. Yeah, it's like people, like, trying to explain white supremacy to white people a lot of time is like trying to explain water to a fish, right? They don't even know how much they benefit from it and how much they can't live without it until you remove them from it.
No, I think Yeah, I think, okay, so somniocetic. I do think there's certain essentialism there, but I don't think it's like super harmful essentialism. I do think there's a lot of white people who really do not understand this shit. And again, I can draw direct comparisons to gender. The conversations I've had with family members, this was, you know, a lot of this happened back when I first came out. But my family members said things like, just like, well, you know, you want to change your body. You want to change your body, you know, so that you're a woman. But like, why don't you change your likes? Why don't you try changing other things? Maybe you just haven't tried, you know, being a guy, you know? Like, for example, I would have my family would be like, you know, you've always been so soft. Maybe you should try like being manly for once. And I'm just like, yes, maybe you're just gay. That's another one that you get sometimes. Maybe you're just gay. Have you tried just being gay? And it's like, do you know what you're asking me to do? It's like you don't even, and so this is the same thing that he's talking about here. It's this, like, they don't understand, like, a lot of cis people, not every cis person, but a lot of cis people just literally, they've never been outside of the water. You know, they've never been outside of that environment where it's like, where they just don't even, it's so passive to them, they don't even understand that, like, they don't even notice they're doing it. They don't even notice how they're participating in gender because it comes so naturally to them. So I do agree, I can understand that some people might be bothered by a bit of the essentialist language, but I get it because this does happen and there's a lot of white people just like this. Psychosocialism says true, but you can't assume they can never understand a group. Okay, that's true. I mean, that's fair. I don't think it's helpful to just like rule people out, but I don't think that's a good faith interpretation of what he was saying. I think what he was saying here is that, you know, I think we can understand that it's not literally all white people.
All right, let's give a Sharky a call.
All right, so this is where the conversation begins. Useless legs. I'm sorry. That's terrible. That's fucking terrible. Being a man sucks sometimes? Yeah. I know this is not... I know I'm pausing again, but yes. Guys, gender sucks. Trans people don't just... Trans people... Okay, not all trans people. A lot of trans people aren't just challenging their gender when they transition. They're challenging the fact that everyone gets locked into gender roles that nobody exists in, okay? There is no such thing as a real man. There is no such thing as a real woman. There is no such thing as a true man or a true woman. No one, not even the most manly pinnacle of a man, womanly pinnacle of a woman, can even match what society arbitrarily and on the moment, you know, spins up as what is a woman and what is a man. It's a thing that you can never live up to. So when people say that, like, it sucks being a dude sometimes, yes, everyone. And what a lot, like, what people like myself, trans people who are also, like, you know, I would say gender ascensionist is the word that I use, but gender abolitionism. The idea is that is trying to elucidate people to the suffering that their fake idea of gender imposes on them, that society's fake idea of gender imposes on them, that dudes aren't actually able to be themselves. Even the most dude you can imagine isn't really truly free to be himself, because the moment he steps out of the vague mess of whatever society says that a real man is, then he's emasculated. It's taken from him. Anyway, I just figured I'd say that. Well, that makes sense, Scarlet Volcano. That makes sense to me.
Thanks, Fett. And just for everybody watching, this isn't a debate. This is, at least to me, this is just a discussion, right? We already know Shark's audience fucking crushes mine. I'm a drop in the bucket compared to Shark in terms of viewership and fandom or whatever. And just by virtue of parasocial relationships and shit, like, I mean, people have told me how his chat has been talking about this. Like, they view me as content. You know what I mean?
That's unfortunate.
If this was a debate, I'd have already lost. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, we are now back at the point where the conversation is about to begin. We decided to rewind. For those of you who are just coming in, we decided to rewind so we could hear what Endless has to say about about building up to the conversation, because we wanted to have full context. So
they're probably in his chat right.
Aiko, at the very beginning of the stream, it started over Shark's tweets. This conversation started over Shark's tweets about the interracial marriage discourse, I believe, or race mixing discourse. So it started there. But of course, like I said before, on Twitter and on Twitch, discourses, they like crash into each other and they mix and then they blow out into a whole bunch of other ones. So yeah, it's back again.
Now call me an R slur and whatever. But
I hope that didn't happen. I really hope that didn't happen.
This is mainly for me. I don't give a fuck about dunking or making anyone look bad or making content, any of that stupid shit. The dude is like the #1 black person in the space, so they're in his chat probably trying to make me look like the racist. I mean, that's the game plan. That's the whole thing, right? Is if you're an Afrofuturist, you're a racist. Shark infamous or famous? Well, we'll find out. We grew up in similar backgrounds, had a fly in the milk experience. I'm trying to understand my situation more and listening and hang out with you. I appreciate you, Sherman. That makes me feel good too, because I'm trying to understand my experience as well. And I feel like Shark's chat's pretty chill, but they're a little sycophantic.
Thanks for the recommendations there.
I feel like we should
add those to my list.
We should build coalitions behind that kind of shit. There's not a lot of us, right? And we have to go through this on the platform.
I've read some of Fanon, and of course I'm familiar with some of Angela Davis's writings. I have not read Audre Lorde, and I personally haven't read Bell Hooks. My partner, who watches your channel pretty frequently, honestly, has read a lot of Frantz Fanon and also Bell Hooks. Yeah, I should read Lorde. Yeah, I've been trying to build up my list of books. I'm a very slow reader. Well, okay. When I read quickly, but I don't read frequently. So yeah. James Baldwin. Okay, I'll add that then. Thank you.
Just by virtue of it being what it is. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be totally open to that, Uncle Gumball.
So let me set this up.
Kind of spicy.
That's fine. Would you mind refilling?
No, I can't.
Also, wait, did you already have some, or?
I just took a couple bites.
Okay, I'll just have a few bites then and give it back to you. It's okay, I can't eat that much right now.
What are you watching?
I'm just about to react to that debate between Shark and Endless.
Yeah.
I think we have both of them in chat.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, should be pretty interesting. So far, conversation that has been happening in chat has been very, very good. You want to say hi to everybody, by the way, real quick? I'm sure they would love to see you.
Hi, everybody.
Oh my God. Wait, is that the new thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so cute.
Hi, everybody.
Doe says hi from the cow print. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Really good.
Have fun with the debate.
Okay. See you. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh my God, they're so good. Everybody in the house ordered poke bowls, but I didn't get one because I didn't expect I'd be able to eat anything on stream right now, so whatever. I love poke.
Hang on, let me turn my camera off. Can
can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Is my hang on? Let me see. Make sure my camera's on.
Endless. That's really cool. BinkPrincess is coming on after this conversation. Bink asked me to have a brief conversation after we reacted to this. So I mean, I guess maybe if it goes too long, maybe it won't happen today. But BinkPrincess and I have talked a couple times. I really like BinkPrincess. It's really exciting.
You don't need the
BinkPrincess has been
camera.
on here a couple
I'm not
times
gonna
on
be
this
pulling it
show.
up on screen.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Let me go back to what I was doing then. Sorry. I'm like, I didn't.
Hopefully we'll be even more based. All right? We're not gonna let this one get, you know. Hopefully we'll hold out and not get commodified or whatever.
Finish eating and stuff, but it's cool.
I'm very happy to.
I didn't want to be rude and be like eating actively while we were trying to have a conversation or whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, shut up, Uncle Gumbald.
All right. So what's up, man?
I'm
How you feeling?
not pausing that much.
okay.
I'm not pausing that much. Come on.
I'm not much for pleasantries. Can you tell everyone why we're here? What do you want to talk about?
So firstly, I was gonna ask you if you had any questions specifically for me, but the reason why we're here is because of some tweets that you responded to that I kind of wanted to feel you out and get your mindset about.
Okay. And you're Endless Cemetery, is that right?
That's me. Endless Cemetery, all E's, one C, no A's, just like your report card in elementary school.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Well, you don't have any questions for me?
I don't have any questions for you. I don't know necessarily what you believe. You didn't really say anything that you believe on Twitter besides I thought this tweet was from Tommy Lauren when he responded to my tweet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the only reason I asked that is because a while back you subtweeted me calling me a backstabber. So I just wanted to
that tweet. So wait, what?
Yeah.
I subbed you calling you a backstabber.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain?
It was, I mean, it's not important. We don't necessarily have to talk about it now if you don't want to, but
I mean, if it's like a problem, if you think I called you a backstabber.
It's not necessarily something I consider a problem. But I just thought it was funny that you would engage with that situation in the way that you did, but never actually reach out to me. But
who is Tommy Loren? Tommy Loren is a infamous right-wing propagandist, and also a giant dipshit.
You tweeted something about how hard it is to make friends in this space because people will stab you in the back. And it was immediately after the hot mic vid with Dylan Burns. So I assumed that it was in reference to that. If it wasn't, then my mistake and I apologize.
No, chat knows that I don't really talk to anybody.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Endless Cemetery.
I do enjoy my distance from other creators. And sometimes it's because other people stab you in the back. Other times it's just you bring people into your life and that could just cause more issues. I've always been a loner type person. And it is hard to, do you disagree that it's hard to make friends in these spaces?
No, not at all.
Imagine you feel that way about Dylan Burns. You think he stabbed you in the back or something?
No, so the thing is like, I actually have had a really easy time making friends in this space, but as far as Dylan goes, if you want my full opinion on how things transpired with him,
I really don't. All I wanted was to know if you think that he stabbed you in the back or something.
Oh, okay. No, I don't.
Unless I guess you really feel like it's important to explain to chat.
No,
the
not
mic
really,
is
honestly.
popping.
But
I think it's on Shark's
yeah,
side.
I don't feel like he stabbed me in the back. I just feel like he was dishonest in the way that he portrayed that situation is all.
Okay. So what's your problem with me?
I don't necessarily have a problem with you. Like I said, I just wanted to, because you said in that particular tweet, hold on, let me pull it up so we can read it really quick, just so I don't like misquote you or anything.
You probably can't pull it up on private.
Yeah, I screenshotted it.
Unless you took a screenshot, okay.
I did.
Yeah, let me show chat the offending material. Exhibit A.
So you said these black people grow up in broken homes to parents who never wanted them, then unfortunately make it to an age old enough to tweet just to hate on people being in the happy family they never experienced. This is fatherless behavior and jealousy.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know where that comes from.
It comes from this tweet and people who agree with them. The material and like the image that I provided and the people who agree with them.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's you quote tweeted them and direct, like it was a direct response to them. But
for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, we did look at this. We looked at this tweet, and it was pretty apparent to me. I have not seen this whole conversation. I only knew that it happened. It's pretty clear to me why a lot of people had issues with Shark's tweet. Of course, I, in all fairness, I also understand where Shark is coming from with his frustration. Yeah. So I just wanted to be clear. We did look at it. We've talked about that. So yeah.
The question I'm asking you rather is, why say this specifically? Like, why say all of that?
That's how I feel.
Yeah, but why though?
Why? I mean, I'm not necessarily. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not necessarily sure what you're getting at. Are you asking like if I think that like if I have some like evidence that these black people come from like those types of black people come from like bad homes or something, and that's
no.
Like
so
this?
okay, so I feel like we might have been off on the wrong foot because I also saw the title of your stream that was arguing whether or not you're a racist, and I never called you a racist anywhere. So
that's just clickbait. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, that's.
And also, I didn't know exactly what you wanted to talk about.
Well,
I would imagine that you think that what I said was in some way could even be racist or gives ammo to racists.
Well, I mean, it's definitely anti-black.
Okay, it doesn't seem the title was too off the actual conversation topic then.
Well, I mean, is it really possible for a black person to be racist to other black people? You could be anti-black, yes. But I don't. How so?
You could dislike black people and be prejudiced against them.
Yeah, but what power do you actually have to negatively affect that person's life outside of like brigading them, which I'm not saying you would do, but.
So this is like our issue is that for me, the power that you have over somebody is the interpersonal power that you can make them feel bad and you can be prejudiced against them. It's the same power that any other person has power over somebody else. Like we're social creatures. And so everybody has power over somebody to at least some extent to be able to make them think about something that they are, to give them complexes in the way that you interact with them, and to just be generally shitty to somebody. I mean, everybody knows about bullying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but that's always optional. Like I could always, if someone, say for example, is like spamming me with the N-word, I could just always call them a fucking idiot and block them.
Well, is your response to cyberbullying and harassment just like turn off the monitor, Lamau?
No, I'm not saying that cyberbullying isn't an issue. I'm just saying that when we're talking about structural racism, I don't necessarily think that cyberbullying is at the top of the list at things that necessarily harmfully affect black people.
It doesn't have to be at the top of the list. It could be at the bottom of the list. Some people may not even think that it's on the list in the first place. I don't think it really matters. It affects people and it hurts them and it can change the course of their lives,
right?
Interpersonally.
Yeah,
I just don't. So I didn't bring up structural racism.
Yeah, but when we're talking about racism as in like anti-blackness, the whole point, the reason why it stings so hard is because there is a.
Ico Rules says, these people are fucked up for shitting on these families for race mixing, but to shit on them for possibly growing up without a father undermines that point. Yeah, that was something that I brought up in the beginning, which was that the language that Shark used was very broad. Now, what they're talking about here is actually very interesting to me. What they're talking about here is the sort of, or at least they're both kind of coming at or approaching a conversation about interpersonal, like racism versus you know, like, is racism something that's interpersonal and systemic, or should racism be understood as, you know, power plus prejudice equals racism? Now, this is a complicated thing. This is a complicated conversation to have, and a lot of people feel very differently about it. And the reason for that, it's usually from a difference in academic analysis versus colloquial analysis, which I can understand where people come from, where people get confused on that. Because, for example, if I was to say, okay, here's an example. Let me give a personal experience, okay? I'm gonna tell you a personal experience I had, okay? Ready? So, once, when I was hanging out with my ex's family in New York City, and one of my ex's family members was, I would say, extremely racist. And while we were on the bus, she, being a Hispanic woman who has absolutely experienced racism in her life, got in a fight with an older black woman, and she used a racial slur against an older black woman. And it was one of the most cringy, embarrassing, and painful experiences of my entire life. Just sitting on, me and my girlfriend sitting on the subway as like her mom and this like old black lady were screaming at each other. Now, some people might say that wasn't racist, that was some other form of prejudice, but I think most people would conclude that that was racist. That even though she experienced, like my ex's mom does also experience racism, that what she did was racist, and that was a racist action. So I don't know. I think that sometimes there's again a muddling of the topic where people are a little bit too stringent with certain definitions. Because I don't know, like, I think a lot of people look at like, you know, like, the prevalence of anti-black sentiment among certain populations of Asian people, which is like a well-documented thing. They would say that, and they would say that's racist. A lot of people would say that's racist, and other people, academics, would probably say it's not racist, it's something else. But I think people are both fundamentally talking about the same thing. And so I recognize this isn't the meat of the discussion, but I think it's something interesting to discuss anyway. Yeah. So it's a bit odd. And I understand the frustration that people have in like the way that the term racism is used differently. I don't know. Personally, if somebody said like, if somebody said okay, so here's an example. Is somebody who like is like a black person who super goes all in on like being a part of white society, like a hyper assimilationist black person, and is discriminatory and wields like the police, for example, against other black people, I think a lot of people would come to the conclusion that that person is racist. And I don't think that they would be entirely wrong. Like, I think maybe there's like some semantic distinguishment to be made, but I think a lot of people would say that. Like, and I think they would be, I think it's understandable to see where people would come from, you know, in saying that like, yeah, maybe in some academic interpretations, like you could make the argument that black people can't be racist to other black people or whatever. But I think that a lot of people can understand why they would say that. But anyway, this is all just an interesting topic that's a little bit aside from the point. I just wanted to talk about it because it's something that I have a lot of thoughts about.
Structure of global anti-blackness that negatively harms dark-skinned people. Would you disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
Do you think that black people can play into that just as easily
Absolutely.
as white people can?
Yeah.
Okay.
How would
And
you think
do
that
you
black
think
people
that
can do
black people can perpetuate that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. But when they do it, it's not racism?
I would think it's anti-blackness, but like I said before, black people don't necessarily have the power to, like, the way that black people engage with anti-blackness is way different from the way that white people engage in anti-blackness. You understand?
Can you explain?
So white people directly benefit from anti-blackness just as a consequence of cultural hegemony, whereas, excuse me, black people only benefit from engaging in anti-blackness when they can get rewards from white people for doing that.
It doesn't have to be from white people. It could be
Well,
from
yeah,
like,
you're
honestly
correct.
anyone or any structure.
True, it could be, but what I'm saying is that black people are also just as negatively affected by anti-blackness. It's just a matter of subjectively or from moment to moment how that actually gets applied.
Okay. I think do you think that a Jewish person can be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think a black person can be racist?
Yeah, sure. I'll. So if we're referring to racism just as like the belief that one race is superior to another, and we're completely ignoring power structures, then sure, yeah, black people can be racist.
Okay. I think these can be like two separate things. I think we can have the analysis of structural issues and the way in which they can interact with people and like ruin their lives and things along those lines. We can talk about interpersonal and institutional, and they can like go hand in hand, and they can be one without the other sometimes. And I think that's like all the same. And I think it's the same things. The only thing is that for me, it's like it's the okay. So to explain it, it's the difference between somebody who has a plan of running over people on the sidewalk, but they have the option between hopping in either like a Prius, or they have the option of hopping in like you ever played Sonic? You know that big semi truck that was like following him through San Francisco?
Yeah,
They can hop into either of those, and the semi is probably going to do more damage, but you're still running over people on the street.
Right. I get this analogy. The difference being that for one person, like both people can hop in a semi and run over people in the street. The difference being that one person gets paid to hop in a semi and run over people in the street. Whereas when the other person runs over people in the street, they go to jail. Best case scenario.
People talking about the term fatherless. I really think that it's a context thing. I think that, okay, let's talk about that real quick. I know that we're gonna inevitably get into this a little bit more, but since people are talking about it in chat, may as well talk about it. So you guys know, I make some edgy and problematic jokes on my show sometimes. While I don't think that context can, like completely absolve you of like fucking up, basically, or saying something that's problematic, you guys know I make jokes about, like, for example, guys, take a look. I'm a pretty big girl, okay? I'm pretty big. Look at me. I'm pretty chunky, okay? I got a lot of fat. Yet sometimes I make jokes about conservatives just being beer drinking fat guys who sit around and shoot guns into the air. Now that is technically fat phobic, and I am very sensitive to fat phobia because it's something I've experienced my entire life. However, in context, we can see that maybe I'm making fun of somebody who like, say, maybe they profess to be like an Andrew Tate. You know what I mean? Like maybe I'm like talking to Andrew Tate and he's like, you gotta be fit, you gotta be whatever. And then I'm like, bro, your fans are a bunch of fat guys sitting around in a basement shitting on women, but they don't look good themselves. And the joke is, of course, that if you try to hold them to their own standards, then it falls apart. And the joke isn't so much about, whether they're fat or not, really. It's just kind of like, it's funny, you know what I mean? Because of the context. However, of course, there are limitations to this. So, for example, here's another example, okay? And I just want to illustrate to you how context matters, but it doesn't always excuse everything. So, like, for example, like weaponizing transphobia against transphobic trans people is usually not a good thing to do, you know? So there are some contexts where a little bit of like of these sorts of things is fine. Let me give you an example of this. So let's say that you are making fun of like Blair White, okay? Blair White, super transphobic, super NB-phobic, extremely aggressive transphobia all the time, and you're like, Blair White, you don't even have bottom surgery. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even live up to your own standards. You don't have bottom surgery, and yet you make fun of trans people who don't get surgery and don't pass. That's a pretty understandable what you're critiquing there. But if you just like make a tweet in which you like misgender Blair White, you're not actually making any sort of joke. You're not actually clearly critiquing, you're not actually making a point, you're just engaging in transphobia. So yeah, so like there's a limit to the context matters thing is all I'm saying. And with regard to everybody talking about the fatherless thing, in this particular example, saying that someone is fatherless in a conversation about race, interracial relationships, and general like societal relationships with race that is a very spicy choice. I think we can all admit that's a very, very spicy choice. And so while the context is important, I still think that there's grounds to criticize somebody, even if the context does absolve them to a certain degree, if that makes sense. Anyway, let's continue.
All right.
Yes, exactly.
It seems like for the person receiving the tires on their back, I'm not sure how much they like care about that in that moment.
Individually, yeah, but when we're talking about stuff like anti-blackness and racism and politics in general, you're not dealing with people individually.
In interpersonal issues, you absolutely are.
And
that's how a lot of this stuff happens, is interpersonally.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you would absolutely be
right
interacting with human beings, and your single interaction with the human beings honestly could be even stronger for you for the way in which you're going to take your life in the future than like institutional things, because a lot of us, it's very easy to abstract institutional harm as opposed to what somebody just said to you while you were walking home on the sidewalk.
Unless it's derived from an institution that harms people.
Sure, and I think black people can quite as easily do that. So honestly, I think the only real thing that's happening is how the other person feels or whatever, or what they like get from it. And honestly, I don't think like your average person would really care. And I personally don't either for interpersonal issues. It just doesn't seem like, it seems like you're talking about the same thing, but with like different words really when it comes down to how your average person can feel about it. And like, that's what I'm talking about here.
But that's not how you worded it. You said these black people.
Yes, those types of black people.
Well, what are those types of black people?
The black people well, for one, the black person who said that, and two, the black people who agree with it.
What are they saying?
Do you think that when I said these black people, I mean, I meant all black people?
No, my concern isn't necessarily with whether you're talking about all or some black people when we're talking about what you said. My concern is that you used all of these tropes that are employed by whites in the construct of anti-blackness. That's number one, but also what did they say? Like, I guess my question to you at this point would be, how did you interpret what these original tweets said that would push you to respond in this manner?
How did I interpret them? I interpreted them as being the type of people who one, care so deeply about bloodlines that they're going to name and shame people who are in happy families for not breeding in the way that they like. It seems like they would like to also, from the comments as well, it seems like they would like to have less light-skinned black people. They also feel like this type of stuff is harming and is harmful to black people and the black community, is making us weaker. And these are weak links who are doing the bidding of white people.
What do you think that is?
What do I think that is? Mm-hmm. It could be from a plethora of different reasons. It could be from the YouTube content that they watch. It could be from the types of people who can benefit by getting clicks and revenue from spreading this type of stuff, just like every other conspiracy or hateful thing can be. It could simply be because they were around those types of people, and those are the ideas that are ingrained in them. I don't know. I know somebody brought up at one point in time that apparently there was a concerted effort by white people at one point in time, or I don't know if you want to still say today, to like make black people lighter or something. And so the way in which they're going to be using their generational trauma is to attack just normal people who are in happy relationships with children who are lighter than they would enjoy.
See, that's what's weird to me. Before we get to that, would you disagree that what you said was anti-black?
Nope.
Okay, so there's that. But before we get to this, because I'm not seeing any prescriptive statements in either one of these tweets. The original tweet, sure, they use Pat Mahomes and Patrick Mahomes as an example, but the thing that they're specifically talking about is melanin, not necessarily black people in general. And as far as the bloodline thing goes, are you familiar with the concept of Afrofuturism?
No.
So to basically make a very complicated and long issue very short, the idea of Afrofuturism is just the concept of ensuring that African diaspora people exist in the future. So knowing that part of the project of white supremacy was to lighten people up, right? It's not just like a conspiracy theory or something like that. It's something that they actually talked about. And knowing that colorism only affects people of dark skin, that's why we have skin lightening creams. People like Stardust have admitted to have lightened in the past, right? Knowing that these things exist as part of a larger structure, and knowing what we know about, like I said before, cultural hegemony, where it's not something you have to necessarily be consciously aware of or try to do. It's just something you do as a consequence of the society you live in. That's something that can happen. And like I said before, I don't see anything prescriptive in these tweets. I don't see anything about how other black people should operate. Maybe in the replies, I didn't go that far, and I'm sure that there's other people who would do that. I wouldn't agree with them. So I feel like we have the same take in the regard of they need to
wait
let
one
this
moment. I have
Sure.
this is very interesting to me. So I asked this question to Aston Mack.
So there's two things that I want to look at here. So if I bring up, hold on, I'm going to bring up this original tweet real quick. Give me a second. I had it up, but one second. Let me grab the tweet. I want to look at it and I want to bring it up on the screen so I can share some of my thoughts that I've had so far. That aren't really so much about the topics, because I think that on the general topics, everybody, like, this conversation is very interesting. But I do want to make a small pushback, which is that in this one, the conclusion of anti-race mixing is certainly implied. This is, like, I would say there's nothing prescriptive being said here at all. This is just kind of, it's very heavily implied. So what I mean is, in this particular one, what you see is you just see somebody kind of doing the little Pepe posting. They're making like a little bit of a Pepe post, and they're going, 2 generations and the melanin is gone from that bloodline. And the idea is, the implication pretty heavily from that tweet is that it's bad. You know what I mean? That it's a bad thing that this baby down here is very, very light skinned. Now, I think that implication is in and of itself, yeah, they're real people. So like these are real people they're talking about, and they're implying pretty heavily that this baby is like in a worse condition, is worse because of the color of it, because it doesn't have melanin in its skin. And I think that is a very strange and also prejudiced position. And I can't imagine I can't imagine anybody ever being willing to say this to the face of the people here and expect like a good response. Like if you walked up to this person and said, your baby's got no melanin, Lamau, I feel like they all would be pretty bothered by that. And also they would be, you know, relatively within their rights to be bothered by that, because these are the people that are being affected by this. However, I will agree that this one is, this tweet, the original, or this like Facebook post here is implied. There's no explicit, you know, statement. However, in the teasy one, the one that got 77.6 thousand, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. Okay. I can understand that, Endless Cemetery. I can understand where they might be coming from on that, though I will say that without further context, I find it hard to believe that they're making a statement about like global anti-blackness, but that might just be my own personal read of it. To me, it seems a little more pointed than that. But then this is the second one. This one I have a little bit more of an issue with. This tweet, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. This person is explicitly saying that it's a bad thing. And secondly, there's a second part of this where I would argue that there is, although it's not, they're being very weaselly, maybe a little bit is the right way to put it. They're being a little weaselly about it, but there is actually a prescriptive statement here, which is, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. Which immediately says, okay, how is that sort of thing, done? How is a bloodline prevented from ending up like this? So I think Teasy 200, Teasy's tweet is worse than the initial one, because I do agree that in the initial one there is room for misinterpretation, or not misinterpretation, there's room for interpretation. They could just be making a broad statement. They might be making something a little more pointed. Personally, to me, the Facebook post that was the original Facebook post does come across to me as pointed. But the Twitter one, this Teasy one, is expressing a very specific thing. It both states that they believe it's insane that people would race mix, and also that they would never want their bloodline to end up like this. But the only way that you can't control your bloodline. No one can. Nobody can control their bloodline. Attempting to control a bloodline is inherently eugenicist. Oh no, I hear where you're coming from, Shark. What I'm just saying is I'm trying to get to the bigger point. But yeah, I hear where you're coming from. But yes, the idea of controlling a bloodline, no matter who you are, is inherently eugenicist. Endless Cemetery says, if I say I never want vanilla ice cream, you could possibly infer that I want to burn down all ice cream shops that carry vanilla, and it's certainly not impossible, but I don't think that's a fair assumption. He's not saying I want to control my bloodline. He's saying I don't want it to end up that way. Well, I think it's a little bit different, because when it comes to ice cream, you're stating your own personal preference. But when you're talking about your bloodline, the idea of a bloodline inherently includes the idea of your ancestors. So what is being expressed in this tweet is a desire to also have your ancestors not race mix, which to me is pretty. Yeah. I recognize we're probably going to get into some of this, but at least to me, that second tweet, strongly, very strongly, it doesn't directly state it, but it very strongly implies that this person will not only themselves doesn't want to have a kid with a white person, but also, you're fine, Shark. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. You're doing just fine. No stress. I'm just, I'm on my roll or whatever. So, this I never want my bloodline to end up like this, that is a statement that implies very heavily that they would also hope their kids, their grandkids, etc., would also not make the same decision as them. So it's a little bit different than the ice cream shop situation. In the ice cream shop situation, you're sort of stating your own preference. I don't like vanilla ice cream. But this person is saying, no, I don't want my bloodline. I don't want my kids' kids to ever race mix. And I think that sucks. I think that sucks a lot. Did I say ancestor? Sorry, progeny. Sorry, I meant descendants. I meant descendants was the word. Okay, yeah, let me check real quick. One moment. I gotta check I got a message, 1 second. Yeah, go ahead. Fucking blast him out. I don't care. Yeah, you're good. You have the okay from me, Posadas John. Press the button. Blast that motherfucker out of the Discord. All right, let's get back to the video. Airlock him. Let's do it.
Last night,
Sure.
because he wanted to speak as well. So let's say, do you know anything about my background? You know how I grew up?
Yeah, we were on a panel together where you said that you were kind of military brat, and correct me if I'm wrong, but on that panel, did you not say that you didn't necessarily heavily identify with your blackness at the time?
It depends on what you mean by like heavily identify.
All right, real quick, everybody. Hold on, we're taking a quick break. Hey, Sonsol, my man, suck my fucking dick. You are the biggest loser on the goddamn internet. You have nothing, you do nothing, you contribute nothing to any of these conversations. You waste everybody's time. You're stupid, you're unentertaining, you're a waste of everyone's space and time. Here we are with fucking 350 people having a productive conversation about a complicated issue, and you, the useless, completely waste of air, hanger on, you're like a dingleberry on DGG's community. You have nothing and you do nothing, you contribute nothing. Just fucking log off, man. Seriously. All you do is get angry on the internet at other people and be a giant dick. You got nothing. So there. You've been acknowledged. There's your attention for the day. I hope you feel happy. I know it's probably the biggest piece of attention you've had in a very long time. Sonsol is literally a fail son baby who doesn't know how to stream anything other than watching Destiny debates, and that's about all he's ever done and all he will ever do. So, yeah. All right. I'd actually argue he's lower tier than Hans, which is saying a lot because, you know, credit to Hans. I have my big beef with Hans, but Hans at least makes or at least did at least make original content. Hans actually had enough of a spine to argue with Destiny. Sonsol does not have personality or spine. So, yeah, just gotta say. All right. Oh yeah, also Sonsol tweets out fucking didn't he tweet out the N-word letter by letter? Yeah, fuck him. Oh, don't worry, Lavender. The only reason I'm giving him attention is because he managed to piss me off for literally 1 second. So I figured I'd, you know, get you all some laughs. There you go. Oh yeah, Sonsol also called Keffel subhuman. That's right, that happened too, didn't it? I feel like I remember that too. Maybe I'm misremembering. If anybody finds that tweet, you know, be a shame if anybody saw that tweet. Anyway, can we continue? Can we continue the meaningful conversation? Let's continue.
I don't think about it super often. And
Okay.
it's not like a massive part of my brand. If somebody was to ask me about me and I was going to give them like pieces of me, it would be about like things that I've done and things that I enjoy and the people I've been around.
You don't think that your blackness isn't like super crucial or super important about you?
It can be to the ways I'm viewed by other people, but to me myself, no.
Okay. Well, why is that?
I like being black. I would not like to change it if I had the anti-black button.
Sure.
But it's just not. I don't think about it that often. I'm not sure if I can give you an answer of like exactly why. It's just not very. I just don't really care.
So it bothers you when other people do?
That is a leap in logic.
Well, I mean, I'm reading this tweet here of you like responding in a particular way to people saying that they want their kids and their grandkids to be black, like dark skinned black.
I think it's not because of the blackness. It's because of the super weird, creepy, controlling nature of trying to coerce your children and grandchildren into breeding the way that would make you happy.
Where does it say that?
I don't see any difference between this and like here. Can I ask a question? What like before we go too far, two like questions, okay, and then I'll answer all your questions.
Sure.
If I were to make a tweet, okay, because yeah, I grew up in New York, I grew in Missouri and St. Louis, and I grew up in Kentucky. Not exactly, good. I don't have to dox myself. Yeah. But with that being said, in a lot of the areas I've been around a lot of white people. And when I go to like Atlanta, Georgia or something, or I go to like North Carolina, we visit some family and they live in what I can only describe. Here's how.
Here's the tweet. By the way, if you're wondering why I go off on this guy, it's this shit. This was him getting mad that he was wrong about Keffals. He was wrong and miscalculated what actually happened, and then he just thought that was justified to call a trans woman subhuman. So yeah, that's why. If you're wondering why I went off on this motherfucker. Not to keep distracting from the conversation, just letting you know.
Describe it. It's like when I go to see them, it's like what's his name? I was gonna say Kevin Samuels. That's not right. Kendrick Lamar. It's like To Pimp a Butterfly, sort of like album cover, but in real life. Okay, there's like a church's chicken, and then there's like a lot of like poor infrastructure, and then there's like kids riding on beat up BMX bikes, and I'm not sure if I want to walk the streets after the street lights come on. Okay, and that's why I go visit some family every now and again. If I were to make a tweet and it was like, let's take a picture, okay? I'm just describing to you the picture. These are not words that I'm saying. Okay. It's a picture of like stereotypical, everyone's dressed as like early 2000s Soulja Boy. So it's okay. Hood. Sure, they look like they're in a saggy pants, they bumping in they lowrider, and I go, man, I'm so glad I didn't grow up like these people, and I want to make sure that my family never ends up like, my bloodline never ends up like this. This is insane. Would you feel the same exact way you feel about that tweet as you would if I made that hypothetical tweet?
No.
You would not feel the same. Why would that be?
Because we're not talking about like so in response in specificity, the reason why I would feel differently about that is because we're not talking about like a global project to turn black people into white people. You're basically just poverty shaming at that point.
So you don't have to be poor to engage in that type of culture.
In hood culture?
Yeah. Absolutely. Honestly, I would even bet that a lot of people that engage in quote unquote hood culture didn't come from hoods at all. The people actually, don't you agree with this? Like the main people who consume like quote.
Yeah, I think I agree. Aiko rules. Aiko says this isn't a question of who is right. It's more about what was wrong and correct about each aspect of what has been said. Yeah, I think these are very different perspectives. And I think to me, it sounds a little bit like Shark came into this a little bit defensive, but also I kind of get that. As somebody who's been under fire for things I've said in the past, as you all know, sometimes very fairly, most times not very fairly, it's really easy to get a little defensive. But I think that all things considered, Shark has engaged in this, pretty honestly, which is good to hear because I understand the difference in perspective. I can understand like where, especially specifically on the original Facebook post where this was interpreted differently. But I understand, and also what is clear to me is that both Shark and Endless here are reacting. They're both reacting to something that is bothering them that is completely legit. So Endless is targeting the sort of a pervasive form of anti-blackness that is seen not just like he would say in certain parts of what Shark said, but in general. And what Shark is tackling is this sort of like anti-race mixing sentiment, which is something that appears not in many places, predominantly from like white supremacists and stuff like that. So yeah, it's something that both of them, they both have different things they're talking about, and I don't know, I find that very interesting. Anyway, I think there's certain aspects here of where I disagree with both of their positions on this, and also agree with both of their positions in certain ways. So for example, as I've said, I do think that the TZ tweet especially, I think that tweet is not, I think it's too charitable to make the argument that the TZ tweet is like making a commentary about global racism, because I don't think that's what was going on. I think like saying like, that's insane, I never want my bloodline to look like that, that to me comes across as very, very prejudiced and anti-miscegenation. I can understand about the first tweet for sure, but yeah. So, but at the same time, I think Endless is right about so far. I think Endless has made a very good case, at least that there was anti-blackness going on in this tweet that was unintended, or it was unintended is what I'm assuming, which is that like talking about the broken homes, focusing on the fatherless behavior is very pointed. That's a very pointed critique to be making at other black people when you're talking about something like this. So I think I can understand where both these are coming from. I don't know, whatever. Let's continue.
Unquote hood culture, just like suburban white boys. Oh,
and this part, I don't think that Shark's example here is 100% fair. I don't know that this is 100% fair comparison. Anti-miscegenation refers to whites not mixing with blacks to maintain the purity of whiteness. We're literally saying everyone's trying to kill us. Let's stick together so we don't end up a footnote in the history books. Yeah, no, I hear where you're coming from on that particular point. Like the idea is like everyone's trying to kill us. Let's stick together so we don't end up in a footnote in history books. Let me draw a parallel here. Let me draw a quick parallel, okay? Which is T for T, okay? This is not a perfect parallel, but I think that it works, okay? Which is, there are a lot of trans people who functionally only date other trans people. Now, you know, trans people usually don't have kids together. It does happen, but usually they don't. And T for T is a really common thing, and some people really don't like T for T. There are literally, especially like assimilationist types, really don't like the idea of like T for T. They call it like cringe and whatever. But there's a reason why it happens. So like the reason why a lot of people are T for T is because, for the exact same reason that you've said, the world of dating is extremely hostile to trans people. It's already hostile to gay people as well. And so everybody's out to kill trans people. Everyone's out to literally, I mean, right now especially, there's a lot of people out there trying to put pressure on, to harm, to threaten, and to kill trans people. And so a lot of trans people just stick with other trans people as a matter of survival. And trans people, of course, don't want to see trans people disappear, which is where there's a little bit of a break in the parallel, because there's no, like, the kids part isn't involved. So I understand like why people come to those things. However, it would change a lot if there was that implication that like, well, yeah, Jesus, I sure hope that like my kid doesn't date a cis person, or I sure hope that my kids are T for T as well. which is a thing that could happen literally. Yeah, obviously trans people don't have kids with each other at like nearly as frequently as anybody else on the planet, but that's a thing that can happen. Or you could even look at it like a gay relationship. Like if two gay guys had like a child with like a surrogate mother or whatever, and then they said, well, I sure hope my kids will also be gay and be together with other gay people. Like, I think that would have the same problematic elements, which is why I don't know that it's fair to cast this only from a perspective of struggle. Yeah, no, I agree with you, by the way. I don't think, I went into this Endless Cemetery with the assumption that you were not like anti-race mixing, because I didn't get that impression at all. So I don't think that you are. What I'm trying to say is just that I think that I think sometimes it's possible for bad actors to sort of hide their prejudice or whatever via like a plausible, I don't want to say plausible deniability, too much charitability, because I think that somebody who who wanted to, or even expressed like a desire to control their children's decisions with who they have kids with who they marry, that I think that would be problematic there. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to draw those two parallels, because I do think that there's there absolutely is, I completely understand where people want, where black people wanting to date other black people and trans people wanting to date other trans people, where that comes from. And it's a thing that's not going anywhere. That will not stop as long as the prejudice exists in the world. It will always be a thing. And the reason why that's the case is specifically because of the discrimination, because of the risk, because of the danger. Obviously, if there was a trans person who was basically not only do I want to date other trans people, but also I think it's gross when I think it's bad or insane when I see trans people dating cis people, I feel like I would have a similar reaction to the way that Shark reacted to this particular set of tweets, which is that well, I understand why you don't want to date cis people, but your kids or your friends or other trans people, if you are having a visceral reaction, if you're calling it insane, that seems like you have something against it. Not you, I'm not saying the you to any particular person involved in this conversation, by the way. I mean the person who was the teasy in this example. This is getting meta. Let's get back to the conversation. I'm getting lost in my own hypotheticals.
No, because the hood
bumping
still
Playboy Cardi.
No, the hood still exists at the end of the day, and it exists for a reason.
Yeah,
Okay,
I see where you're coming from with
talking
that,
about
Data.
the sort of culture that is sold and what people like and aspire to. I'm not talking about if hoods still exist.
I'm confused because you were talking about the people being specifically black that you would take this picture of.
They would be specifically black, just like the picture that they took was specifically a darker person breeding with a lighter skinned person and them having an issue with it.
Okay, you kind of lost me. Could you just start from the beginning? So you're saying that if you took a picture of yourself in the hood.
No. If I just took a picture of a stereotypical image of just a hood, saggy pants, lowrider, big chains or whatever, Gucci belt sort of people, and some of them maybe be throwing what some people.
No, that was not your computer. I think I think either Endless or Shark got a Facebook message. So
May even think to be gang signs or something.
But they're all black.
Sure,
dark
they're
skin,
all black.
Dark skin black though.
Sure, they're all dark skinned black.
Okay.
And I say, I'm so glad that I didn't grow up like these people or like this. I sure hope I'm going to fight hard to make sure my bloodline doesn't end up like them. That ellipses, that's insane. Would you feel the same way that you would about that person's breeding tweet as my tweet about people in the hood?
No, because that tweet would be literally anti-black.
That's anti.
You're literally saying you don't want your kid to grow up like the hood black people. How is that not anti-black when we know the hood is a product of black people and their resistance and their experiences in white supremacy?
I don't know. Personally, I've talked to a lot of people who come from the hood, and a lot of them are like, I wish I never grew up there, and I'm leaving the second I can.
Yeah, but that doesn't really address why the hood exists in the first place.
Okay, that's all right. That's fine.
Whereas we know that this type of shit that we're looking at, while the people doing it might not have that in mind, because we agree on that particular like idea, let these niggas live, they're happy, right? But that said, it is like the idea that you would take issue with dark-skinned people wanting to make sure that there are dark-skinned people in the future is that's what I'm trying to figure out, honestly.
It's okay. So the thing is, all right. So I find it, I don't think we're ever going to agree on this because of like the way you answered that question. It's just like, it seems like the way in which we engage in the world is just so fundamentally different. I don't think we're ever going to agree on this, but if we're going to take on this, okay. Do you think that this is a part of a planned effort to get to exterminate exterminate black people when it's cheered on when black people and white people or black people and other races have relationships?
So I got to answer this kind of long form, right? Because the picture that they used wasn't of a black person and a Filipino person, or a black person and an Indian person, or a black person and a Malaysian person. It's very specifically black and white. And this is kind of the problem that we run into when we talk about interracial relationships to begin with, is that it's yet another aspect of white supremacy where white people have to center themselves in everything, including black culture. Case in point, like you were just describing, hood culture, quote unquote, was commodified by white people to be bought and sold by and to other white people.
Thanks,
and we're still in the hood,
I'll add it to my watch
which is not
list. Thank
fair,
you.
right? So when we talk about stuff like the quantity of melanin in someone's skin in reference to...
Sorry, I need to rewind that real quick. Hold on.
Talk about interracial relationships to begin with, is that it's yet another aspect of white supremacy where white people have to center themselves in everything, including black culture. Case in point, like you were just describing, hood culture, quote unquote, was commodified by white people to be bought and sold by and to other white people.
That's true.
And we're still in the hood, which is not fair, right? So when we talk about stuff like the quantity of melanin in someone's skin in reference to racial, for dire want of a better term, racial mixing between black and white people, do I think that these white women that these black men are engaged with have it at the forefront of their conscious minds to lighten up the races so that there'll be less dark-skinned black people in the world? No, I don't think that. But it has to be stated, which is why I don't necessarily think that the people who have the opinions that they do in these tweets are particularly harmful to black people or anyone else. It must be stated that one of the goals of white people, or of white supremacy, was the lightening of the races, right? The Mormons talked about it, as stated previously. Even in cultures that don't have white people, there is colorism, right? So there's skin lightening in India. The Filipino people, they don't like to be out in the sun because it makes their skin darker, right? So when we're talking about not just blackness, right? Because that's another pitfall for us too, is defining blackness by melanin quality. When we have people like Angela Davis, right? These types of people. We're not talking just about black people as the monolith. We're talking very specifically about people with high melanin quality, chocolate niggas, dark-skinned niggas, right? Midnight niggas, people like us, right? Do you or do you not want people that look like us to exist in the future?
It is of no consequence to me. I couldn't care less.
Really?
Not at all.
Why is that?
Because it's not my decision to make. This is it for me. This sounds exactly like if you're asking me, You know what this sounds like? This sounds like conservative conspiracy of like the LGBT. You've seen this, where it's like,
We're gonna pause for a second, okay? We're gonna pause for 1 second because I can see a lot of comments in chat. So I have to pee, but I have a lot I want to talk about with this, and I can see that chat has a lot they want to talk about as well. So not to like leave you hanging, but I gotta go to the bathroom real quick before I sit down and talk about this. So you all like the stream, subscribe, tell somebody about the stream. I'm gonna play, actually, I'm not gonna, well, yeah, I'll play the bathroom song. Fuck it, I'll play the bathroom song. I'll play the bathroom song while I'm gone, and then I'll be right back and we can continue this. But I gotta use the bathroom because we got a lot to talk about here. All right, here it goes. Be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Oh, thank you. Oh, hell yeah. I'll check this out.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
All right. End of the song. I'm back from the bathroom. I am ready to go. I'm hydrated, maybe overhydrated, whatever. Okay, so let us rewind here real quick and let's just hear this again so that we can make sure that everybody's on the same page. Okay, we're gonna rewind just a tiny bit here. Here we go.
Talking very specifically about people with high melanin quality, chocolate niggas, dark skinned niggas, right? Midnight niggas, people like us, right? Do you or do you not want people that look like us to exist in the future?
it is of no consequence to me. I couldn't care less.
Really?
Not at all.
Why is that?
Because it's not my decision to make. This is it for me. This sounds exactly like if you're asking me, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like conservative conspiracy of like the LGBT. You've seen this, where it's like, look at the trends of LGBT people. Soon, by like 2060, everyone will be gay and straight people will be gone. Because of this wokeness, and we won't breed anymore. And soon the human population will come to a rest because we'll be too busy having gay orgies instead of breeding as God intended.
Can I ask you a question? Like,
So, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here, okay? So, first off, let me start from Shark's position, okay? So, Shark's position. Shark says, I don't care because it's not my decision. I'm not the one who's making decisions about, I'm not making, decisions about who gets to have sex with who and who gets to have kids with who. Now, all by itself, that is not only, I mean, even in this context, I think I completely understand where Shark is coming from on this. We don't have any say, not really. We don't really have any say in the future of demographics. We barely have a say in defining demographics right now. But I can understand like having that approach, basically saying, well, I don't know what's going to exist in the future. I don't know who will and who won't. And the people of the future don't really matter, that like in that regard don't matter as much to me, because they're going to be who they are and I am who I am. And I think that on something like this, that is a pretty understandable position to have. We don't really have much say in anybody outside of who we have sex with and who we decide to have kids with. You can't decide what your kids are going to do, and you certainly can't decide what your grandkids are going to do once you're dead, or whatever. So I think I can understand, and I think that generally, it's a understandable position to not really care or worry too much about the future of demographics. However, there's another aspect to this, which is to say that that's in a vacuum, because the truth is that both in history and ongoing right now, there are explicit eliminationist movements. There are movements in the world that are aiming specifically to purge undesirables. And interestingly, it often functions it functions based off of this idea of like a norm, okay? And this applies to gay people, black people, anybody who does not fit the norm. And trust me, if you look close enough, no one actually fits the norm. The norm, and not just the norm, but the idea of like, who is the norm? What is the normal? This idea of like deviance being bad. There are a lot of factions that essentially are pushing against, there's a lot of factions of people that push against all forms of deviance. And yes, in their mind, being black, being non-white, being gay, being trans are all violations of the norm. They're all violations of, they're all deviations. And this anti-deviation position is the position that we most commonly mock when you say like, when you hear like a white supremacist being like, white people are gonna be gone, and you go, well, who cares? You're still here. You might be white skinned now, but why do you care so much whether there's gonna be a bunch of white people in the future or not? We're usually critiquing from the position of poking at the norm, poking at the people who really truly are at no risk of being, or at no risk of being eliminated or erased. But the fact of the matter is that there are active eliminationist movements against queer people, against Asian people, against black people. There's a lot of anti-black racism against Indian people. I mean, you can go through history and find all kinds of examples of this, from things like the Bengal famine, which was explicitly eliminationist. It was basically Britain saying, well, it's convenient for us if a lot of Indian people die because of these famines that we helped create, because we don't really care for Indian people. We want more white people. Deaf people, disabled people. You guys have seen this discussion around eugenics with regard to autism, right? Like that people say, like Autism Speaks wants to essentially cure autism. And it's a extremely complicated conversation to have. And I understand like why people get bothered and worried about it and stress about it, because the truth of the matter is that it's not a clean discussion in any way, shape, or form. For example, if let's talk about something else that's genetic, because I mean, I don't know that you can argue that like being trans or being gay is necessarily genetic. At least we don't know how it is. But we do know that autism is at least somewhat genetic. And we know that skin color is genetic. So for autistic people, if an autistic person looking out at the world sees that there is an active effort to eliminate and basically breed out autistic people from the world, not only hurt and kill the ones who exist now, but also to prevent future autistic people from being born, I think it's a very rational position to go, well, I don't want that to happen. I want to fight against this. And of course, you might come to the conclusion that one way to fight against this is by having kids with an autistic person so that you have an autistic kid, guaranteeing that there will be more autistic people in the future, or at least increasing it. You can't breed out autism, I know, but I know. Please try to pay attention to the core point that I'm making here. So, and this actually happens, by the way, with deaf people as well. I went to a school that was the biggest school for the deaf in America, the biggest school for the deaf in America. And this is actually a discourse that happens among deaf communities as to whether it's good. Like some deaf people have serious issues, like serious emotional issues, if they have a child who isn't born deaf. This has been a thing that's happened. In fact, I knew somebody where personally, I had a personal friend whose parents, this was after I went to the school. I didn't even know them beforehand, but after I went to the school, I actually found out that both of their parents were deaf, and both of their parents went to the school I went to. And when they were a kid, when they were a baby, their parents seriously considered poking out their ears because they were concerned that their kid would never be tied to the deaf community whatsoever. And they felt they didn't, mind you, they didn't do it. But this was something that they considered and thought about and dealt with. And the reason why was because they felt like they would have no connection with their own child, that their child was essentially going to just disappear into hearing society and would never understand any of the culture. And there is a vibrant and rich deaf culture, which is, by the way, constantly being attacked from all sides. So you see how complicated this gets? And I want to point out that, like, yes, that, hold on, by the way, I think that it is not a good thing to deliberately damage your child's hearing because you want them to be a part of like deaf culture. I think that's a harmful thing, right? However, surely you can understand the concern, right? If you spend your whole life being discriminated against, you spend your whole life being told that you need to hide your deafness, that you need to pretend that you're not deaf, that you need to maybe that you have to get expensive, painful implants so that you can be like a hearing person. You can understand why somebody might go, oh my God, my kid, I'm going to have no way to protect my kid, and my kid might not have any understanding of the entire life that me and that I lived. So I think you can understand why that would be something that's in somebody's mind. And I think this is even more true when you talk about something like, or I think it's particularly relevant when you talk about something like skin color, which is a eminently genetic trait, and also one that has historically genuinely been targeted extremely. Like, I mean, guys, like, let's talk about another one, right? Let's talk about another example of this. Another example of racism that isn't against black people, but instead against Native Americans. Do you not remember the phrase, kill the savage, save the man? That there was the residence schools that were designed to not just encourage Native American people to meet and have kids with white people, but to completely lose connection with the culture, a culture that's harmless and also very, you know, very, not just sorry, I lost my train of thought. This was residential schools were an attempt to kill a culture. They were an attempt to not just kill a culture, but also to kill a skin color. So, what I'm trying to say here is that, on one hand, it is very rational. It's very rational to go, well, I don't have control over demographics, and I don't want to have control over demographics. But it's also, I think, rational to recognize that other people in the world impose a demographic on you and then are making decisions, policy decisions and otherwise, about the demographic that you didn't even choose to be a part of, a demographic that obviously isn't harmful and isn't defined by you. Does that make sense? I hope that all makes sense to everybody. Yeah. But that said, one final thing on this, one final thing I want to say on this, I can understand where Shark is coming from by saying this sounds like white nationalist or white supremacist language. That sounds like Nazi language. And I don't think it is. I don't think it fundamentally is the same thing. But I understand where the comparisons are. And also, I will note that it could become something similar, right? Like, for example, as of right now, this is like the idea of like wanting to have kids with another black person so that there are dark-skinned people in the world. That idea is one that comes from survival, from self-preservation, from fighting against, or at least a part of fighting against a overwhelming prejudice, a eliminationist program that has historically been trying to eliminate dark-skinned people from the world. However, we can also acknowledge that if that is taken too far, if it is not like recognized as for what it is as a survival mechanism, that it could also very, very quickly become something such as discriminatory towards mixed race people, discriminatory towards light-skinned people, despite the fact that even if that hasn't happened in history, we all know that it's possible for oppressed groups to become the oppressors. We know that that's possible. And I'm not trying to say that that grants credence to any sort of white supremacist talking points. The example of this that I would bring up is, of course, like the apartheid state in Israel, a position where there are people alive who were still there when Israel was formed. Those people were mistreated. Those people were hurt. But now that's being weaponized against the same oppression that they experienced is being weaponized to redo that oppression on somebody else. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to be very careful about these types of things. And it makes sense that there is complicated feelings around conversations like this, because it is possible. Contrary to popular belief, it is actually possible for an oppressed group to, over the course of time, as time goes on, as history changes, to no longer be the oppressed group. There is a possible future where the entire world is a different religion. In fact, it's very likely. And that could mean that a group that was previously not discriminated against becomes discriminated against. We've seen this happen many times. I've talked about this with Mormons, right? It's funny, in this conversation, Mormons have come up. Mormons are a group, I've said this many times, that were legitimately persecuted. The US government did persecute Mormons. They literally drove Mormons out of cities. Mobs would attack Mormon families. And then Mormons went on to be so heinously racist, so disgustingly anti-Native American that you can barely even, like, nobody even remembers the past in which they were discriminated against, but they were. So what I'm trying to say here is that, this is a very, very difficult issue to try and sort out. And while I think that a focus on genetic bloodlines, I think that a focus on genetic bloodlines is a mistake. Let me be 100% clear about that. I do not think that the answer to the future comes in the form of like racial, racial science or an attempt to deliberately breed a certain type of person. I think that's a very, very bad way of going about things. However, I also understand why people feel, and not only why they feel, but why they would want to see dark-skinned people like themselves in the world, why they would want to have a kid who's also dark-skinned. And that's not, that I don't believe is even a eugenicist notion. It's simply, I have watched dark-skinned people suffer and die my entire life. I want to see more people like me in the world. And I don't think that's a wrong thing. And I don't think it's comparable, or I think it's comparable, but I don't think that it's accurate to compare that to the white supremacist position of, I need to hold on to my position of power in the world. We need to get rid of all other races. That is a totally different, those are totally, they might use some of the same words, but they're very different conclusions. Okay, I hope that made sense. Does anybody have any questions? That was a hell of a tunnel that I was like trying to get into. I hope it makes sense. That basically there are genuine concerns on that both Shark and Endless are expressing here, and there are genuine concerns that have parallels in other areas. But yeah. Maybe it's because it seems like a lot of people are engaging with the point in a vacuum. Well, I think that tends to happen a lot, right? I think that that's part of the debate pervert thing that Endless was joking about in the beginning, that like the nature of online discourse makes lots of people engage with this topic as like a zero-sum game. You're concerned that the concepts are obfuscating some honesty here? Well, I'm not trying to, well, okay, I don't know about, I can't speak for anybody else, but on my part, I think I've been pretty clear that I don't think for anyone that that like genetic engineering or social engineering around genetics is the right path forward. I think it's the wrong path, definitively. I think it's the wrong path. Autistic people, Native American people, Black people, trans people, gay people, doesn't matter. Trying to breed your way into a future is like is in my opinion a fruitless endeavor. We can't control the future of demographics, except for how we live our lives now. And the way we live our lives now is to oppose eliminationist positions. But you don't really oppose a whole lot of eliminationist positions by just having kids. Yeah. Well, it depends. This some people are asking in chat, people are saying if we're doing anything after the debate. I don't know. We might actually have to push some of the other stuff until tomorrow because this debate has proven to be incredibly thought-provoking. And if I get too tired, then I'll have to be tired. But it's important. So anyway, I think that made sense. I think that makes sense. I hope I made sense. So no on building an autistic trans ethno-state. Please don't do that. Please don't build autistic trans ethno-states. It won't work. It won't be good. And you're going to end up, a lot of people are going to end up being being hurt by that. If I get tired, then I'll have to be tired. Yeah, sorry. As you can see, my brain is already... Whew. Can I visit? Yeah, you could. I mean, you could. I mean, of course, everybody. Well, wait a minute. We're not making that thing. We're not making that thing. No, wait, hold on. Nobody can visit because it won't exist. It shouldn't exist. Let's continue. Let's continue before this goes from a useful conversation to a not useful one.
Like a serious question.
Wait, I want to finish this. That's exactly what this sounds like to me. It's not my job, and I couldn't care less how people decide to breed.
Oh, okay. One last thing. Okay. Self-loathing egomaniac says, so no transby and separatist commune on the island of Lesbos. Unfortunately, I don't know that that would work as well as you wanted. But I also have critiqued, by the way, like certain positions like GAC, aka gender accelerationism. I've critiqued these positions for similar reasons, which is that I think that some of the ways that they approach the very real oppression, that they're approaching it with an answer that doesn't work or an answer that doesn't help. I'm not going to get into gender accelerationism. I'm not going to get into it, all right? Let's do this. Let's do this.
I don't think
I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's very important
Sorry.
for them to, at the forefront of their mind when it comes to choosing partners, for their prodigy to be of their same melanin quality or quantity, I guess we'll say. It's not important. I couldn't care less if people choose that way. And I feel like when I start to do that, we start to get into a weird authoritarian eugenic sort of mindset where some people should be made and some people shouldn't.
No one is doing that though. They're making a personal decision, and you're literally taking issue with.
You're right. They are making a personal decision. So I think it's incredibly weird for me to comment and tell them what I think should and how they should or should not be using their seed.
But
because by definition, you're saying that if I think that I want there to be as many specifically dark-skinned people, that it is unethical and wrong for black people to be race mixing with people lighter than them.
That is
right?
Not true.
Yes, you are.
Where did I say that black people?
Where
in these tweets, or did I say that black people shouldn't race mix with white people? Because no one has ever said that.
I'm talking about the mindset that this takes on. You are, by definition, if you say it is good for... Wait, do you think it's... All right.
I think Shark may be overfiring here, because I agree. I don't think that Endless Cemetery here has made that argument. Hey, see you soon, Aiko. I hope you have a good night. Much love, much love. I agree that in these tweets, I would agree that it's implied, but I don't think that Endless Cemetery has made this argument. I will say some people have made that argument, but I don't think they're here. And I think that...
Let me ask you then. Do you want more people? Do you want there to specifically... Do you care a lot about there specifically being more dark-skinned people in the future? And if there's not, is that neutral or is that bad?
So if there's no dark-skinned people in the future, then that means that the goal of white supremacy was realized. That means that if that were the case in the present, I wouldn't exist. So yeah, that kind of has I have a problem with that. That doesn't mean that I think
like cutting your nose to spite your face
to ensure that people who look like me exist in the future.
It seems like the only reason you're doing it is not because it is important or in some way like a good thing. It's just because other people don't want it. And so it just seems like turning your nose up at something because it just seems like you do something because someone told you not to, and not because you actually want to do it. That's the weird part to me.
It's not just that they don't want me to do it. They're actively trying to kill all of us. That's what anti-blackness is. You understand that, right?
Okay. And you don't have to die for your children to not be, for more people to not be darker skinned in the future. You could just like happily be married to somebody who's lighter than you and have children.
But my kids would be light skinned. They would still be black. And that's kind of the point, right? Is that as a black person, I care a lot, because if I have kids with someone who might have family members who hate them, that's going to affect their development deeply.
You should work on the relationships between your family. And if you can't, you should cut them out of your life, because you're their parent and you have full stewardship over how they're raised. And if somebody is hurting them, you should cut them from that child's development.
How was that fair to the child?
How is it fair to the child? Because you're taking control of how they are raised and you're making the best decision for them.
By
Same
cutting
way,
off
like you
members
take
of
them
their
to
family?
I would argue that in this case, it is the family member's fault for being prejudiced. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I think that on this particular point, I can't say it's the fault of the parent or the child. It sounds like it's the fault of the prejudiced family member.
That hate them? Yes, 100%.
When I could just not fuck people who hate black
Not
people?
have them?
Not have them, not at all, but I could choose to have kids with someone who's going to have family members that understand the black experience and are amenable
You would
to it.
change who you love and who you would have children with because like your aunt is racist?
So I think we're also getting fucked up with who we love and who we have kids with. Because I don't know about you, I like to play in the snow, right? But I don't have kids.
That is an incredibly weird way to say it.
I bet. But as I said, I have dipped my whip in the mayonnaise many a time. I don't have kids though. Why? Because there are consequences to being raised mixed race, and mixed race people will tell you that.
I'm sorry. Nuts. It's not. That is not. No. That's funny. I'm sorry. That's funny. That's fucking funny.
Do you think there should be less mixed race people?
I don't feel one way.
No. No one in chat. Nobody in chat. Nah. No one in chat can possibly get mad at this. No one in chat. If you get mad at this, if you get even a little bit like pissed off by that, if you get pissed off by that at all, you're just wrong. You need to go back and watch the stream in which I spent the entire first 20 minutes just reading out a giant list of anti-white slurs. Sorry. That was fucking funny, okay? I'm sorry, that's funny. Let's continue.
But as I said, I have dipped my whip in the mayonnaise many a time. I don't have kids though. Why? Because there are consequences to being raised mixed race, and mixed race people will tell you that.
Do you think there should be less?
Somniostatic says he just said that growing up mixed race is bad. No, I don't think he did. I think he said that there are consequences to it, and I agree with that. I think that that's true though. That's true. That's very true. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. It is absolutely true that our society has huge problems with mixed race kids. And yes, it is the fault of society, but I think it's something that somebody would want, I think it's rational for somebody to think about that. I don't think that implies that being mixed race is bad. Yeah. I don't think that's what was said. I can understand where that might be interpreted, but I don't think that's what was being said. Yeah, and that's true. K-Prime brings up a good point. It's not even technically being mixed race. All you have to do is look like someone who could be mixed race, and we know that there's problems. We know that there's societal issues with that. Shark says, personally, I think saying it's logical to avoid having mixed race children because racism exists is odd. Wait, I don't think that's what was said. I'm sorry, can I listen to this again? I don't think that's what was said here. Hold on a second. I don't think that's what was said by anybody here. Hold on a second.
Aunt is racist?
So I think we're also getting fucked up with who we love and who we have kids with. Because I don't know about you, I like to play in the snow, right? But I don't have kids.
That is an incredibly weird way to say it.
I bet. But as I said, I have dipped my whip in the mayonnaise many a time. I don't have kids though. Why? Because there are consequences to being raised mixed race, and mixed race people will tell you that.
Do you think there should be less mixed race people?
I don't feel one way or the other about the existence of mixed race people.
That seems pretty straightforward. I think what he was saying is that are we looping the same segment? Yes, I was trying to find out what was being said here. I agree that this is not the clearest argument, but being charitable and as good faith as possible, I think what he's saying here is that, maybe I'm wrong here, but okay. Sorry, I'm just getting a little confused. Yeah, let's continue. Yeah, I don't think that's what was being said. I think what was just being said is that having kids is a bigger decision than just having sex. Yeah.
think that
Do you
less.
think the world is worse when more mixed race people are in the world?
No, I do not. I don't care about.
Do you think the
mixed
world
people.
would be better if there would be more dark-skinned people if it meant that there'd be less mixed race people in the world?
No, I think it would be good for dark-skinned people if they continue to exist in the future. And I say that as a dark-skinned person. It would be good for me knowing that people that look like me would exist in the future, because that means that I could exist in the future. Likewise.
Do you think that it matters? Do you think it's really important? Do you think it's important, like how things happen as opposed to if they happen in the first place?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say if I don't have a car right now, okay, because I don't have a car at the moment. It got totaled, so I don't have a car. Do you think the situation around me not having a car would be different if I don't have a car because I sold it because I wanted to be able to put down money to buy a house and now I own a home and that's cool? Or
the car still
if I
exists
don't have
in the world.
Or if I don't have a car, it's not to me. So like it doesn't really matter if it exists in the world because I don't have it. I don't have access to it.
We're not talking about individuals though. We're talking about
trillions of dollars exist in the world, but like poor people still live on the street. So I think it really matters if you have access to it or not, don't you think? To like the person?
Hold on. This is such a fucking weird analogy because
you haven't even been able to allow me to finish the analogies to know if it's even like makes sense or not.
It's weird to me because we're.
Yeah, wait a minute. Wait, Endless Cemetery says, this is Endless Cemetery says, I didn't think I was having kids before, but I've come around on the idea now that I'm on the other side of 30 and I'm going through therapy and doing lots of self-improvement. What he was saying before, what Endless Cemetery was saying before is that he hasn't had kids at all yet. Not that he wouldn't have kids with white people, just that it's something that he's thought about, that mixed race kids go through a lot of shit. So I just wanted to be clear. That's what I thought was being said. I think it was a little bit sloppy, but I think, yeah, because I assumed that Endless Cemetery didn't have kids. I see what's going on. I understand why there was confusion there, but I just wanted to be clear.
Talking about access. Why are you talking about access when we're talking about people just existing or not existing?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Clarity.
Because if it's not able to be a part of your life, it might as well.
Come on, Trent. Don't be like that. Okay, people in chat who are saying that this is like obfuscation or backpedaling, I just disagree. I don't think so. I think that both Shark and Endless Cemetery have been here in chat and they've both listened to my critiques and whatever. I genuinely think everyone here is engaging in good faith and being very honest. So, yeah.
Not exist in this to your average human being.
So I shouldn't care about whether people who look like me exist in the future because I'll never meet them.
I haven't even been able to finish this yet.
Okay,
please
sorry,
allow me to finish this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So like, I don't have a car for one of two reasons. One is because I sold it to be able to put down something on a house, and now I own a house. And another reason is because it was stolen. Do you think that the situations around the cars not being there changes the situation entirely around the car not being a part of my life anymore?
No, not particularly.
No, if it's stolen or I'm able to trade it in for money to use it somewhere else?
Melanie Y says, I don't know, Demon Mama. It felt more like he shifts the blame of mixed race children having a bad life to the parents for having them instead of the shitty society being racist towards them. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. I really don't know how you would come to that conclusion. That seems like you're reading a lot into that because I have not sensed that at all. That was somebody in YouTube chat. Yeah, I haven't seen any of that so far. I think that Endless has brought up concerns, but I don't think that he's ever said anything even close to that. Somebody said, a lot of people in YouTube chat seem to think that I'm being too nice. You know, it's really funny. I know a bunch of you like cock gargling internet debate pervert idiots Look at that. I threw in a little bit of self-referential fucking homophobia. There you go. Have some of that. You want some fucking edginess? You guys sit here all day. All you want is fucking blood, 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 blood. And I give you a serious conversation, hundreds of people watching, tons of people sharing their genuine opinions. Actual conversation is going on, analyzing a very, what seems to me right now, a productive conversation between, even if it's contentious, a productive and genuine conversation between people, and you motherfuckers in chat are like, oh, Demon Mama's being too impartial. Demon Mama's being too fair. I wish she would be more of a dumb, stupid asshole. Fuck you. Just fuck you. And some of you in chat, I got some susses on. I got some... Because I smell, I can smell the white fragility like lifting off of you. I swear to God, I can smell it. Some people overreacting in the YouTube chat, acting like, oh my God, somebody acknowledged the fact that there's severe racism in our society. That must mean that it's reverse racism, help! Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, sit down, have a listen. And like the stream, donate to Demon Mama. You know you come here to be humiliated by me, so. You think I'm being too charitable? Wait, I don't, okay, genuinely, how am I being too charitable? I feel like I've said pretty clearly that I think that the initial tweets are prejudiced, and I don't grant the charitability that Endless gives to them, but I just also think that Endless's points here are very legitimate. As somebody who is look, as I'm a trans person, okay? Right now, the United States is on a anti-trans eliminationist kick. I know what the fuck it's like to be a part of a group that is daily threatened with being eliminated. I think you should take a second and take a breather and try to think about what it might be like if most of the institutional forces in the world were targeted against your existence. Shark says, I don't know, I just said it's the job of the parents to cut toxic people out of the child's life, and the response was to not have the kids that would be subjected to that harassment. I agree that the wording there wasn't perfect, but I do not think that that was the, I don't think that was what he said. I think he said it's worth considering because cutting people out is different. And I agree, by the way. I will say, in fact, I explicitly said that I think that you should put blame on the prejudiced parents. You should, or not parents, on the prejudiced family member. Also, somebody in here said just replace white with black and all of a sudden this will, and see how you feel then? What are you fucking talking about? EndlessCemetery says, yeah, my wording wasn't great there, but my feeling is why would I risk my kid's development by having to do that when I could avoid the situation altogether? The racist people are to blame for their racism. You could. That said, I would say, my response to that is to say that, that's complicated. Because on one hand, it's kind of like a, that's kind of like a parallel of being like, I don't like not transitioning because you know that transitioning is going to bring you more transphobia. But okay, but again, the problem that we're having here is that we're lost in hypotheticals. I assume, and look, I'll just ask directly. We can put this here. I'll ask directly. Endless, you're in chat right now. EndlessCemetery, you're in chat right now. Would you, if you had a white wife or a white girlfriend or whatever, and she wanted to have kids with you, and you loved the shit out of her, would you not have kids with her just because of just because of a prejudiced family member? I think that's a pretty directly. I think that's a pretty direct question. This will sort it, because if it's just an issue of miscommunication during the conversation, it should be pretty easy. Absolutely not. We'd have kids after a lot of deliberation. There we go. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. See, you motherfuckers, you fuckers who are screaming I'm not being charitable, how better can I fucking be than asking the fucking questions directly?
Imp, shut up! Order!
Wait, that's the wrong one. Where the hell's my wife? Where's my wife? Did my soundboard buttons get mixed up?
That's my wife you're talking about! That's my wife you're talking about!
There you go. That's the one. What the fuck? Which the fuck button is that one on right now? F11. Oh, great. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
Bazinga!
That's Bazinga.
That's my wife you're talking about!
There we go. There we go. All right, I found it. It's fucking this one. There we go. I have a really bootleg soundboard. Forgive me, okay? It's gonna get better. I'm getting a better soundboard so I can actually see what the sounds are instead of having to remember all the numbers. But okay. Oh, thank you, Jazz Dog. It's a bootleg one. It works great, but it's nothing fancy. So there you go. Is it worth considering not having a kid if it's going to be disabled because of the potential for discrimination from society and family? I think that would be a comparables concept. Posadas John, that is a question that lots of people deal with, right? Is it worth considering not having a kid if it's going to be disabled because of the potential for discrimination from society and family? There are a lot of people who don't have kids specifically because they know they're at risk for genetic illnesses, right? Like, that is a common thing. And I would say that, like, we don't impugn people for saying, I don't know that I can handle that. We don't hold them bad. Now, if somebody else said, don't have those kids because they're going to be that way, now that we would, of course, identify as eugenicist. But an individual making that personal decision is a very different question. Sorry, I'm looking at YouTube chat right now. Hey, Vines. How is this different than Dave Rubin saying he'd prefer his kids to be straight? I'm not even... Shut the fuck up. Yeah, look, see, everybody, you should know I look at YouTube chat all the time. All right, we're moving on. We're continuing the conversation. No more YouTube chat stunlock.
So wait, you're losing me because I'm trying to talk about black people existing and we're doing this car analogy. So you're asking me if there's a difference between your car getting repoed or something and you selling your car and making money off of it.
Yes, the car is gone from your life in both scenarios.
But you benefited from one scenario as opposed to the other.
Sure. Or even, let's say I didn't necessarily benefit. Let's just say, well, let's not count it as a benefit. Let's say I just take the money and then I put it somewhere in a savings account.
Can you
and
just,
I'm never, or like an emergency fund, and I'm not able to use it.
For my benefit and chat's benefit, what are you analogizing here? What are you trying to compare this to?
The question I'm trying to get to is I think it matters how things happen. Even though the outcomes can on the surface look the same. If in the future there were no black people, or big air quote black people, super dark skinned people,
yeah,
because
I was gonna say black people
not
are
because
gonna exist, but dark skinned people specifically.
Sorry, I'm breaking my own rule. Javier Valenzuela says, damn, Demon Mama couldn't say there was or was not a difference with the Dave Rubin example, but completely engaged with the ableist one. The ableist one? Do you need a timeout? Do you need to go into fucking timeout? Is that what you need? Do you need to go into timeout? Because I'll put you in timeout, you stupid cunt.
Okay. There's no dark-skinned people, not for one reason, because they were all systematically genocided. And in the future, there's no dark-skinned people because they just happen to be around people who love them and who made children with people who love them who just happen to not have as much melanin as them. I think that's really important. I think that's an incredibly different distinction. Yes, there'd be less in both instances, but how it happens is incredibly important.
But you
as
don't
opposed
think
to
those
what
two
happens
are,
in the first place.
You don't think those two are directly related?
Incredibly different.
Sorry, I was
with people who love
Apologies, I was jettisoning someone from YouTube chat. I got to listen to that again.
them who just happen to not have as much melanin as them. I think that's really important. I think that's an incredibly different distinction. Yes, there'd be less in both instances, but how it happens is incredibly important.
But you
as
don't
opposed
think
to
those
what
two
happens
are,
in the first place.
You don't think those two are directly related as a consequence of cultural hegemony in America or in the globe, knowing that anti-blackness is global, and that you don't necessarily have to yourself harbor prejudice towards black people to engage in anti-black behavior?
Do you think that having a white wife as a black guy and having mixed race children is anti-black behavior?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that they were on the same page there.
All right.
I just think that
Based homie cracker. Hey, nut up. You want to say I'm fucking tweaking? All right, show up. Get in the Discord. Let's have you. Why don't you come on here and tell me what I've done wrong? Tell me exactly where I've misanalyzed this conversation. Okay? You do that, and I don't ban you out of chat. Simple as, okay? You pop in there. Mods, whoever's present for a mod, help this motherfucker who's by the name of Based Homie Cracker, help him into the Discord, okay? And then he can come here and he can tell me to my face exactly what I did wrong, all right? It'll be great.
it could play into that, but I'm not gonna like I said, cut my nose to spite my face. I'm not going to.
It's not really doing that though, because you could just as easily, like you're assuming, the assumption here is that I wouldn't just as easily find love and caring and a fulfilling relationship with someone who's also dark skinned like me.
That's so weird.
How?
It's just so weird to. I just think that it could play into that, but I'm not gonna like I said, cut my nose to spite my face. I'm not going to.
It's not really doing that though, because you could just as easily, like you're assuming, the assumption here is that I wouldn't just as easily find love and caring and a fulfilling relationship with someone who's also dark skinned like me.
That's so weird.
How?
It's just so weird to take this in and just specifically move yourself from being around and loving certain types of people because like there was and or is an effort to make less dark-skinned people. I feel like
weird.
No, this is similar to the T for T example I said before, right? I think there's tons of reasons why trans people would date other trans people. And I don't think it's because trans people are discriminatory towards cis people. There's a lot of reasons why black people might want to date other black people. And I don't think it's because that black person is necessarily like discriminating against white people. And I think that the reasonings for those things are much more understandable than, say, a cis person who openly talks about how I would never date a trans person. That's very different. It's literally about a matter of safety. Not just safety, but also like being able to, together with your partner, be engaged in a similar struggle, you know? Yeah, I think to say that like this is that his position here comes from prejudice is a little bit unfair. Let's continue.
It's weird to want more dark-skinned people to exist, knowing that there is a global project to reduce the number
to change your behavior in the sense that you would like forego relationships with lighter-skinned people. Yes, and like criticize darker skinned people for having sex and children with lighter skinned people. Yes.
They're not doing that though. I feel like
they are
reading
100. They are 100%.
Maybe in the comments, but I feel like you're reading super far into this when it's very.
What do you think they mean when they say this is insane?
It's insane.
I think this is probably my biggest criticism for Endless Cemetery was choosing to defend the tweets as opposed to just talk about the topic. And this is a problem that happens like frequently, which is that sometimes you can get yourself into a position where you have to defend the tweet when really what you're talking about is a larger issue. And I think that's the problem, because I can see where Endless is coming from with the first one, with the Facebook post being like, okay, that's not a big deal. The second one though, yeah, the second one is like, I would say the second one is much harder to say that it's like, I think you were being too charitable to the second post. But that said, you know, it's a situation that tons of people have been in. This happens sometimes. You sometimes see people have arguments over other people's takes. And even if the defense wasn't initially about the like other person's take or the tweet or whatever, it can become about that. It can become locked by the fact that it was based on that tweet. So. Thank you, Posadas John. The YouTube cracker said, I'm on my phone, just ban me. You know what the fuck I mean, get fucked. Yeah, bye, bitch. Bye. See you later.
Insane because the family started black and now it's white.
That's insane. That's wild. That's crazy. That's unfathomable.
White supremacy is insane, yes.
Having lighter skinned children is white supremacy?
No.
So...
But it is a goal of white supremacy.
So I want to make sure that we get this so we get this down, okay?
Lenoira says, honestly, he seems either dishonest or in denial, pretending these tweets aren't racist or colorist, and it just makes him seem like he shares these beliefs. I don't know. I can understand why some people might think that there's some deception going on here, but I don't think that anything that Endless Cemetery has done here has indicated deception. Like I haven't seen any of that. In fact, I've seen Endless Cemetery basically just be very honest this whole time through. So I think it's a little, yeah.
So there being more lighter skinned people is white supremacy, but having lighter skinned children, which makes more lighter skinned people and less darker skinned people.
Yeah, colorism is extremely distinct. And I will say that, like, again, I say this as a fucking white skinned person. My ex is the main vector of like my personal like anecdotal experience was through the experiences of my ex I was with for 7 years, and she experienced so much discrimination just based on the fact that her skin was darker than the rest of her family. Like and she talked about it all the time. And this ex was not like a super political person. Like she wasn't super hyper political, but she talked about how bad it was in her family and how there are members of her family who are mistreated severely worse just because they happen to have inherited the traits of her grandfather who was really dark skinned. Oh, we do need a Mia. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like colorism is a very, very real thing.
Is not white supremacy. Is that right?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, the cat was screaming.
Sure. Like, so I just think it's really odd. So you said, tell me if I'm wrong.
Here's the thing very simply, right? Very, very simply. Sure. So it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. Whoever you want to love, whoever you choose to have kids with, it truly doesn't matter, right?
It seems like it matters because you're telling me that you're playing into white supremacist hands by having.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But for me,
You're not saying that you're playing into white supremacist hands by you being a dark-skinned person and having more lighter-skinned babies, therefore leading to less darker-skinned people because you could have had sex with like a darker-skinned person, leading to more darker-skinned people. You're saying you're not playing into white supremacy if you do that.
On an individual basis, no, but there is such a thing in. I'm thinking Dominican specifically, where you go out of your way. I forget what the term is, something La Raza, where you go out of your way to procreate with lighter skinned people such.
This is also, I can also say this is another thing. This is really, really weird and extremely awkward. And again, I can only tell you my anecdotal experience, but me being white-skinned person, I remember hearing my ex's mom tell her that she did a good job by getting a white, at the time it was before transition, by getting a white boy. Like, I'm not kidding you. That I heard that myself. Like, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. It's like a like what he's talking about here is a very real thing. And it felt really weird for me too, because I mean, obviously it didn't hurt me, but it was fucking awkward as shit being like, okay, like you're I don't know. It's very uncomfortable. So
Kids will be like,
obviously it didn't hurt me on a systemic level. I had nothing to lose from it, but it's fucking weird.
And that's something that people can engage in. But
isn't this the same ideology that you just expressed to me before?
Huh?
So you said earlier that mixed race people have like bigotry towards them, and that's why I wouldn't have a mixed race person as a baby, because their aunt could be like so racist and that would fuck up their development.
For me,
how can
personally,
you
yes.
Okay, so if you're like a dark-skinned person and you're like, man, global blackness is crazy, they're gonna grow up in a racist world that hates them. I don't want to do that, but I do want children. I'm gonna go specifically have lighter-skinned children so they don't experience anti-black racism. Is that not literally the same exact thing?
I mean,
that you're
yes,
doing?
that's the end goal is the completion of the project of white supremacy, which is to reduce and eliminate the number of dark-skinned people in the world. Yeah.
So do you think that you're like an unwitting an unwitting participant? Do you think that you're like a co-collaborator, even if you may not know, of like white supremacy by having mixed race children?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily, and then you say you're qualifying a lot, which makes me feel like without the qualification you would say yes.
Because you're talking about groups and then individuals, and you're flip-flopping back and forth between the two when there's a very distinct difference between the two. As far as individuals go, love, fuck, and procreate with whoever you want. But in terms of the group as a whole...
But you're hurting black people.
Excuse me, you're hurting black people by having light-skinned kids?
Well, wasn't that their position, like this position? They're like,
you're playing far into these tweets that literally
I
just
really
say,
don't think it's that far.
That literally just talking about how the kids don't have melanin, and I don't get how we get that far. You have to walk me through that.
Sure. Let me ask this question then. Let's say if I once again I tweet a picture. I love tweeting pictures. And it's of a noticeably gay person, okay? It's a little gay black boy with a little gay black boyfriend. And I go, man, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. Ellipses. That's just insane. How would you feel about that tweet?
It would be homophobic as fuck, but but wait a minute, it's homophobic, but you can't one-to-one race with sexual preference. Because sexual preference is not necessarily immutable the same way having dark skin is. You understand that, right?
Your sexual preference is a what?
You could go your entire life without anyone knowing you're gay. That same is not true if you're a dark-skinned black person.
This is an area where I will disagree with Endless Cemetery, and I think this argument is flawed. And I'll explain why, but let's hear it out. Let's hear it out first. This is one of the ones that I heard that made me think that that made me want to react to this conversation. This was one of 3 clips I saw. But I have some things to say about this.
Do you not think that like sexuality is a immutable characteristic?
Okay. Do you agree or disagree that there are people who are gay you would have no clue they were gay?
Some people, sure.
Okay. What's the first thing you notice when you look at a person?
I try not to look people in the eyes. I'm scared. They scare me. But I don't know. It could be like their hair, what they're wearing. This isn't a good question to ask for me because, like, didn't I say
you don't
earlier
care
that
about
like the
black
racism
people,
that
or that you don't care necessarily
That's
about
true.
blackness.
I do not. So true. I do not care about black people.
I worded that incorrectly. You don't put a whole lot of stock into blackness.
My own personal no. But I care about.
Okay, so a couple things I want to say here. A couple little things I want to say here. So first of all, first off, it is true that there is not a one-to-one parallel between homosexuality and race or transness and race. However, I just want to point out that like hiding things is a really, really questionable metric. First of all, so there's a couple of ways I can approach this. You can't hide your sexuality forever. Someone will find out. Unless you basically swear off having sex for the rest of your life, someone's gonna find out. It will happen. No matter how secretive you are, no matter how infrequently you have sex, someone will find out about it. Might even be your own partner. This is totally unrelated to the actual well, okay, it's not, but I wasn't listening to it for this conversation. I was listening to a book earlier, and in the book, it talks about, the book was talking about two gay guys who were in a relationship, and one of the gay guys converted to Christianity and outed his partner. So his gay partner was the one that ended up ruining his life because he converted to Christianity and became an ex-gay. So and then the other point, of course, with this is the other point with this is that, of course, like whether you can hide something or not is not really relevant most of the time, because it's only relevant to the question of immediate survival. But we're not just talking about immediate survival here. We're talking about okay. And I'll talk about that as well. Endless Cemetery. Endless Cemetery says, I was trying to make the point that that white queer people still benefit from white supremacy. Yes, that much is very much true. If you're a white queer person, the likelihood, for example, that you're going to be discriminated against by the police, it's still more than, like, you're way more likely to be discriminated against by the police than a straight person, but still significantly less than a black person. That's just statistic fact, essentially. So that is very true. However, I want to wind back real quick and just finish what I was saying. So the idea that this is actually, it's funny because we've accidentally stumbled onto a discourse that happens inside of trans circles. So in trans circles, there is a conflict about non-binary people versus like trans people who go the whole way, quote unquote. And one of the things that like that binary people, that like specifically hardline binary people will argue is that non-binary people do not experience the trans experience because they can hide their transness. And of course, that is not true in multiple ways. Not only like on a factual basis, most non-binary people either do HRT or get a surgery at some point. So that of course is false on a factual level, but it's also irrelevant on a larger level, which is to say that you're not doing better if you have to spend your whole life repressing an essential part of yourself. You're not doing any better. So it's one of those things where it's like where the only thing that you have a advantage on is you could maybe avoid if like literally the Gestapo is at your door, you might be able to get away if you're non-binary, because you might have a slightly easier time binding your tits or packing or something like that, or tucking. You might, but we know that's not guaranteed, because just because you can in a moment maybe pretend to do something it really doesn't translate to a material advantage. So so what I'm trying to say is that like the ability to hide something is not really actually meaningfully relevant in most of these discussions, because ultimately what you're saying is that like the only situation is contrived. Yeah. So like, yeah. If that makes sense. It's an invented scenario of like the Gestapo's at your door, who is gonna have a slightly easier time passing as their birth gender, a non-binary person or a binary trans person? And the answer is both of them will be equally fucked. In 99.999% of situations, you might be able to make a sort of you might be able to make a like a claim that like a non-medical transitioning non-binary person might have a slightly easier time hiding from the Gestapo than like a binary person. But yeah, at the end of the day, yeah. Endless Cemetery says, it's not just that. Queer whites displace blacks and queer blacks in discourse and in real life through gentrification. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course. I think that's true to a certain degree. I mean, of course that's true. I mean, there's no doubt. Like, I mean, fuck, I live in the city of Seattle. I know for a fact that there have been white tech queers, white tech queers who have severely pushed gentrification. I think that's true. And of course, white queer people have some representation where queer black people have almost none. And yeah, of course, there's a lot of racism and whatever in trans queer communities. That said, this is one of the areas where I think that identity politics starts to fail us just a little bit. And I don't mean to say that in a dismissive way. It's just that I don't know that you can actually make a ladder that easily. I think it's actually quite hard to like build that like ladder of discrimination. Is pretty hard to substantiate, because it goes back and forth a lot, and I think that most of it ends up just being hierarchicalization that isn't necessary. Not just not necessary, but not useful. It doesn't give us anything. It doesn't give us anything to fight against what we're fighting against. It doesn't actually help us fight against the oppression. What I think is much more useful is instead, at least for me, I think it's most useful to, for everybody, no matter where you land on intersectionality, to be open to hearing the suffering and pain of other people, regardless of who has more or who has less. And to be sensitive that there's probably areas that you are not discriminated against that other people are. It's true about everyone. For example, I would assume most, a lot, or I wouldn't even say most, a lot of people in my community are able-bodied. They might also be black and queer, but they're able-bodied, and being disabled is a huge, a massive thing to struggle with in our society. So yeah, I think that we have to be careful about forming a ladder like that. I generally push against it. I generally push against doing that because I just think it doesn't actually give us anything to work with. I will say, however, that it is important to recognize I think it's important for white queers to not participate in gentrification, which is something that can happen, especially because a lot of tech companies have opened their doors to white queer people, which gives those people who get in through that door, I should say, yeah, mostly white queer people, that like tech companies have opened their doors in that way, which means that there are some people who are in positions of power, in a lot of positions of power, and if they're not willing to consider the fact that they can participate in these things very easily, if they're not willing to analyze that and be self-critical, then they can absolutely do a lot of damage. Oh my God. Oh no. When you said I was the arbiter, this meme came up. Fucking, oh no, this ancient meme. The arbiter. Oh, that's an ancient meme. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue the conversation, okay? Yeah, let's continue it.
About what people care about. So if you think that your blackness is like super important, I don't want anybody to take that from you. That seems like a really important thing to you.
Well, I mean, it kind of seems like you do, considering how you reacted to these tweets.
Well, you're not, well, that's the thing. You're not worrying about your blackness anymore, are you? You're worrying about your children and grandchildren's.
I'm worried about people.
So right here, what we're witnessing is we're witnessing them both be limited by the tweets. If they had been able to move off the tweets completely, just say, all right, forget about the tweets. Let's talk like mano a mano, you know? If that had happened, I don't think this moment would have actually occurred, because what it sounds like right now is they're both being stuck within the frame of the tweets when neither of them are actually really disagreeing on this particular point. Yeah.
People like me existing in the future, who they choose to
Your
procreate
children are
with
people like you, are they not?
But who they choose to procreate with is their business as well.
I also wanted to state though, I will say that with that in mind, I of course think that Shark's argument here is strong, because of course I agree with, if we're still staying within the are still staying within the framework of the tweets, I think it's totally correct and fair of Shark to bring up the fact that, like, you're not just making a personal decision by saying you don't want your bloodline to be a certain way, or that it's bad for your bloodline to be a certain way. You're also making a claim about your children and your children's children and stuff like that. So I think he's got a point, but again, I just think it's too limited by the tweets.
Did I not say that individually it doesn't matter? It's just my individual choice.
It doesn't seem, it seems like a good way to skirt away from responsibility.
I'm not responsible for it because black people aren't a monolith. You understand that, right? So not only am I not responsible for what other black people do, I can't control what other black people do. I can only control what I do.
Okay, and it seems like the way in which you would like to do that would be to influence other people.
How?
To do what you would like to do. Like tweets like this.
Like
that we've been talking about. Like this, the offending material tweet. Do you not believe that that's like a,
where are the prescriptive,
that they have an interest? So this is like
can you
arguing with somebody who doesn't believe in stochastic terrorism. Like, you don't have to
tell me what
you don't have to say specifically. You don't.
Shark says, I wouldn't have wanted to have the conversation if we weren't talking about the tweet. I don't really care what he does in his personal life. Okay, I mean that's a fair position. Like, this conversation was stemmed by the tweets, and you being the person who made the tweets, you're interested in engaging with the tweets that were at hand. So while me being a third-party observer can say I think this conversation probably would have gone better if everybody moved out of the tweets, it also makes sense to me. That's completely fair as to why you like we're focusing on that. And I've done that 100,000 times. You know that's true. There's been a million times where I've been like, all right, but you know, somebody came on to argue with me about this. So yeah, I get that.
Have to say the prescription because you walk people to the line specifically.
The line
You
being
walk
that
people.
they want their
You
kids
walk
to be
people to
dark-skinned?
the very line, and then you go, well. Who knows what could happen? If you tell people that they're living in a country and they're at war, you shouldn't be surprised that they act like they're at war, even though you didn't tell anybody to pick up a gun and kill anybody.
So you think
like, there's no reason
Afrofuturism is equivalent to stochastic terrorism, or at least analogous to stochastic
in the
terrorism?
way in the way that you can in the way that you can bring that into the real world? Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
So
in the
if
way
I
in which
say-
you
If I say
in the
I
way
don't
in which
care,
you like talk
if
about
I say
it to people,
I
and
don't,
yeah.
I don't care what my kids do or what anybody else does. I want my kids to be dark skinned like me. That's stochastic terrorism.
There's the prescription. You keep saying that there's no prescription.
There isn't. I'm choosing
There
my
is a
personal
prescription.
choice. How?
That is a prescription. Wait.
Joe, are you the real Joe Lewis? I swear you had an account on here. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Joe, you deserve a creator badge, but also I could have sworn I already had given it to you in the past. That looks like a new account. Hold on a second. Maybe you got locked out of your old one. Hold on, let me see. Wait a minute. Hold on, I just gotta verify. I don't want to give away a badge if I'm not sure it's the real person. Wait, no, it's you. All right, hold on. Let me give you the badge. I think you have another account, though, but all right, we'll give you the badge for now regardless. Yeah, there we go. Let's continue.
It's a prescription
Welcome,
to say
Joe.
that I don't care what anybody else does? Where?
That's not it.
All right, true, Joe. All right, fair. I was able to verify because I was able to look and see what you signed up with, but true. Damn, that's an old meme. Fuck yeah.
That's not the part that I'm talking about.
The part that so you have an issue with my personal choices, like you have an issue with these people's personal choice.
For one, honestly, yeah. Like if you engage in this type of stuff, yeah. Like your personal choices can be pretty fucking bad.
So why are you
100%.
seed watching?
Because
bro?
they don't engage. They don't just talk about this. You're not like a single human being in all of this. Okay, you're talking about your spouse. You're talking about children and grandchildren. There are a bunch of other people here who do not get an input, and the way in which you treat them can 100% be disgusting. And
Okay, hold on. I gotta address another person who's being bad in YouTube chat. Esben M. If Endless could condemn the tweets, the entire discussion would be about whether Shark went too far, but he can't because he's a weaselly piece of shit. I think that's an incredibly uncharitable way of interpreting this, and if you've been paying attention to the site chat, you will see that Endless has literally been here and also has been willing to condemn the tweets after further review. Come on. Some of you people are genuinely, I really think that some people here are just so uncharitable. Sorry, but I've seen you commenting for like an hour like this. It's just like calm the fuck down and listen to the conversation. I don't think there's any weaseliness being going on here. I think that there has been some like miscommunications and there have been some flawed arguments, but that's very different from dishonesty. Like really, really different. All right, well, hey, thanks for being here, Joe.
like circling back to this, they gave the prescription because the prescription is implied.
It's implied. It's the vibe.
Like any human being can, like, I don't know, this seems like odd to me, and I know for a fact you'd pick it up anywhere else this was happening, but you're making a special exemption for this
Because anti-blackness is global, and blackness is
okay. So
very
you do make an
distinct.
exemption for this, is that true?
Yes. Why wouldn't
Okay.
I'm
that's bad.
first of all, I'm a dark-skinned black person, so this directly affects me, whether or not people like me exist in the future. That's number one.
it doesn't.
Okay, it would affect me, right?
I think it could, yeah.
If I was going to be born
Maybe
in the
not this
future,
literal
I would not
tweet,
be
but-
born in the future. That's number one. Number two, I'm still not understanding why these people's personal preference. Again, he's talking. I never want my. Right, 2 generations and a melanin gone from that bloodline. We're talking specifically about bloodlines, right? We're not talking about what black people should do as a whole, They're talking about themselves and their descendants, right? And if they're going to be of the mindset that they need to try to influence who their kids procreate with or whatever, I wouldn't agree with that. But it's really fucking weird to me to see.
Don't you think they would when they didn't bring up, like, when they brought up the second generation and the kids that they were having? Don't you think that they would have like an opinion on that?
I mean,
because I would imagine what the real issue was that like very light skin or white baby.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Gayfesh. Gayfesh says you can only ever be born when you're born. If my parents had fucked on another day, I wouldn't exist either. So why does that matter? Or who fucking cares? Yeah, I think this is a bit of a misstep, personally. Yeah. I think this angle is a bit of a misstep.
From that darker skinned grandfather, don't you think? And don't all those memes about like the bloodlines getting lighter, don't they always include like the white or like almost white grandchild or great grandchild with the dark skinned grandparents or
Listen to what
great-grandparents?
you just said and what we referenced earlier. It's not about Malaysian people. It's not about Filipino people. It's not about Thai people. It's about white people. Because whiteness is something very specific, especially in contrast to blackness. Why is this like hard concept to understand?
Captain Howdy from YouTube chat says, this just sounds like a lot of Southern racists when they say they want to see themselves in the future, and it's weird as fuck. Yes, but you have, come on, you have to go a little bit deeper in the analysis, right? Like, we can acknowledge that, that in a different context, it could be worse, but that's not what's being said. There's not a drummed up, made up threat of genocide. There's a real, genuine, and historical threat of genocide. And what's being said here is not I mean, Endless Cemetery has very explicitly stated that he's not anti-race mixing. So I understand where you're coming from, but you have to step further. You have to analyze one step further. At least I would urge you to.
Understand.
I want to ask this question because this seems very interesting to me.
Okay.
If, let's say, white supremacy never existed, would you feel the same exact way about the whole like breeding thing?
If there was a specific group that actively devalued dark-skinned people, yeah. That's the whole thing, right? Is that we exist in a culture, whether we're conscious of it or not, that actively devalues melanin and dark-skinned people. So applying value to that as a consequence of that is really fucking weird, when the alternative is to just say, fuck it, if they genocide us, they genocide us. Right?
I don't... But with this...
Wait, hold on a second. Tina, I gotta get you... Damn, we have so many creators in chat. Hold on, Tina, let me get you a name too. I'm amazed that we don't have you, we don't have your name already on there. Let me get your name there. Hold on. Tina. Oh, there we go. All right, hold on a second. Let me get you the fancy name. There you go. Enjoy your fancy name.
Which is kind of your take, right? Because you don't care if dark-skinned people exist in the future.
But that's not genocide.
Then why did they call it that?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an individual choice that somebody makes when it comes to who they date and who they don't date and who they procreate and who they do not procreate with. Me, you, Aston Mac, Umar, that's his name, Umar Johnson, is that right? I've never listened to a single thing from him, but he kind of makes me uncomfortable.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. I don't know. Other
you gotta understand,
other Negro pilled people.
I drive a forklift 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I don't have the time to pay attention to a lot of these other content creators. I'm not gonna hold you. But I mean, I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with being a dark-skinned person who values other dark-skinned people and wants their children to be dark-skinned.
I value dark-skinned people.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that I need them or going to, if it happens naturally, like try to push for them to continue existing. That's fine.
The goal of the project of white supremacy was for it to happen naturally.
Do you think that if you're a black person and you have sex with a white person and have lighter skinned babies, are you like a unwitting foot soldier of white supremacy?
No.
How can you not, when you just said that was the goal?
Okay.
Because you keep bringing up this, like, the conspiracy goal to make black people disappear. In the same breath, you're talking about a random black person just having a white spouse.
Right.
It seems like they have to be
Because
working in tandem, even unwittingly, for this to happen. Because otherwise, you wouldn't be bringing them up together.
You were the one that brought them up together.
So I just
My whole point from the very beginning is that people should be allowed. Do you? Okay. So you think that it's weird for people to have preferences as far as what their children look like and who they grew up around? That's obvious, right? I would agree.
Can you say that one more time?
You think it's weird for people to have any type of stock in what their children look like and the family members that they have their children with, right?
I do think it's weird, and the more militant you get about it, the weirder it gets until it reaches
I would agree.
You're a bad person.
I would agree. In a vacuum. The thing is that we don't live in a vacuum. We live in a culture and a society that actively devalues dark skin.
Wait, let me ask this question. I want to switch it around. Do you think that if you specifically have dark-skinned children, are you fighting back against white supremacy?
Yes, because you're procreating more dark-skinned people. You're doing the opposite of what they want you to do.
When you make more dark-skinned people, you're fighting against white supremacy. But when you
Nah, you know what? I actually agree. I actually agree. I don't know that it's a huge struggle. But I've said this as well. Like, I think that I've said this before. You all know this, that I've said that I think every trans person, even the like worst trans person who still transitions and lives openly as a trans person is a representation of rebellion against against patriarchy and against gender fucking imperialism. And the reason why is because even if you're like a total piece of shit, taking the action to radically change your gender is in and of itself an act of extreme revolution against the standard. Even if you back up the standard in every other way, even if you're like the biggest assimilationist piece of shit, it is a bit fucktivism. Yeah, it is a little bit of fucktivism. And I'm not going to say it's like a huge point, but it is still an act of rebellion. And I do think that I don't think like having a black kid is like a dark-skinned kid is like a great act of revolution, but I do think that it is. You are defying the intentions of a existent and real attempt to breed you out. So I don't think it's the best or the only or even like the maximal, but it absolutely is. Yeah, even Blair White, even Caitlyn Jenner. Yes, I've said this many times. I've said this 100 times. You guys have heard me say this so many times. Like both of them. Yes, exactly, yes. Endless Cemetery says, I think the real revolutionary act is teaching your kids their history and giving them agency and letting them know they're valued. I agree, infinitely more. Likewise, I think that I don't think that Blair White is like a gender revolutionary, but I do acknowledge that Blair White choosing to transition is a revolutionary act of defiance against the order of gender. So she isn't, but she did something that was. Likewise, having a kid in the face of being told that that you're not supposed to have dark-skinned kids, that dark-skinned kids aren't supposed to exist according to white supremacists, which is true and real, I think that is a revolutionary act. So I think I agree with him on this. I think I agree with Endless Cemetery on this. Yeah. I think that the problem is putting too much weight on it. If you act like all you have to do is to fight against white supremacy is have a dark-skinned kid, I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. Joe Lewis says, we live in a country where the government had to give us our rights. Our very existence and any action that makes us clearly visible is political to no fault of our own. Agreed 100%. I also say, you guys know this. What's rule number one? Imps, rule number one? What's rule number one? I'm waiting. I'm fucking waiting. Don't fucking die. Don't fucking die. Do not fucking die. And why is that? Because queer people surviving in the face of an eliminationist policy, even if you're not a perfect queer, even if you're not even a good queer, is in and of itself an act of defiance against a imposing eliminationist worldview. So there you go. Don't fucking die. So I think that's solid.
You make more light-skinned people, you're not helping white supremacy.
Because those kids are still black.
But
Exactly,
you said, well,
Vines.
dark skin is what was the important part for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not dark skinned, would they? Would they be? The likelihood would be low.
Between a black person and a white person?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. But that kid would still be black at the end of the day.
Okay. So once again, you're telling me you would be fighting against white supremacy to have dark-skinned children,
Right.
but you would not be helping white supremacy when you have light-skinned children.
Black people having children at all is fighting against white supremacy.
Are you not helping
I agree,
as
Duffy. I
much? Are
agree.
you helping less, or are you hurting more than somebody having dark-skinned children?
You are okay. So in terms of black people, you're not really, it's like neutral. Because if you're a black person, your kids are going to be black. That's what blackness is, right?
But we're talking about dark skin here.
Okay, so if we're talking about dark-skinned people on an individual basis, it's kind of inconsequential. But yeah, if you, as a whole, as a group, if the majority of dark-skinned people decided that they wanted to have kids with lighter-skinned people for whatever reason, then that would be the completion of the goal of white supremacy, whether they were conscious of it or not. The thing is that most
Who
black
cares?
people don't operate that way. I care.
My question is, who cares?
I mean, dark-skinned
If that's
people care.
if that's actually what they want, who cares? Why is it important to like change their mind or like take their hand and tell them you need to do something else?
Mastadas John, wouldn't that logic mean that having a mixed kid is also fighting against white supremacy, maybe even more so? I don't think it would be more so or less so. I just would say also yes. Both are. Of course. Harrier says, I'm confused. How is having a kid a revolutionary act? Literally, race mixing and interracial marriage are against the norm. How is anti-race mixing revolutionary? It's not being anti-race mixing. It's revolutionary for it is a revolutionary act to defy a white supremacist order that doesn't want black people to have more kids. That's the revolutionary act. It's not about being anti-race mixing. This is you're getting stuck. You're getting stuck in the framing. Yes. And yes, Endless Cemetery literally just said black people having any kids at all is combating white supremacy, and I would agree with that. Scoots Monkey, I agree with you. Awkward Renegade, you're not listening.
We are at the
First
point
of all,
where
we're not making a prescription. That's number one. Number two, as
You
I said,
100% are.
we are not. As I said multiple times throughout this conversation as well, cultural hegemony means that you don't have to.
Alec Gunter says, no, in the VOD, he just said having lighter skinned kids is helping achieve the goal of white supremacy. He just said that in the VOD. Wrong. What he said, if you were fucking listening, if anybody would listen before they open their goddamn mouth, what he said was that there is pressure to have kids with white people. There is pressure for by a white supremacist order to breed out dark-skinnedness. This is a real thing that has happened. Now, obviously not all white supremacists believe that, but that is a thing. We already talked about this, how this happened with Native Americans as well, that white supremacists deliberately tried. I mean, literally, guys, do I need to get really graphic about it? Do I need to talk about how the conquistadors, when they arrived in South and Central America, that Spanish conquistadors would intentionally rape natives so that they would have less native blood? Have people forgotten their history lessons? This is what is being talked about. He specifically said, no. There is a pressure there is a pressure by white people for black people to marry up, quote unquote. And I put that with huge quotes, marry up into a white relationship. That doesn't mean that you're bad for being with a white person. It just means that you're also not bad if you choose to have a baby or have a partner who's another black person, a dark person. Yeah, Endless Cemetery. That is an unfortunately terribly common thing. I'm really sorry that type of thing exists in your family. That was another thing that literally happened. Like, I keep citing my ex, but that's where a lot of my personal experience comes from on this type of thing. But yeah. Sparklecat says, I think framing procreation as an act of resistance carries the risk of leading people to sort of objectifying their children, though, kind of like how quiverful parents do. Yes, I agree. That's why I said specifically, and that's why I would say, from my perspective, my commentary on this is that I don't think that it should be the focus. I don't think that breeding or like children as demographics should be the focus of any of our struggles. Partially because we can't control demographics. There's a million things that can affect demographics. But regardless of your angle, I don't think the battlefield is on just on who you're having kids with. Yeah. So I just think that it's still possible to analyze that and come to conclusions. So let's continue. Let's continue. We got to get through this.
Have that goal to complete it. People don't have to be racist to engage in anti-blackness or white supremacy. There's lots of people.
So you are working
to
complete the goal of white supremacy, but you're not a foot soldier or unwitting.
This is such a dishonest framing of this.
How? This seems like 1-to-1 to me.
It's not.
Like, how do you help a wrongful cause while also not being an unwitting, like, what's the word for it? It's like a something fool.
Because your light-skinned kids could still have dark-skinned kids if they choose to date and procreate with dark-skinned people, especially if they're black, because they're going to occupy the same class.
Yeah, useful idiot. Thank you. Yeah, how are you not a useful idiot to this? I don't know. It's just.
I mean, sure, if you would like to.
I think that's overplaying the argument. I don't think that's a fair interpretation of this argument. I understand where Shark is coming from on this, but I think that's overplaying the claim. Like, Endless has not said that you're like worse if you don't. It's just that it's a good thing. It's kind of like
portray it that way, but as stated previously, your kids are still going to be black, which means that in all likelihood they're probably also going to value darker skin.
Will they? I don't know. It seems like these days a lot of people really, like you explained it. You said a lot of people really like lighter skin. Isn't it like a big thing? Yeah, like don't a lot of people hold on pedestals like white girls and like light skin or red bone girls is like the ultimate like female prize?
Yeah, that's very much true. But to pretend like that is equivalent to active hatred of dark skinned people is kind of disingenuous, don't you think?
Not really. A lot of people can feel that way.
So if someone really likes white people, that automatically means that they hate black people?
Wait. take it one step back. I want to make sure I heard you right, because I may have misheard you.
So if someone's really into, say, for example, they're super enthusiastic about Irish culture, or fuck it, we'll say white culture, right? Even though we understand what whiteness is. Does that
Do we like
necessarily
potato
mean that
salad?
they automatically hate all dark-skinned people, hate all black people?
No.
Okay, then. So when we talk about people who are actually marginalized and the target of white supremacy, why does liking them mean that they dislike someone else?
Hey, Gutter Bunny.
As stated before, these people are
it's-
talking about their own generations and not.
It's not just liking them.
True Senpai says, does Endless only want to have kids with someone darker? No, Endless has stated that multiple times.
Okay.
So no, that's not true.
It's like I still don't understand how you don't get the implied prescription here of a sentence like that. And it feels like you understood it when we talk about like other people, when it comes to the same exact situation, when it comes to gay people, or like if I was to make some
Because gay people is not an analogy to black people. It's just not. Furthermore,
Well,
black gay
I just
people
disagree.
exist. I know you disagree because you don't understand this shit and it's obvious.
Okay.
You can
Yeah,
have black.
yeah, like
there
that's
is black
just
people.
that's just intersectionality though. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I know intersectionality exists. You can be at the crossroads of multiple different prejudice.
No, Gutter Bunny. Thankfully, that is not the case. Thankfully, this has been actually a very good, a very, very interesting, a generally good faith. There has definitely been contention, but yeah. But no, thankfully, no. That is not, this has not been anything like that.
Right.
and
The
power
whole
positions.
purpose of the intersection.
And
It's not. It's not
and you
called
can be at
parallel.
the intersection of two marginalized positions, which could be black and gay.
So why do we need to talk about gay if we're talking about black then?
I think it's quite easy to make an analogy between two marginalized
It's not.
classes.
It's not
Okay.
because white gay people exist. That's what gentrification is.
What? White people are gentrifying. Wait, can you explain? Can you elaborate, please?
White people find a nice. So white queer people exist in a weird intersection because they don't get all of the benefits of white supremacy, even though they themselves are white. So what they do is they find other marginalized communities and center themselves in them. And as a consequence of that, they push those other people out. That's why a lot of the most gentrified areas that you see have rainbow flags. This is studied and written about.
Okay, so there's a couple of ways to look at this. So, yes, are there queer people who are involved in gentrification? Absolutely, undeniably so, completely true. But it's not. I would not. I think there's problems with this structuring of the situation because, so. Let's talk about a specific example real quick. Capitol Hill in Seattle, okay? So Capitol Hill in Seattle is a highly gentrified neighborhood. It is also the historically gay neighborhood. Now, what they don't tell you is that a lot of most of the queer people that made it the gay neighborhood no longer live there. Who lives there now is well-meaning libs, progressives, tech people, many of them heterosexual, not queer at all, but who are outwardly friendly and outwardly friendly towards progressivism, who like the feeling of being around other progressives and also have the money to now live in an increasingly gentrified neighborhood. So, a lot of the queer people in this city don't live in the historically gay neighborhood. Like I don't, for example. Most queer people in this area actually live they've been pushed out into working class suburbs, et cetera, into just like everybody else. So it's very very strange. And I don't know if it's as clear cut as saying that like white gay people are, or white queer people are like the arbiters of gentrification. And of course it varies differently, but the reality, the fact of the matter is rather that the reason why highly progressive neighborhoods are also highly gentrified is not because of the queer people that live there. The reason why you see the rainbow flags is not really because of the queer people. It's because rainbow flags and BLM flags become a signal of a good neighborhood because, oh, there's other liberal, progressive tech people there. So in truth, the queer people don't live in those neighborhoods anymore, even though those neighborhoods are accepting, you know, and there's a lot of history there. I mean, here's a great example. So I used to go to a LGBTQ counseling and like a therapy center that was situated in the historical neighborhood of Seattle, the historically gay neighborhood of Seattle. That place no longer exists. They went out of business. They were in operation for nearly 100 years, and they could no longer afford to operate in the area. It's gone. So that center that was serving all of those gay people was gay people coming from other areas. Very few queer people, except for the most affluent, white gays, are even able to live in that area. So it's a really, really complicated thing, and there is, I think that this framing is a little bit flawed, and also points at the wrong people. Because while I will agree that there are, like I said, I mean, I talked about the white tech gays, that like white tech queers, people like acceptable, usually assimilationist, passing white queer people who get a job with a tech company, all of a sudden they can afford a nice house. Those people are acceptable. Lucy says, in Poland, hanging an LGBT flag on your balcony became the symbol of defying the far right. Same with wearing an LGBT flag bag and other accessories. Well, that's true. That's true to a degree here as well. Yeah, actually, there's a really interesting book I've been reading recently, Endless Cemetery, that specifically addresses the class divide and how it's called Hinterland, and it's really good. I highly recommend it. It's a book that talks about, it actually like does a really good job addressing the argument that you hear. Like people say this all the time. Well, poor white people have it really bad. They do. And this book does a really good job of explaining how it works without erasing racism at all. It's a very good book. It's called Hinterland. It's a very, very interesting book, and it is very much rooted in the recent anarchist movements. It's really good. Highly recommend it. But anyway, it's not, I guess it is theory, but it's a little bit more of like a history this person talked about. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this presentation of the gentrification thing, I don't really 100% agree with, but I think I get what I get what Endless is getting at. I just don't 100% agree with the way that it's structured. Yeah, Hinterland is the name of the book.
All right. Let's even take that as true for a moment.
It is.
Why are you like removing their intersectionality of this issue?
They're white, so they automatically raise the property value, which means that people that can't afford that shit can't live there. What class
We're not talking
exists?
about gentrification at the moment.
Okay. What are we talking about?
So why are you removing their intersectionality? They still
who's
are
intersectionality?
marginalized. They're still marginalized even if they are white.
Okay, real quick, everybody. Just a quick pause. If you are here and you are enjoying the stream, which I assume you are because a lot of you have been here for a long time, please press the like button and subscribe. Please subscribe to the Demon Mama YouTube channel. If you're watching on the site, just click on the screen. It'll take you to my page. Like and subscribe. Would love it. And of course, any support that you toss my way is deeply appreciated. I have no sponsors or anything. This is a 100% viewer-supported stream. So thank you very, very much. let's continue. Didn't want to spend too much time on that, but I have to do it. So,
Gay people? White gay people?
Yes.
Because they're not black. They're the opposite of black.
Okay.
I'm not denying their intersectionality.
You are.
I'm very much acknowledging their intersectionality. Did I not at the beginning say that they don't get all the same benefits from white supremacy as other cishet white people?
Sure, but you're saying that they're like so fundamentally different, and once again, I'm still talking simply about the sexuality and or the identity.
Okay, you're memeing now because I know you know the
100%
difference
agree with
between
you,
white gay people and black gay people.
I know the difference.
Okay, so then what's this conversation about?
I'm just, we didn't have to get on this part. You could have, all I said was that like it's pretty easy.
I mean, you're the one who loves analogies when we're talking about something very simple. So I was just trying to get on your level.
What's wrong? What's wrong with analogies?
We're talking about something that doesn't need analogy.
I just don't, that feels like
Trent 3000 says, I'm a little frustrated. Endless keeps trying to defend the original tweets when if he really believes what he's saying in site chat, he shouldn't have, and instead focused on Shark's no dad BS. Wait, I agree with you on that. I think that it would have been more productive here, but what I'm trying to do is turn this contention, not turn it, but take this contention and build off of it to see what my audience, which includes you, can learn from watching and hearing this discussion, seeing what successes there were and what mistakes were made, etc. So I agree with you, Trent. I do think it would have been much more beneficial. I think I've said that a couple times. Also, Awkward Renegade, with all due respect, Awkward Renegade from YouTube chat says, it 100%, it's like we're debating two endless cemeteries. Awkward Renegade, you're not debating anybody. You're a viewer. Do you understand? You're sitting in your fucking YouTube chat on your little ass and fucking drinking Coke and eating popcorn and enjoying it. You're not debating anybody. You're not debating. You're not even commentating. You're commenting on YouTube. You are a YouTube commentator. Remember your goddamn place.
Anti-intellectualism to me.
It's anti-intellectualism to say that you should be
that
able to
sounds
speak
exactly
plainly
like-
about things without.
That sounds exactly like this is common sense. Why should we like?
No,
dig
it's
deeper
not.
here?
I'm not saying it's common sense. I'm saying you can speak about these things without needing to analogize because there is no analog to blackness.
I mean, okay, if you feel that way, I just don't think that we're just gonna agree on that.
It's the truth. Black is
Okay,
very
yeah. If you
specific
feel
in
that
terms
way.
of class. Do you not understand
right.
this?
Okay, I don't. I mean, like it just like
You
some
can be all kinds of
treated
things.
worse than others.
Yes, and black people
marginalized
black
groups.
and indigenous people get treated the worst no matter what intersection they are. Gay, straight, bi, lesbian.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
that's
guess
true.
that depends on like where they are and everything.
No, that's where they exist in the world because anti-blackness is global. And white supremacy and imperialism is a global project. Are we really having this
Do
conversation
you think
right
that
now?
here I want to ask this question. Do you think that there are some areas where black people are treated better than gay people?
Do I?
Yeah. Do you think that's possible?
That's a weird
do you think
question
that
because
there's-
black gay people exist.
I just want to ask.
Black gay people exist.
Sure. What
So
are they
how
like?
is that? What is?
What are they like 0.2% of the population or something?
I don't necessarily.
Didn't
know
you
that
say
number.
earlier that you could go your entire life without like being known as like queer or something? So
Yeah,
let's
the
say,
same
like,
is not true
sure,
of being
so-
dark skinned black
Okay.
or black.
okay, so let's say once again, they don't know that there's any gay people. Well, they don't know. Yeah, they don't know if there's any like gay people. Do you think that like there's an area on God's green earth where like anywhere could be like a little town where like black people are treated better than gay people typically?
I truly don't. I can't answer this question because black gay people exist. So I don't understand the question.
Okay. All right then.
Black and gay are not two separate entities. You can be black and gay. The state and the city that I live in is very black and very queer.
All right. I'm not denying.
The only thing that I would really say to this is I think that this is a hard this is a hard this is a hard topic to like make progress on if you're coming from it, if you're coming at it from like a identity rooted position. And the reason, what I mean by that is not that like, I'm not trying to say this is like, this is identity politics. That's not what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say is that it is true that while there are parallels, that you can't just exchange being black and being gay. You can be both black and gay. I think Endless is correct on that. I think what has to be to progress this type of discussion, you have to acknowledge that that there is actually a greater struggle that is greater than either race or gender or sexuality, and that is the struggle against deviance, which deviance is like it's the simplest form that this prejudice and oppression operates on. It's any form of deviance, and deviance is targeted. It's targeted for all kinds of different ways to varying degrees. But anything that deviates from the ruling political class is seen as something that needs to be controlled, repressed, eliminated. Whether it's race, gender, sex, even accent, language, there's so many. So the deviance aspect is where you can, once you start to say, okay, so how does our society, how does our world target deviance? You can sort of start to I guess make progress on the sorts of things that Shark is trying to bring to attention here, which is that there are all kinds of permutations of prejudice and oppression that can occur, and yes, there are local phenomenon that can totally change the calculation. Like, for example, there's a lot of places in the world where, I'm trying to think. There's a lot of places where one aspect is accepted. For example, I imagine there were probably like highly masculine black spaces where being an effeminate man would not be accepted. And within that space, it would be true that within that space, there is probably an existing prejudice specifically against gayness that isn't there for the color of your skin. But that analysis you can't really apply that to the conversation that's being had here without taking a step back and going, okay, then how do we talk about deviance? How do we talk about how deviance is handled? So, yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Sound Judgment. I hope you have a wonderful night. Sound Judgment, you always have such awesome comments. Yeah. Scoots Monkey says, I think it's rather clear to see that certain forms of deviance are treated less harshly depending on the context and era. Yeah, and it goes all over the place. Like, it goes all over the place. And I would say that by and large, in your day-to-day life, in America at the very least, I think that you're much more likely to experience discrimination for being black than you are for being a white gay. I just think that's true. I think you're just way more likely to experience like day to day. But of course that varies hugely depending on where you are. And also, if you're black and gay, then you have to get both. Endless Cemetery, I think you've done like no problem at all. I mean, I'm more than happy. I actually got very excited to listen to this because I assumed that it was going to be I had hoped when I first looked at this that it would be a conversation like this. So it's no problem. And also, while I disagree with some of the things that you've said, I think you've presented your points very well here. And I don't find myself like wholly agreeing with or disagreeing with either of you. I think both you and Shark have made good points in different directions. So thank you for having the conversation in the first place. Same goes to you, Shark. I think even if there was some tension and bad blood or whatever, I still think that the conversation has clearly gotten a lot of people thinking. So, yeah.
That.
And that's good.
I don't know what to tell you, partner.
Likewise.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think when you're marginalized, we can like analogize to other marginalized
Not with
statuses
black
without them
people.
being
Because black
exactly
people exist at the
same.
bottom and intersect with all other marginalized communities. Doesn't matter what marginalized community you're talking about, there's black people there and they get treated worse than white people.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about, bud?
Nah, I think I'm about done.
Okay. All right. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Okay.
Likewise, brother. Stay black.
I guess.
Don't fight, Chaz. Progress is made. Conversation has been advanced.
Wow. Wow is all I have to say.
I can understand why this left a bad taste in both of their mouths. I can understand. There was a lot of missed connections, and there was a bit of needling at one another. But all things considered, I think both Shark and Endless Cemetery here they argued their positions well. I think the main problem here was a couple of conversational missed connections that led the conversation in a weird way, and also the framing of the tweets, which obviously you can't really help what starts the conversation, but the fact that the conversation kind of got locked around the tweets limited what could be talked about here. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, like, I don't know. I want to listen to what I apparently there's a conversation afterwards. Apparently both streamers had a conversation afterwards, and I do want to listen in on that a little bit, at least a little bit. But I gotta say, like, I'm happy that people are talking about this. I wish that some people would cool it down just a tiny bit. You know, I wish that some of the chatters that have been in here would step back just a little bit and take a deep breath and realize that, like, not everyone is. Remember, not everybody is a bad faith debater, you know. But other than that, like, I've been really, I don't know. It seems like people are really attempting to think about this shit and, like, actually grapple with it. And I think there's a lot here. There's a lot. The topics that were grappled with in this conversation are really important. I think, like, hopefully everybody who's listening right now to my stream, hopefully you guys understand why I chose to listen to this conversation, because I think there was I don't know, I couldn't even count them, but there was like somewhere in the ballpark of like 5 to 10 really important discussions that happened in here. Yeah. Yeah, I think, and I'm really happy with the way that, like, most of the chat conversation went. Because, like, there was so much stuff within here that's, like, really important to talk about, that's really important for people to grapple with and hear about. And also, like, this didn't turn into what I was a little afraid that there might be a chance that this turned into, like, I don't know, like, turned into a really bad faith bloodfest. But it didn't. Even if there was a little bit of bad blood, it actually, like, it stayed within the realm of them actually grappling with one another's points by and large, even if they didn't see eye to eye by the end. I appreciate that. All right, let's listen to this next portion, and then we'll go from there. Hold on a second. I need to do a quick message while we listen to this. Give me just a minute real quick.
I'm like, I'm not even gonna comment on it. What's good, Bink?
Why the fuck you made me sit through all that?
He started memeing, so I wasn't gonna, you know what I mean? I wasn't gonna,
why the fuck you made me sit through that?
Hey, I thought that was gonna be a productive conversation.
Why you made me say through that? I'm so mad. I was in Mouty's chat. You know, I'll be, when I get mad, I was mad. When I'm mad, I'm mad. I'm really angry right now because that was such a bad conversation, bro. And you let it go for what, an hour and 30. You should have dipped as soon as he started being like the axioms ain't real. Because that's the issue. He doesn't understand that the axioms are real.
Like, I just can't understand how you don't understand that there's no analog to blackness. Blackness is very unique in terms of class structure, and not just in America but globally.
I don't understand how you can bring up intersectionality but don't understand.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope it doesn't become, bad blood. Is everyone cool if I keep listening to this? I don't want to, I don't know. I guess let's go ahead. Viet Pam says, I agree, Demon Mama. Coming from an upper class and progressive community, I never considered the perspective of Endless Cemetery. It's quite interesting. Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's a very valuable thing to do that. All right, let's keep listening. I want to keep listening for a little bit, although I am getting a little tired. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. That second part, we talk more about colorism. I'm interested in hearing you and Bink talk about colorism. I have a lot of respect for Bink. BinkPrincess is someone I've had 2 or 3 conversations with on my stream, and they've all been really wonderful. No, Somniostatic, but I put it on my list. Somniostatic says, have you seen the Deaf Noodles comedy roast? No, but I want to react to that because I heard it's fucking painful. Let's go. Let's listen.
And intersectionality was brought up by Black women.
Right, and I tried to explain that to him, that it's not called parallelism. It's called intersectionality for a reason. Because we don't have parallel experience.
Right, because everyone has their own unique experiences, right? The effects of these things, right, are different, but all the tools are the same. The tools of white supremacy, heteronormativity, and patriarchy is the same fucking thing, right?
Right.
But it affects each community different because people are different, right? Cultures and histories are different. My issue with the whole entire thing, right, is that
Painicus says, after all this, I'm beginning to feel mixed people need to organize separately on our own, and we can't rely on other POC to stand with us. Well, I think that's I think that might be a little too far, Painicus. I think that, and I don't think that anybody here was coming out as like anti-mixed race. Hope that's not the case. I really, I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's not the takeaway I had, but if that's how you feel, I understand that.
Tweening Black women, but nobody wanted to say that because, well, it's not obvious. Anybody who's in the community,
I didn't get a chance to get there. You know what I mean? I didn't even.
That's not what it's about. Everybody who's inside of the community knows what it's about. For the people who don't know, there's a talking point that is basically saying that Black women are jealous of white women, right? Because Black men won't date them, right? And that Black men have a more stable, quote unquote, home with a white woman. That is exactly what that tweet was talking about. Right. That's exactly what it was referencing. But instead of him put on his big boy fucking panties on and keep it rolling and own up to the shit, then that's when he want to be like, well, statistically it's true. That doesn't mean anything, babes. Hold on. Let me go on this because this is really aggravating me. Okay, let me explain something to the peoples. The way that white supremacy and bigotry.
Wait, did I miss something? Jackson Mahuron says, it's really interesting to hear mixed babies is erasing blackness when I usually hear that from white people saying it in regards to whiteness. Very interesting ideas and new viewpoints. I didn't hear anybody say that. Did I miss something? Did anybody say that? I really don't think that anybody said that. So I feel like you're on the wrong there. That sounds like a self-report there. Sweet Siren Ain says, as a mixed person, specifically Black and white, this has been hard to watch. This has felt very not on the side of mixed folk, but maybe I'm just not Black enough to get it. I don't think that's the case. It's obviously not that you're not Black enough There's just disagreements. I can also, again, I said at the very beginning, I can completely understand why mixed people would feel very uncomfortable in this conversation, especially because I do think that the original tweets are more pointed than Endless gave them credit for at first. Though I think we've made progress there. So. Espen, okay, Espen, you've got an axe to grind. You gotta calm down. You got an axe to grind here. I don't know what's going on.
Works is that they use the statistics and spin it around and make us look bad or put out bigotry, right? So one of the things that they will say, right. So one of the things, right? One of the things that they will say, right, is that black men are no, not black men. They will say,
Endless, trust me. I am so with you on that. The number of people who hate my guts without having ever watched my my content, I feel you on that so much. Oh God. Just, I'm sure you know, if you've watched my show for a while, you understand. A lot of people really don't like me.
Say that black people are fatherless, right? Majority of us are fatherless, right? Which is statistically true, right? But they will never talk about the fact that the reason that exists isn't about, oh, well, you know, black women don't like black men or X, Y, and Z. It has nothing to do with the family. It has literally nothing to do with the family. Right. The reason why it exists is because since we were put on...
Gayfesh, for the timestamps, this is with BinkPrincess. BinkPrincess and Endless talking.
Fucking boats and bred, raped, and killed on this fucking piece of land.
As we still are.
What? Right?
Okay. All right. Totally unrelated. Yes. Scoots Monkey says, damn, that must be some cold chowder that he's about to eat. Okay. Giga Chad, it's actually Giga Chad that at the end of this, you just continue eating the cold chowder. Extremely good observation. I know that feeling. I've done that so many times. You're just so hungry at the end of a stream that you're like, I'm not heating it up.
Right? As we still are, right? What do? Sit here and break up the family. That's literally what they did, right? They even for an example, right, to scar y'all, because y'all need to get scarred because I'm really tired of y'all, right? One of the things that they did was they were assaulting black women and saying, if you do not accept my assault, I'm going to sell your kid, or I'm going to do it to your kid.
Black people were not allowed to marry.
Right, black people and this whole idea of the broken family has been doing this shit since we came over here. So people talking about the broken family is a dog fucking whistle. And it also contributes to the idea that black people have degenerate culture, which is also a point, right? So Shark needs to get the fuck out of black women's business because we've been having this conversation for a hot minute. Sorry, we've been having that conversation for a hot minute, and it's really aggravating the fact that, you know, nobody really want to talk about this, and everybody going to sit here and try to be in our damn business while we be sitting here eating our food looking good. We eat our food and looking good, and we sitting here actually raising your damn kids because y'all are broke-ass fucking niggas. Right. That's what I said. Right? So him and his bougie self, because look how he acted.
Because the statistic is that the black men are the only demographic by which black women actually need to sacrifice in terms of economic like status in order to raise families with, to marry and raise kids with and such.
Yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, that shit was a mess. It was truly a mess. Like, honestly,
it's a thing where it was a spectacle. He knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was.
He knew what he was doing.
That's why
he knew that he knew that he was purposely making you look some type of way, because not everybody have these same axioms as we do. I'll put it in perspective for the people, right?
I told you
what happened is,
so I'm gonna defend Shark just a tiny bit here and say, while I think some of his questions were a little defensive, and some of them were a bit leading. I do not think I personally don't think that this was like an attempt to make Endless look super bad or whatever. I just think that like, and again, maybe I'm being a little too charitable to Shark here, but or maybe not, I don't know. It's just that, I mean, I know what it's like to have people come at you over a tweet that you made. I know what it's like to have people come at you when you're already pissed off and you're already arguing with 100 other people. Come on, Shark. Don't get salty. Come on. I'm defending you. Come on. What I'm saying is, I get it. I get it completely. I get it completely. Like, I've gotten way too heated. I've gotten a little bit touchy and like dropped some leading questions and whatever. It's fine. It happens. It's part of the downside of like, that is literally the effect of discourse on everybody. The fact that all conversations happen on Twitch and on Twitter. So yeah.
Is that your culture, right? Your culture, your identity in your area, right? Dictates
yeah, I think I get
for
that.
the most part, right?
But that's normal. That's the way it's supposed to be. Endless Cemetery. That's why anybody does any of this stuff. So I feel you on this. Everybody's gonna get a little bit like, there's strong emotions around these topics. These are really heavy hitting topics and they're really, really important to people. So I get it. That's you both obviously care about these topics a lot and you're approaching them from different angles, but yeah, so.
Generally speaking, how you interact with the world and how you're seen, right? So as Black people within America, there's certain axioms that we all have to follow because we are what? Black people in America. People who are outside of our identity do not experience white supremacy the same, do not experience homophobia the same, do not experience things the same, period. That's what intersectionality was calling out, right? So what he's doing is going on this platform, right? Talking to us about this, knowing good and damn well, not everybody has the same exact foundation of understanding as all of these things, right? People who are not in our identity have to read in order to understand that these things exist, right? We experience this real time, right? We have our grandmothers, we have our people telling us their experience, right? We have to feel for them. We have something, we have our foot in the game. These people don't, because they don't understand, right? They don't have the same relatability, right? And notice anytime we do relate to other people, right? It is the idea that the tools exist and we are both.
Real quick, Miss Nibiru, can you DM me that stuff? I can't check on that all right now. I can't read up on that, but if you DM me some stuff, I can look into it. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Affected differently, right? This is an example. I know I'm going on for a long tangent, but I'm just trying to explain, right? For an example, I talked to Demon Mama on stream, right? And we were talking about misogyny.
Whoa! Hello.
War, right? And trans misogyny, right? And what happened is that we both were sitting here talking about, hey, yo, patriarchy is fucked. Heteronormativity is fucked, right? But we were also talking about how I experience it differently and you experience it differently, and that shit is wild. They use these same exact tools to break up each community and to harm each other, right? And we can be like, damn, we relate on that. But I can't sit here and say I experience the same thing as trans misogyny, right? I can't say that. And that is the point.
Merrick.
So people, these type of things aggravates me. And this is me riling it up.
Real quick, Merrick, much, much, much love to you, okay? Much, much love to you. I hope you're doing wonderfully. I know you've been through a lot lately. Merrick, I'm so happy to see you back, and it's wonderful to see you in chat. Also, your ass looks great.
These type of things aggravates me because it plays on...
At least last you showed it, I should say.
People's ignorance and the fact that they do not know, right? And gives a false pretense and saying that a lot of the rebellion that Black people participate in is just another form of white supremacy, or it's just a form of, what Nazi energy, right? He all try to compare you to fucking Dr. Umar, like we on Dr. Umar time. You see what I'm saying? Because here's also a last thing, right? When it comes on to Black people, and because of how anti-Blackness is global, your existence is a form of rebellion, right? You existing as a Black person in white supremacy is a form of rebellion, right?
Hold up. I gotta state this, because while we were having that conversation, I got followed by Kobe's Crash Helicopter and Skittle Boy Trayvon Martin. Just so everybody's cool. Just so everyone knows what we got going on in here.
I mean, call it what it is, right?
But, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if we exist in the future.
I mean,
unbelievable, yo.
That's wild to me. That is just wild to me. I mean, like, this is what people don't understand, right? This is for people to understand, because I like doing my.
I don't know, Shark. I think you'd have to sort that out. with Endless Cemetery. I hope that's not what's being implied, but it might be. I don't know. I don't think you're racist. This sounds like, I don't know. Sounds a little bit like post-stream cooldown. Listen, I've been known to talk a little bit of shit after a debate is done, okay? Just saying. But I can't defend anybody, and I'm not gonna. I don't know. It does a little bit sound like maybe he's implying your audience is racist. I will say, though, and this goes to everyone, this is, there are a lot of people right now who are watching this who are very hostile to both parties involved. For example, the brain soup idiot that I talked about before, Sondsoy, who is still, as of just a bit ago, is live tweeting the stream and saying that I'm defending anti-miscegenation. So, just so you know, for everyone involved, this goes to Endless Cemetery and Shark. There are a lot of bad actors involved who might be driving some bad faith people here. It may not be Shark's audience. It seems like it's probably not Shark's audience, and I'm gonna guess it's not Endless Cemetery's audience either. There's some agitators. Yeah.
A little rhetoric real quick, right? Us existing as Black people, right? This is the equivalent, right? Imagine if you went outside and you just existing was a crime. That's what time we're on.
That's what Blackness is.
You putting up your hand, right? You putting up your hair in a ponytail is a crime, right?
Going to sleep is a crime.
Wearing your cultural garb, right? You're going to sleep is a crime. You wearing your cultural garb is a crime, right? So your whole entire existence, every single X, Y, and Z, and Z is a crime. It's looked down upon, right? So when we say, "Hey, yo," we would understand if someone says, "Hey, yo, I want dark-skinned kids." It's not necessarily to say that, "Hey, yo, light-skinned people are undesirable," right? It's just another form of rebellion to express.
Right.
That is it, right?
He doesn't
like for
understand
me, right?
Blackness on that
you guys,
level, though.
Endless, you've seen me before, right? You seen me before.
Yeah.
So
you are Black as fuck.
Right. So I do not have Afrocentric features, right? But when I sit here and walk on the street on my Black Panther shit, I'm still expressing my Blackness. If I choose to go outside and take a tan, I'm still expressing my Blackness. It's just having Afrocentric features isn't a form of rebellion that I can participate in. And that's the point. Our existence is a form of rebellion. And what white supremacy wants us to do with.
All right, so real quick, everybody. Real quick, Bink wants to come on and have a conversation with me. So we're gonna finish this bit, And then after that, I want to finish listening to this bit, and then afterwards I'm gonna talk with BinkPrincess. So I'm just gonna, if somebody can help, hold on a second. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, so Bink knows how to get into the chat. So all right, let's continue listening to this real quick because I'm finding this interesting.
Conform, be complicit, right? Assimilate.
Right. Yes.
So
Exactly.
they don't want us to. So when they sit here and take away a form of our rebellion, that's what they're doing. The people who fetishize light-skinned people, right, or mixed kids, that is what they're doing. That is how they're participating in white supremacy. The action isn't the problem.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
And he couldn't understand
the
that
action
part.
isn't the problem.
He's like, are people having mixed kids useful idiots? And it's like, no, because we're not talking about individual people. We're talking about dark-skinned.
Oh my God, sorry, this is totally unrelated. I'm sorry to interrupt this, but I just found out my partner ordered me pizza and I am so fucking excited. Oh my fucking God. Okay, back to the conversation. Sorry, I have pizza on the way. Fucking midnight? It's gonna be midnight pizza! Nothing better than fucking ending stream. It's not gonna be cold pizza. The pizza's not gonna be here until 11:30. So that's gonna be awesome. And it's from this fucking sick ass, the best pizza place we found in the area. Oh my God, it's fucking it's a extra crispy pepperoni pizza. They extra cook the pepperoni, so it's like super crispy. It's fucking amazing. All right. Focus, everybody. Gotta focus. I know I was the one who did that, but let's fucking do it.
Black people as a whole.
I mean, let's say for an example, right? Let's do this for an example because, I like talking about the hair, right? For an example, what did they do at first when they can bring us over here? What?
Cut
Shaved our heads,
Yep.
right? Right? Well, also what they did, what? Made us have to wear head wraps, right? We couldn't actually, the crux of it is choice.
It is choice, yeah. I don't give a fuck who anybody else procreates with, and I don't give a fuck.
So,
like, okay, I shouldn't say that because if you are like Bink is saying, you're the type that's like, I love, like black or white, you're like, I love mixed people. Or if you're a white person that's like, I love black people, they're so sexy. If you're literally fetishizing, then it's a problem. But if it's like,
right,
like Shark is trying to say, you just meet someone and fall in love, who gives a fuck? If you're happy, I'm saying as a personal choice, right? I could fall in love with a white girl tomorrow, whatever. In that instance, at the very least, if we were going to have kids, the circumstances would have to be absolutely perfect. As in, I've met every single one of her family members, and I know that there's no anti-blackness dripping out of them, right? Because, like Sharky's saying, if I find out they're racist and I got to cut those family members off, how is that fair to the kid? The kid's got to grow up without half of their fucking family members now because I couldn't keep it in my pants, right? Because I chose to love someone who has family members who hate me and would hate our kids, right?
Yeah, see, this is one of the areas where I probably would disagree with you a little bit, but also, I don't know. I have to say that, like, I don't agree with the framing, but I understand the sentiment, but I don't really agree with the framing. Like, what I'm saying is that I don't think it's your fault. I don't think that it's your fault for, like, loving somebody or anything like that. I wouldn't ever put the blame on the parents. There's all kinds of reasons why families, why families split up. I mean, I don't have a family. I have, besides my family of choice, I basically have no family left because my family just owned me for being gay. So, I don't know. I don't think the blame should be put on the parents. I don't think the blame should be put on the kids. That said, I acknowledge why it would be a concern, but I think that the framing of it as like a thing that you did wrong or a thing that you did incorrectly by making that decision, I don't think that's necessarily the way to look at it, and that's not the way I would look at it. I think that's I think you should love who you want, and if your family has problems with that, fuck your family. It's their fault for being racist. And the sad truth is that most white people are going to have some racist family members, just like almost everyone in the world probably has homophobic or transphobic family members. It's just bigots exist. And if you have a bigot in your family, fuck them. Even if it means you gotta cut them off.
Right.
And people go through that, and it sucks. And I know it sucks. That's why I don't want to fucking do that shit. Right? Yeah,
it takes a village to raise a child, right?
Hello.
And it's hard to start from scratch. Like my cousin, she doesn't talk to her family and everything, and we were the only people there, right? It was us, and then like my intermediate family, right? It was us, and then her friends. That's it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, just like Charnel was saying.
I'm her god sister.
Not wanting to subject your kids, not wanting to subject your kids to racism is perfectly fine. So why the fuck would you start doing that after you've already had kids with people who might hate them? It doesn't fucking make sense just because he's mad because he likes to play in the snow.
Exactly. Like that, and like to run it back, right? To like the analogy that I was making real quick, right?
Yo, thank you for the follow.
The black hair, right? Kinky, like in particular hair, right? Like 4C hair is looked down upon, right? But the action of someone having looser textured hair doesn't mean you are uplifting white supremacy. The issue is that if you fetishize that and look down upon other people's hair, that is the issue.
And the other
Black women straightening their hair is not participating in white supremacy, because that's also a form of rebellion. We reclaimed that. That is what we're talking about.
That, and what I'm also talking about is the fact that light-skinned people get centered in conversations about black people.
Yes, they do.
Every time.
Yes, they do.
100%. Like the fact that, take Drake for an example. Won't deny Drake's blackness, right? He never talks about that shit. Ever. The only time he ever really talks about it is when he's trying to appeal to people. Like, I'm going to stop just short of calling him a race hustler, right? I'm going to stop just short of that.
Right.
Whereas before him, hip-hop was uniquely very... FD Signifier talked all about this, where everything that you talk about was about black struggle and black liberation, even if it was through kind of a chauvinistic or capitalistic or whatever lens, right? And that's what we're talking about. Is that, imagine you're like someone like me, I'm busting my ass in the mailroom of a major company, right? Fucking working 10-hour, 11-hour days, 6 days a week, fucking my shit all up, trying to climb the ladder, going
Kirsty Cat says, there's no obligation to talk about your blackness. That's true, but we can also acknowledge when, like, I mean, there's no obligation to talk about your transness either, but if there was like a trans person who became like a multi-millionaire and they were a public figure and they never talked about like what it's like to be trans, I think that people could validly criticize them, you know, for like missing an opportunity to use their platform. Isn't having a mixed race child in a racist family a revolutionary act? Yeah, of course, I would agree. It is. It is an act of resistance, and I would agree with that. Also, though, it's also an act that could hurt you. And I think that people should be brave, but I also understand why people might take pause. Bink brought up just a little bit ago the idea that like losing your family can really screw you over. And that's actually super true. As we talk about all the time, we know, as a matter of fact, trans people, gay people who are disowned by their family, their likelihood of dying from suicide is significantly higher. Their likelihood of dying from a preventable disease is significantly higher because as it turns out, coming out to your family is high risk, and not having a family in a capitalist country, not having a group of people you can fall back on when you don't have cash, or when you're broke, or when you're out of a job, or when you fall ill, really fucks you over. So what I'm saying is people should have some compassion as to the calculations that are going through people's brains. Again, like I said, I don't agree with the previous framing of this, but I think that the analysis going on here is good. You're not a cowardly duck. That's not cowardly. That's normal to be scared of that. Just keep being strong, get stronger. Yeah, you do. I want to give credit. Endless Cemetery says multiple times, love and marry and procreate with who you want. Yeah, he's just been very clear to talk about what the real risks are, because I think there are.
2-3 years. Then I get an email saying the company they've selected their first black CEO. They're breaking new ground. Everybody give a round of applause for the new first black CEO. And it's logic.
Right.
You understand how that's like, it's just,
I mean, it's even the idea of like representation doesn't matter, right?
That's the other thing, because he wasn't gonna, because I asked him why he made those comments, and I knew he wasn't gonna stand on any of them. That's why I didn't press him on them, because you could hear him stumbling over his words and shit because I didn't approach him with any hostility until towards the end, when I figured out he was memeing. But I knew he wasn't going to directly explain or address any of the reasons why he used those specific tropes in memes, right? And he asked me why I said
he's profiting off of ignorance, bro.
Exactly. I don't know.
He's on. Look, listen. The issue is that,
because I'm gonna say it like this: my blackness is mad fucking important. The first thing you know about me is that I'm black, whether it's a choice or not. If we're on the phone, you don't know what I look like, you're gonna know that I'm black. That's point blank, period. And it's not
right, because we're proud of it. We're not. We don't, look down upon on being black. Hey, yo, we're black. We black. That's it.
It's
right?
not.
I'm black. We black.
It's not just like something that kind of, and it's like I am the product. I am the survivor of genocide. My grandmother is still alive.
Right.
My grandmother was a slave on the same plantation that her mother was enslaved on, her mother's father, and her mother's father's father. Right? Why the fuck wouldn't I be proud of that? Why wouldn't I want to continue that legacy knowing that my grandmother never met her grandfather? Why? Because he was a white man who raped my family.
All right. So, wait, but let's finish this set.
Right.
Who raped his slaves and owned them. His children were his property. Why the fuck wouldn't I have that as part of my day-to-day life? And yes, it is generational trauma. And yes, we need to talk about these things and have these mindsets because they never fucking stop doing the shit.
I mean, I think that's fair, Shark. I can understand coming away from this conversation frustrated, and I was a little hesitant to like sit in and watch this conversation, but I think some interesting things were brought up. Again, I am not the subject, so I'm able to be like, whatever. But I get it, Shark. I get it. At this point, I think that I think we got through a lot of really good stuff in here, and I want to actually have a conversation with Bink and one other guest, SoulBunni. SoulBunni and BinkPrincess are gonna pop on, and we're gonna talk a little bit about this as a whole. And I don't have a whole lot of expectations. We generally do. I'm sorry about that, Shark. Listen, look. No, don't fight. Don't fight more. No. Look. 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 Some progress was made, right? I do agree. There's probably, this is a post-debate, shit-talking session. It's all right. Whatever. I understand, though. I understand why people are frustrated. I do not support all women. Oh, no. Don't. Shark, no! Shark, no! Where's the fucking meme? Where's the fucking, Hold Hold on a second. It's this. I'm doing this right now. It's right here. This is me. This is me right now watching my own live stream chat. This is fucking me right now. Except instead of not being able to do it, you all have to hear me. Instead of not being able to hear me because I'm trapped in the car, you all have to listen to me yell into the microphone. Hank! Yamada! All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me get this all set up. Conversation with on one moment. BinkPrincess. Okay, one moment. Let me get the call up and running, and then we'll go from there. Okay, here we go. Hold on a second. All right, hold on. I gotta get pronouns and stuff, so give me a second. All right, give me a minute. Give me a goddamn minute. Bum 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 bum. Uh-oh. Oh no, we lost somebody. We'll get him, we'll get him. Okay. Oh, okay. So they're gonna be a second. Well, wait. Let's chill for a minute, okay? We can relax for a minute. Bink will be right back, and then we're gonna have a conversation, and then I will rest for the night, and we will talk about the other stuff next stream, which I have more politics to talk about, as it turns out, next stream. But we're gonna do this conversation first. Why do you want to debate me on? What do you want to debate me on, Lucy? I don't think I got anything to debate with you on. Come on, I don't got anything to debate with you on. Yasmin says, at some point, do you think you'd be willing to have a conversation with a few people about the weird experience being a mixed race person in this space when it comes to racism? Because it's strange. I legit get racism from both sides. Too white to talk about Asian issues, too Asian to be trustworthy. Absolutely. Oh no, you're not gonna like my position on that. Maybe we will have something to debate about. Atheist Mando asks, thoughts on council communism? I don't know enough about it to offer a strong critique. But I don't know. There seems some cool things about it. There's certain aspects of it that seem implausible, but I'm certainly interested, and a lot of the council communist writers are really interesting. Like Bordiga. Bordiga is one of the council communists, if I remember correctly. Well, hello. Hey. Oh, a lot. It's going great. How are you? Yo, hello. Yay, welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, hold on real quick. Can I just get both of your pronouns before we get any further? Alrighty. All right. Excellent. Poggers. All right, there we go. Welcome. Okay, so real quick, also, I want to do just a quick sound test. I'm going to stop talking. Can each of you, I guess, SoulBunni go first, and then BinkPrincess second? I just got to see where your levels are at. Go ahead. Oh, hold on one second. Don't do the intro yet. I just had to get your levels. Something's happening. Something's going wrong with the audio. It's not going through to my stream. Hold on. This was what I was worried about. Give me a second here. Output. Ah, there's the problem. I found the problem. Oh no, how am I gonna do this? No, wait, this works. Okay. All right, 1 second. Let me. Okay. Can you test one more time for me there, real quick? Just give me like a test, SoulBunni.
Test.
Perfect. I actually gotta turn you down just a tiny bit. All right. Yeah. Hold on. I'll fix it, everyone. Don't get mad at me. They're getting mad at me. Tell them not to get mad at me. Just kidding. You don't have to do that. All right. There we go. Here we go. Okay. One more time, real quick. Test, SoulBunni.
Test.
All right. Much better. Perfect. All right. I'll get you up a little more. Okay. And now your turn, BinkPrincess. Go ahead.
Hey, yo, what's up, homie?
Sick. Okay. Let me just boost this a tiny more so that everybody's audible. All right. Okay. Welcome. I'm very happy to have you both here tonight. Bink, you and I have spoken before and had wonderful conversations. I have not spoken to you yet, I don't think, SoulBunni, unless I have bad memory of all the people I talked to on my call-in streams. But if we talked again before, sorry if I forgot. Welcome, and thanks for being here. Wait,
Ooh,
can everybody hear?
thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And you have not met me yet, but I have watched your content for a hot minute since the Hippy Dippy challenge. Yeah.
Oh damn! From my old glory days on the Hippy Dippy, back before everything went south. No, yeah. All right. Well, I'm happy that we are all getting to talk. And real quick, I guess let's do full introductions. SoulBunni, you go ahead and go first to do the full introduction. Now we got the sound sorted out, and Bink, then you can go second.
All right.
Cool. So I'm Nikki, or SoulBunni, known on YouTube. Yeah, I'm a video essay, Black trans video essayist. I focus on, I'm right now working on some stuff that is focusing solely on trans issues, and especially trying to like uplift Black trans women to play. But yeah, I'm SoulBunni. And thanks for having me here.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Bink.
Hey, I'm BinkPrincess. I am an upcoming thirst trap streamer. I do thigh streams while we do book club, and educate on multiple issues. I specify on Black women's experience in particular, and how in history, how we interact with society. That's my personal intersection. It's more complicated than that, but that's my personal intersection, as well as I cover Jamaican politics. So I mean, yeah, I'm BinkPrincess on Twitch and on Twitter. BINK Princess. So yeah.
Just like you see there, everybody, it's up on the screen for anybody who couldn't hear that. There you go. Well, welcome. All right, so let's talk. How were you all listening for the whole analysis? I hope I
Yeah.
commentated effectively. I imagine there's probably some things that you disagree with that I said and whatnot, but I don't know. I at least from my perspective, I recognize the conversation got pretty heated towards the end, especially. But I found it like a really good starting point for a lot of stuff, and I don't know. I felt like it was really interesting, and the conversations that spawned off of it in chat and whatever seemed good. So, but yeah, I'd love to hear both of your thoughts.
SoulBunni, what do you want to go first, or?
I'll let you go first, Blink. I'll give you a moment.
I guess when talking about everything as a whole, I guess that's what I'm going to talk about rather than like focusing on Shark. I think it's very important to understand who your audience is. and understanding how to talk about these issues in the first place. There is a reason why, like for an example, right? I am doing book club on my stream and talking and using very specific language and talking about these things because there is a lack of oomph, for lack of a better word, right? A lot of these conversations are very sanitized in order for people to feel comfortable. So when it comes on to my advocacy and how I interact with on the platform, platform being Twitch, I'm very purposeful with my words. That is why people may consider me to be very hyperbolic when I went on stream with Endless, right? I think that there's a lot of dynamics within different communities that outside of the community would not fully understand. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's kind of hard for me to personally interact with people outside of the community when talking about the conversation between Endless and Shark, because they don't have the same as I said before, like the same experience, right? When it comes on to these things, right? Um I don't really want to go on like a tangent about like severity because I often do that. I believe that your community for the most part vibes with me very well and probably understand like what level I'm on. But I think that's more so what my issue with when it comes on to this whole discourse is that people don't understand the amount of desperation Black people feel like they're in, to the point where they feel like, hey yo, I feel like I need to, have dark skinned kids, right? Or that I need to continue this fight while I'm not here, right? So I think that's something that that people are not taking into consideration when analyzing this, as well as this is just like my last part because I keep saying as well as
That's okay.
because I'm just trying to articulate myself well, because my brain is going like 1,000 miles right now. But the um as I said, like a lot of not intermingling, but a lot of conversation within the community is being published online for people outside of the community to see as a form of discourse. And I think what people don't understand is that you don't always have to comment on everything. And I think that's also my issue. Whereas, like, for an example, right? If we're having a conversation about if like NBs are valid, right? I don't feel comfortable to have a conversation. I don't feel comfortable to like insert myself and like have that whole entire discussion, right? Within the trans community, right? Because we're talking about identity. We're not talking about like legislature or something where I can put my firm foot on, because we're all talking about really and truly like validation and expression, right? We're talking about our relationship with the system, which is all personal. I don't feel comfortable inserting myself in saying someone is wrong in believing this or right into believing this, because what are you doing? You're explaining your point of view, right? And though it may be bigotry to some degree when it comes on to each other community, you can be like, I understand, but I disagree, which is fine. But you don't have to have that as your stance and you like try to like convert people or like debunk people, because that's how people feel invalidated, right? So that's just my brain for right now. Soul Bunny can take it from here, but that's just what my mind was going on about.
Yeah.
Oh, also last thing, two dark skinned people can have a light skinned kid. So like color isn't like definitive, right? There's a lot of light skinned people who tan really hard, right? I'm a person. My parents are people who tan really hard, right? So color isn't definitive, right? There's a thing of like, black people look so, like, not even black people, right? People look so different, right? That you can't control these things, but it's very important that when you are raising your child, that they feel comfortable in their skin, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of like if it's like whatever identity it is very important that they feel comfortable in their skin. And that is why when I said before earlier that your skin tone is also a form of rebellion, not saying that light-skinned people cannot rebel, right, and use it as a form of rebellion, right? It's just that there is going to be also, right, that fetishization attached to that, right? It's not
for
watering
sure.
down what's going on, right? Right. It's not watering down anyone's oppression. It's just understanding how society is going to view you while you're participating in this form of rebellion, right? All forms of rebellion is like that. And I just wanted to clarify with that specific point because people are really being weird in chat for some reason, YouTube chat in particular. But
Yeah,
YouTube's
I
gonna be
think
YouTube.
I understand.
But yeah,
where
I'm done with it now.
Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you for that. No, I think I understand where some people in the chat are coming from, because I think that, like, I don't know, like, this is an issue that's very tense, like, for a lot of people, in a lot of different directions. So I understand why some people, like, who are mixed or whatever, in chat and feel like they're being targeted here, or not literally in this conversation you and I are having, but in the broader conversation around the tweets, around all of the stuff like that, why there would be suspicion that, like, you know, if somebody says, you know, if somebody was defending a tweet that they understood to be like anti their existence, you know what I mean? If they saw a
Yeah,
tweet
for sure.
that yeah, so I can understand where people come from. But part of what I wanted to do in this conversation was diffuse a little bit, hopefully, so that we could get at the, like, heart of some of the issues. And I think that we've succeeded by and large. I think some people were still very, I don't know, very in their initial reading. But I wanted to challenge everybody to kind of, I don't know, step into the conflict and also see where each side of the issue is coming from, because I think there's a lot of really, really intelligent and valuable things that were discussed throughout the course of this discourse, even if the, like, discourse nature, like you mentioned, like, it becomes content. There's nothing I can do about that. But at the end of the day, I'm a streamer, you know, to a certain degree. But what I can try to do is, like, when I see a conversation like this where there's so many important things going on, I want to try and get people to, like, step into it and understand it as deeply as they can, you know?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think you handled it pretty well
Thank you.
throughout the whole entire thing.
Appreciate
But
that.
SoulBunni.
Yeah.
So I want to start off. I'm actually mixed. I have a black mom. So, and yeah, I'm from an interracial. So I, as a mixed person, I have pretty deep perspective on this, and I'm pretty, and I see all sides, and I've seen the whole discourse. Like, there's been discourse on this, in general, like, and mixedness and all that in the Black community, like, way before, like, internet. So
yeah. It's much older than this. It's much older than streaming.
no, yeah. So I want to start off that Endless never once said that mixed people aren't Black. I want to make that known. You know,
yeah, I agree with you.
As a mixed, yeah, because there are people that are running and saying that. And we're not saying we're anti-mixed, because as a mixed person, I get exactly what it said, because I know the nuance, because I'm a mixed person and I'm a mixed Black person, a Black passing mixed Black person. Like, I may be light skinned and I have other features, but I am still perceived by the world as Black, despite my light skin and my looser pearl texture. But there's so much more nuance to this conversation that I think even that live that debate missed, because there's a whole aspect of and it's typically, as far as in the mixed community, the mixed Black community, it's typically mostly Black fathers that, what's the combination of a white woman and a Black father, and specifically we're talking about white specifically, but white woman and a Black father, um, there's a higher hood of a higher chance of like that mixed child coming out confused or identity issues that they bring into their adulthood that they bring to the Black community, and then it ends up having to be checked because they're not. Sometimes there's a lot of cases of them their father not having a strong tie in his own Blackness, so he that with having that kid with that bad identity issues, they create a child or someone that ends up like upholding white supremacy standards or beauty standards and stuff like that, and the desires to fit in with whiteness or the best they can, and I think that's what that essentially what that the tweet what it basically was basically trying to articulate, but on the basis of if you're not Black, you're not gonna like get that nuance, but or mixed, but and also like it's another like let's say look at it this way, like the to say like to better the race in Spanish, like that's a whole thing in South America where they're like it was literally taught to like to better your family, your race, like to breed out to get closer to whiteness. And I would say that that's like a photo example of there's literally like that's like a major issue, and comes down to like colorism of filling it's a whole colorism aspect to on this whole conversation. So I want to make sure like that's known. Just like because there's a lot of folks that aren't mixed, that aren't especially a mix of like Black like mix, which is like it's a very nuanced like mixed experience because of how the world perceives us and deals with us. So I want to make sure that's known. Like this is like way more nuanced than like a black and white. Like you're not Black, you're not for Blackness. Like it's just like it's a very touchy topic, and it's very like you can't. You got to be nuanced with this because there's so many like rules. For example, like I'm a Black mixed with a Black mom, so like because of that, because also you typically spend 90% of your time with your mother. There's a more stronger connection to my Blackness that's been rooted into me at a younger age. Where even though like my dad's side tried to racial condition me to hate my Blackness, when I came to my mom's at a young age, that was capped. And now that's why like I'm an adult that's not having identity crisis as a mixed person, but that's why there's a stereotypical meme within the Black community of mixed kids with white moms that have identity issues. So that's like a very real nuanced thing that you can go on TikTok and see. Like this is like a very really accessible like discourse that like we're all on TikTok alone. Like we're having to check, which is usually it's always been usually a mixed kid with like a white mom. Specifically a black mixed person, but that says something out of pocket or like anti-Black or whatnot, and so there is like a in community like bringing them in and trying to like let them know why and educate them. But it's not just like your stupid C word or whatnot. Like it's very much like this is like a big like discussion that's like been had and it's continuing to be had because there's active mixed folks that they're going through trauma, that dealt with racial conditioning, that are struggling with their own identity, that uphold whiteness, that so yeah, I just want to make sure to bring in like this is a very nuanced topic and it's definitely Black and white, and I definitely see both sides of it as a mixed person, from like how mixed folks that are that have come from a white mom and a Black dad, and that I empathize with the identity crisis due to my own going through that in elementary, but I'm lucky that I have a strong mom that's proud of her Blackness that made sure to root that into me, so I'm not 24 spewing anti-Black things or upholding white beauty standards.
Just to piggyback off that real quick, just to give people context, the reason why people like we have this like silent like no, right? It's silent known, and understanding that there's a difference between someone who is mixed and is has a Black mom and a white dad, or a white mom and a Black dad, is that historically speaking, right, the civil rights movement, right, since abolition, right, was backed by who? Black women in particular, right, including Black trans women, right, Black queer people have been the forefront of the movement, the backbone of the movement, right? So Black men, due to them being men first, right, like Black and then being a man, right, they benefit from patriarchy, especially if they're cis and they're straight. They benefit from the hierarchy the most, right? So there is no incentive for them to be progressive, just like how similarly, right, there isn't any incentive for a white person to disown white supremacy, because white supremacy, right, pays white people to be in that way, right? Like, for instance, right, Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Prime example. Donald Trump, prime example, right? But then on the opposite end, right, we have people like when it comes up to black men, right? We have isn't it, what is it? Isn't it Jesse Lee Peterson, right? That's him, right? I think
Jesse Lee Peterson, yeah.
Yeah, so there isn't any incentive for them to disavow like misogyny, right? Or transphobia, right? Or any of these bigotries, because they benefit from that specific hierarchy, right?
Yeah.
So
At
in the
least there's, I
context
would
of
say, at least
kids, when raising
there's like,
kids,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, just real quick, just for in the sense of raising kids, right? All of that anti-black sentiment, right, which a lot of like transphobia and like misogyny and all these bigotry and intersex, also increases like other forms of like anti-blackness, right? When raising their kids, right, they are teaching their kids these types of anti-blackness because there's no incentive to self-reflect, right, or to deconstruct these, because they what benefit from those hierarchies. So that's why there's like that difference between like a white mom versus a black mom when it comes on to interracial relationships.
Yeah.
I also
and
want
I
to
think,
add. I'll let you, Mama, say. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think that I'm just seeing some people in chat are saying, you know, they're not 100% sure how they line up with some of the wording, and I think I understand what they're, to try and address what some of chat is saying. I don't think it's about like predicting every. I don't think this type of analysis is about predicting every individual. Instead, it's about thinking about the broader trends and what sort of impact different experiences can have on your life, because obviously every single person on the planet who has a black dad and a white mom is not going to have the same exact experience. There's going to be a lot of differences in that, but there's probably, as a group, some tendencies in there that have historical reasons, and those historical reasons can be valuable and important to understand. So just to address some of the questions that people are bringing up in chat, I don't think doesn't seem like there's too much like anger or contention. Just wanted to add a little bit onto that from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's basically if someone benefits from a hierarchy, right, there's no incentive for them to disown that hierarchy, and by default they will teach that their kids that specific form of hierarchy, right? That is the point. So black men. Oh yeah, for sure.
Sorry, let me build from this real quick. So I want to also make sure, like, you're right. So like, we're not saying like every like half white mom and black dad are all like just like a copy paste same type of issue, same thing. Like, of course, like there's plenty of, because if you look at TikTok alone, like there's a lot of like mixed folks of that exact mixture that are speaking out about their experience about like their white mother not having like, when having them, they didn't care to take the time to figure out how to do their hair or like certain basic things, knowing when they're going to have a black child. And they just like, there's a lot of things that it's their aspect, but it's also like, we're talking about like the black men. So there's, at the end of the day, like within the community, the black community, black men are upholding colorism more than the most in our community that are oppressing black men with that. And that comes down to their whole, like, them wanting us to look a certain way as far as like complexion wise. That's in their music with the lyrics, you know, terms like red bone. They want a red bone. They want a yellow bone. If you're black, you know what that means. Yellow bone essentially means a light-skinned black person. Red bone means a mixed black person. You know, this whole song called Red Bone, but like I think by Sage
I know exactly
Gemini.
what he's talking about.
Sage Gemini, yeah. So there's a bunch of not every single like interracial relationship when it comes to a black man and a white woman is purely out of just like they happen to fall in love. They are, and I'm not going to give no percentages because it's like I'm not really here to try to like give an equation, but there's a major factor of misogynistic, colorist black men that uphold beauty standards of whiteness. Hence, let's put it this example, like basketball players, when they had like this viral photo like years ago on Black Twitter where they took a photo of all their wives and all of them were like 90% of them were white and then no one black. And because of the community and the space they're in, those beauty standards are upheld. And there's a lot of black men that believe in having a white woman shows that they have access, that they've gone higher up in the place in life. Like there's all these discourses that is had within the black community that I feel like a lot of folks and your viewers are unaware of. So this is definitely so much more nuanced. It's not, of course, every white person with a white mom and a black dad is going to have identity process or going to be anti-black or going to uphold white supremacy. But the trend has shown from the discourse from the black community has been there's a lot of just ignorant black fathers that aren't. I'm not saying they're not telling their kids they're half black or they're black, but they're not putting in as much holding on to like pride or even like roots or keeping them like stronger, grounded with their identity, with at least the blackness side. And because they idolize white supremacy beauty standards and whatnot. And that's like a major, major, major problem. One of the hugest problems with black is colors. And the biggest perpetuators of that have been black men. And that's why, and I'm not going to say if I like believe in this term or not, but that's why there's a term called the weakest links that they use for black men because of the behavior of they've done, where it's to the point where like some of them will talk about like their preference for white women by shitting on black women, and that's such a huge conversation that has had constantly, and it's constantly shown on TikTok as trends. Like there's literally trends of like where it shows half white and white on one side and black on one side, and it's all these black boys walking to the white side. Like there's literally like viral videos of that. Like there's so much on this, like the conditioning that black men, a large proportion of black men that are suffering from, and as a result, black women, especially dark-skinned black women, are victims, are a result of victims of. So, and I'm a light-skinned mixed person, so I'm an ally to their cause of that, and I see that, and even just with the inner discourse with the mixed folks, we were well aware of just like the way they carry this up differently because of sometimes, for one example, a tiny quick example before I wrap this up, but let's say like their mom's a Karen. They try to weaponize that same energy that their mom can, but they can't because of their visibly black features. So they only could go so far with that. And there's the frustration with not being able to weaponize, or not weaponize, but just like use their whiteness that they have because of society perceiving people that are visibly black as solely black. But yeah, sorry,
Right.
this is super discourse, nuance. But
No,
hopefully,
I think
I've
this is.
dropped a
I
lot
think
of
it's
info.
super. I think it's super interesting, and I appreciate both of you being willing to expand on this because I think what you've been able to illustrate is genuinely how complex it is. And I wanted to say another thing. I think I figured another way of wording what I had said before that's a little more clear, which is that what I was saying before, I was kind of stumbling over my words, but which is this, it's like a lot of what you're saying here isn't really meant to be predictive about individuals. It's not supposed to be like, oh, you could predict how X person is going to be, and then you can, therefore you don't got to listen to this person or whatever. It's not about that. It's about identifying like where and how and what the mechanics that are causing harm, like how they work and how they operate and where their sources are, so that you can fight against them. It's not about like saying X person is not, it doesn't experience this, or it's not about like saying who's got it worse or whatever, or anything like that. It's instead, it's very much about, like, at least from my perspective, it looks like, how do we identify the mechanics of this? How do we fight this discrimination, this prejudice based on colorism? How do we deal with the issues of patriarchy if we don't analyze the mechanics of how it's operating as it stands? If that makes sense. I hope that's more clear than what I said before. Because I think sometimes in these conversations, like, I think people sometimes get defensive, and I think like some people might hear like a term like what you said, like the weakest link. And I do think there's, you know, maybe some terminology that's better to use than others, but I'm not here to like go back and forth on that. But I think some people might hear something like that and become defensive and say, oh, you're saying I'm a weak link or something. And it's not really about that. I mean, I can understand why somebody might interpret it that way, but what it's about is saying, no, like this is the way, this is the mechanic, and the people who are involved in introducing this or perpetuating this prejudice. Here's where we need to focus so that we can fix this problem so it doesn't keep perpetuating. And it's not, you know, like it's not so much about like pointing the finger at an individual, but instead identifying the mechanic.
Yeah. So I agree 100% with what y'all are saying. And my brain is not even braining anymore. Oh my god. Okay, so
That's fine.
I need
We
a
can
minute.
also like if we wanna wrap it up here, that's fine. I've been going for, oh my god, 7 hours now. So if y'all are starting to feel tired, I recognize this ran way later than I expected. And I'm happy with that because this has been very, very valuable and productive, and I feel very good about everything that we've talked about and stuff. I hope that's the same for y'all. If y'all want to
Yeah.
like call it for now, I am 100%, 1000% down to have further conversations with both of you in the future because this was super, super awesome. But I am getting tired myself, and I imagine both of you are probably, I don't know where your time zones are, but I imagine unless you're overseas, it's probably pretty late where you're at too.
Oh, now I remember. Okay, real quick. Okay, so the issues is that people think that we're discounting their oppression by understanding their privilege, right? So I'll give an example for me personally, right? I'm Jamaican American. My family is not from here, right? And I personally experienced fetishization based off the, you know, the idea of like the exotic black person, right? But that doesn't discredit the fact that I face misogyny or that I experience colorism, right? So all of just because you have a specific privilege, right, doesn't mean that we are discounting your blackness, right, or your personal experience. And I think that's also part of the conversation that that was like really interesting to me because all of a sudden it's something that isn't able to be applied for some apparent reason, and I personally don't really understand why. um when it comes on to the tweet, right, and I said this when it come on to the after the after panel, right, when I was talking to Endless, um people wouldn't understand that we're talking about the way that they wouldn't understand that we're talking about the black family, right, in the sense of like interracial relationships, right, and as well as understanding that was a quote, like a subtweet to black women, unless you genuinely understood black culture, or if you were inside of the community. I've said this before, and I want this to be very clear. There is a stereotype of black women being bitter, period, right? And in particular, when it comes onto this conversation and this discourse, black women being jealous of white women for quote unquote stealing their men, right? And what they also say in conjunction to that talking point is that, well, you guys are mad that you have a dysfunctional household or that you don't have a father in the household. And it's a whole rabbit hole of how much misogyny, right, that black women will face based upon the idea of white women, quote unquote, stealing their men, right? Which
Yeah.
is what Shark is implying with the tweet, regardless of its intention or not. Because as I said, if you're within the community or you understand black Black culture, it is a very, very common talking point amongst Black men in particular to say that, right? So when we talk about desirability, which is a part of upholding white supremacy, right? What Black women constantly say is, we do not care if you date interracially, right? Our issue is that you devalue Black women, right? And look down upon us while also saying, well, white women are the only desirable one, or insert race are the only desirable one. Black women are at the bottom of the totem pole in desirability when Black men speak, right? And this is generalizations, of course, right?
Yeah, as
So
a
that
general
is
trend,
what
yeah.
that tweet was referencing, which is why I personally was really hot after the whole conversation, because it was not getting on the root of why that tweet was anti-Black. You can be anti-Black and be Black. Anybody who's telling you that who's telling you otherwise does not understand what you're talking about. And you can be anti-Black. You can be self-hating. You can be racist towards your own people. That is a thing. And the only difference is that the reason why you're doing so is because you're contemplating your existence rather than, oh my God, well, I genuinely hate these people, right? That is the only difference. So for me personally, I've experienced this where I'm contemplating if I should be light skinned or not, right? Because that is a form, me being dark skinned is a form of Blackness that is globally looked down upon, right? That is a form of self-hatred that I have to overcome. Black people as a whole, right, just like any other identity, has to fight for them being comfortable with their self-esteem. So that these specific issues that we're talking about are things that within the Black community that we talk about constantly, and is one of the reasons why when we're talking about Blackness, right, we talk about how white supremacy grooms us into thinking that we are not valuable as people, period, right? So when we say embrace your Blackness, it's being like, it is okay that I exist. I am human too. Me doing whatever practice or whatever expression that I have is valid too, right? I'm human.
And this is
So
this
that's
is a this specific thing that you're touching on right here is like there is a strong vein of connection to a lot of other types of marginalization with regard to
exactly.
like how you look at like self-acceptance can become a radical act, and also like not just self-acceptance like but acceptance of very specific things. Like what comes to mind, of course, is like, I mean, this is sort of like off the cuff of my head, but like body positivity with regard to weight and things like that is like something that's really hard for people to grapple with. I know personally, I'm a big girl, and like it becomes a almost impossible. It can feel almost impossible sometimes to break yourself out of like what's been ingrained into you and what you've been told your whole life. It can be really, really difficult, even years into seemingly having come to peace with something that you've been bullied for or targeted for. It could be that's an active struggle, and then also though coming into that and learning to accept yourself, and not just accept yourself but appreciate yourself and find beauty in that, is an act that in and of itself is often met with hatred, just for doing it, just for like that you're further doing something bad by being okay with yourself, whether it's your skin color or your gender presentation or your weight or whatever, that like you're doing something wrong by coming to a conclusion that no, I don't want to hate myself for this.
Yeah, for sure. And like that's why these conversations are really hard to have, is because as I said before, that you don't have the same connection, right? Like I can't speak on the trans experience personally, right?
Yeah.
But at the same exact time, I can understand that the reasoning for, whatever it may be, right? So when it comes on to like disowning people or like gatekeeping or saying which things are tolerable, it's not to condemn people, but to understand that we need to have a different social norm in how we interact with these things, right? There's a reason why Black power in particular, right, was very, very prominent, right? Because Black power also went aligned with the natural hair movement, right? Where people were wearing their natural hair, not how it is currently, right? How natural hair is currently. It's literally my hair going out of my scalp. That is it, right? It's not I have a whole bunch of hair care regimen and all that other stuff. No, your hair is naturally going out of your scalp. My hair is a fro, right? That within itself is trying to transform the culture and how we interact with these things. So when we say, hey, yo, there's people who are like selling out, for an example, or all of these other things, is that they're promoting this idea regardless of if they're intentional or not, right? That this is what we should be doing by conforming and not liking ourselves, by looking down upon one another, right? By saying that these things are degenerate, right? Or saying that these things are hood like, right? All of these derogatory terms that by default affect the majority of Black people as a whole, right? So for me personally, and this is just me wrapping it up, just like what SoulBunni is saying, a lot of this requires a lot of nuance. It requires a lot of care, which I think people are not understanding. That when we were, so for an example, right? It care in the sense of understanding who your audience is, understand how to interact with people, right? I was very hyperbolic in the in the after stream on purpose. Endless has said this very, very often every time he streams. His community is first and foremost, right, is a safe place for Black radicals, period. Black radical thought, right? He's a Black anarchist, right? And then if you are sympathetic towards that and want to learn, then you can be a guest and understand, and we can educate you, right? So I was speaking in a sense of everyone knew what I was talking about already, right? I was preaching to the choir quite literally. Understand like how but I'm code switching, for lack of a better term, when it comes on to how I'm on stream on Endless stream and how I'm on stream here, right? Because as I said before, that there's certain axioms that not everybody understands, right? I understand that my existence is a form of rebellion, but not everybody understands how severe white supremacy is to understand that that's a thing in the first place, right? So with all that being said, all of these conversations, especially when it comes on to more cultural and social interaction, has to be treated with extreme care compared to how we treat institutions. And I think people need to realize that, not only so we can build solidarity, but so that we can minimize harm, because all of these oppressive systems are built off of ignorance and preying on people's ignorance. So we should be able to, not necessarily correct the record, but correct the record, for lack of a better term.
I agree with you a lot, and I completely understand where you're coming from. In like, I mean, I don't know. I think it's like natural and also I don't know. It's inevitable that you're going to talk to some audiences slightly different than you talk to other audiences. It's not a matter of like you're saying anything different. It's just that, like, I mean, hell, like when I'm talking to my mod, like a drastic example is like when I'm talking to my mod team, I'm going to be talking differently than I talk to a chatter. You know what I mean? That's just how it goes. The context of the conversation is normal. Like the context of the conversation is an important part and a normal part of like how you determine the way that you approach an issue. So I don't know, that portion makes a lot of sense to me. I saw a couple people commenting on it in chat, so I don't know, I'm trying to address people's questions or whatever. But I find myself starting to run out of energy at this point, but I will say I've really fucking loved this conversation. I think Bink, every single time we've talked, it's always been wonderful. SoulBunni, your everything that you've added here was extremely awesome, and I feel like y'all have given like my audience a lot of stuff to think about and a lot of valuable insights. I mean, hell, just so you know, we have about 250 people still watching right now. So a lot of people are hearing everything you have to say, and I think it's valuable. So thank you both for so much for coming on. Do you want to shout yourselves out one more time before we wrap up and I say goodnight to the stream chat?
Yeah, so I gotta pull the performance right. Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all gonna get oofied. Okay.
Let's get uwooified or ooified?
Ooh.
Wait, was it uwoo?
Ooh.
Uwoo. Uwoo.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bink, the only true royal on Twitch. And I do thigh streams, every once in a while. I'm actually moving next week.
Oh no, your mic is breaking up.
I can. Oh my god, really?
Yeah,
Is
your
it
connection
bad?
started to chop. Yeah, your connection like basically broke up. We heard you're moving and then it went like blah 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 blah.
I do thigh streams and research streams and educate specifically on Black women's experience and hype up Black women because we need to be hyped up, omega lol, including Black trans women. Shout out to SoulBunni. We're we are currently reading Sisters in the Struggle. I'm finishing the Black feminist critique on Malcolm X. So that is going to be next stream. You can catch me at BinkPrincess on Twitter, BINK Princess, and the same thing on Twitch. So if you're trying to see if you're trying to thirst for some thighs, some thick thighs, because thick thighs save lives, then hit up my stream. If you're trying to read the Communist Manifesto in uwu voice, then hit up my stream.
Hell yeah. Everybody go follow BinkPrincess over on Twitter and Twitch. And SoulBunni, please give us a shout out. I would love for people to be able to go give you some follows.
Thank you. Hey, yeah, I'm Nikki, or mostly known as SoulBunni. You can find me on Twitter and YouTube. I'm a video essayist. I privated my most recent video, so I only have my first video up, but I'm currently working on a big video, 2 big videos, that just kind of like talk about these issues, including like so because I mostly focus on trans issues or just like leftist issues in general, but I would love because in my next video I kind of talk about the Cat Black situation, and yeah, so I would hope y'all check that out sometime. So yeah, I'm a Black trans leftist video essayist, and yeah, I would hope to maybe in the future Demo Mama to pick up because there's a little bit more I wanted to say, but there's definitely in the future for
100%.
that. But
please
yeah,
just DM me and we will set up a time. I'm a little bit I'm a little slow to respond to my DMs sometimes. I get a lot of them. I apologize. But yeah, please DM me and we can organize some sort of conversation in the future because this has been pleasant and I would love to have another one with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us, for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on. I hope you both have a wonderful night. Much love to both of you. It was a absolutely amazing conversation. Thanks for taking the time to come and talk to me and explain some stuff to my audience and give your perspectives and everything. It was fucking great. I'm going to shout at my chat a little bit before I wrap up. All right?
All right, thank you. All right,
have
good
a
night,
good
y'all.
night. Bye.
All right, bye.
Wow. Wow. That was great. Wow, that was fucking sick as hell. What a good conversation. What an intense and today, truly, everyone, all of you who are still here watching, you have enjoyed a day of intellectualism, a day in which your mind grew. You thought about things you hadn't thought about before. Some of you did. Some of you thought about things you've thought about before, but in a new way. It's been great. However, how fucking ever, some of you fucking motherfuckers in YouTube chat need to chill. Absolutely Endless Cemetery. I would love to have a talk with you. We will work something out for the future. That would be great. And of course, that goes for, I don't know if Shark is still here, but of course that goes for you as well, Shark. I would of course always be down to talk with you. I think you're pog as shit. I think y'all are pog as shit. Everybody. I didn't walk away from this thinking that anybody here is like a bad person or was super irrational. I think everybody here was being pretty rational. Some differences in opinion, some differences in approach, and that's fine. Damn, well, good job, Scoots Monkey. That's a good way to channel it. I really, yes, even Lucy is pog. Yes. Well, see nuts? That's the Demon Mama effect. Your brain grew 3 sizes today. Some people in chat gotta chill just a tiny bit, okay? Just a little bit, just a tiny, tiny bit over on YouTube chat, especially. Website chat has mostly been chill. But you know, a couple people over on YouTube chat really gotta take a step back and analyze how much paranoia or whatever I don't want to say paranoia, how much suspicion they're injecting into other people, okay? All right? Now, I have to go rest because I'm really tired. I streamed 7 hours and 16 minutes today. I deeply appreciate all of your support, all of your likes, all of your subscribes, and please, please share the stream with your friends and family. Everybody on my team does a lot of work to make this show happen. I do a lot of work to make my brain work properly so I can make this show. It's been fucking great. I'm very, very proud of what we talked about today and how it went, and I will have more for you soon. So, my lovely imps, remember, do not fucking die, and I will see you all. I feel we should have offered Shark 300 on, since this was a debate involving him. I did, but not tonight, and I didn't actually invite either of the participants on, because I usually don't do that. BinkPrincess had already, before I even started the stream, BinkPrincess had asked me to have a conversation, and I've talked with BinkPrincess many times, so yeah, that's why I was willing to talk with BinkPrincess. I don't usually have conversations with people whose debates I just talked about, but I'm more than willing to have conversations with both Endless and Shark. I don't want people to, okay, like, if I'm gonna be completely honest real quick, sorry to get stun locked at the tail end of stream, but what I was gonna say is, like, I don't want people to feel like I'm, like, trying to mediate their fight. I'm not at all, not even a little. I just, you know, I think that there was a lot of discourse and discussion around this, and I stand strong in my analysis that this would be a good debate to discuss on stream, because I think it's really valuable. So I have some more stuff that we will do in the next stream. Hey, Atheist Mando, mind if I chat Council Com with you next stream? I didn't like how you brought up Bordiga as an example. Okay, that was offhand. Sometime I would love to talk to you about that, Atheist Mando. I cannot promise it for next stream, but at some point. Apologies, and thank you for the $5. I don't know if Bordiga is actually a council communist. I could be wrong. Okay? Emu Anon says, how many people are going to accuse you of being a white savior? 1. And that person is Sansoy, and he already did it, and he can suck my dick and languish in his pathetic irrelevancy. Everyone, much, much, much love. and I hope that I will see you very soon. Rest well, do not die. Mwah! I'll see you all soon, and thank you for your support. Bye.